Chapter 1. Naming a child was simple for some people, but it was very difficult for others. The difficulty did not lie in the meaning of the name, but in the choice. What should our son be called? That is the problem. I think we can send out a batch of radios first to calm the tide of naming attacks. The child was 1 month old, and they had just treated him to a meal and received many gifts. Wang Wan fed the child milk, and Zhang Xiaobao provided a shoulder for Wang Wan to lean on, worrying by himself. The little guy who had not yet had a name was not at all obedient during the meal. Every time he swallowed 2 mouthfuls of milk, he would look up at the noisy man beside him, and the dissatisfaction in his eyes was obvious. Wang Wan hugged her chubby son and said in a low voice, "Lower your voice, it is impolite to disturb others when they are eating. If you really can't do it, why don't we wait until the half-year ceremony to decide on a name?" Half-year ceremony? Zhang Xiaobao repeated doubtfully, and then sighed helplessly. When other people's children were born, according to the local customs, some were 1 month old, and some were 1 month old. When his son was born, he had to celebrate 1 month old first. Some people actually suggested a 2nd-month ceremony, a 3rd-month ceremony, a 1st-month ceremony, a 2nd-week ceremony. Once a month, it would be lively, right? The problem was that you all wanted the atmosphere of a gathering, and his family could not go crazy with you all. Yes, a half-year ceremony. Li Longji gave a name, foster father gave a name, our grandfather gave a name, our father gave a name, and our father gave a name. There are also the ministers that we have a good relationship with, the scholars of the Jixian Academy, and the public naming contest that various newspapers have gathered. We can't disappoint them, so we will use all of them if we can. Wang Wan patted her son's head as she spoke. The little guy stopped talking and returned a big smile to his mother. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Do you want me to give him an Arabic name?" "Use all of the names that everyone gave. That is my son, not theirs, so why are you so worried? Also, they said that our son lacks fire, so why don't we name him Huahua? What do you think?" "You are indeed the top scorer. Talented." Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Lily Zhang Xiaobao came up with another nickname. "Oh, since when did my husband like the Book of Changes? It's called Mingming, but it's better than Ili and Yang Yang, right? If we don't make a big deal out of it and call it Calamity, the entire Great Tang will probably go crazy. Mingming is better, and it's a combination of hardness and gentleness, with yin and yang complementing each other. Okay, Mingming is Mingming. You will be a public figure in the future. You have to teach her well. Don't cause trouble for society all day long. We don't want to raise a playboy." Wang Wan finally agreed to the nickname. Zhang Xiaobao appeared to be very happy. "Did you see that? The top scorer's talent is not for nothing. Mingming, what a magical name. A public figure. This doesn't seem to need to wait for the future. Now is the time. I wonder what that large group of public figures are doing. I'll ask someone later." The public figure that Zhang Xiaobao mentioned was currently leading more than 500 students of the Imperial College. These 500 people were all good at studying. No matter what your identity was, who your father, grandfather, or grandmother was, no matter how much money your family had, where you had a villa, or how many boats you had on the sea. Don't mention any of the above additional identities. Whoever dared to mention it would be punished. Didn't you see that the emperor's first prince, Li Jun, and the eldest princess, Pan, were there obediently doing things? Because of the winter and summer holidays, school had just started not long ago. However, there was no Teacher's Day after the summer holidays. Students didn't need to think about what gifts they made for their teachers, what kind of family would treat their teachers to a meal, or what kind of singing, dancing, and poetry party would be held. One day, they didn't need to respect their teachers. If they really wanted to show respect, they could learn the knowledge that the teacher taught them. When they had time, they could personally make a few dishes and a pot of wine. Accompany the teacher to drink a few mouthfuls and discuss the Tao. The teacher would be happy for a long time. This year, the Imperial College in the capital was on holiday, so the students there didn't leave. It was different from the children in other places who didn't go home. The children in other places didn't leave. Some of them had parents who were busy, some didn't have a home, and some planned to participate in the social activities arranged by the school, such as delivering newspapers or helping people read newspapers in the tea house. Most of the children who stayed behind went to the merchants to see how they operated. When the merchants worked, they didn't let the children personally participate. They also had to spare some people to watch over them, which delayed a lot of work. However, even so, the merchants were very willing. They participated in the Chaoyang action, paid for the school, and brought the children to their family's business to watch. They hoped that the children would leave a good impression. In the future, when they learned something, maybe a few more of them would come to their business to help. The students of the Imperial College in the capital wanted to have a chance to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't leave the capital. They still had the position of regional governor. When they had nothing to do, they went to various departments. They went to the Ministry of Works the most, then the Ministry of Revenue. However, they didn't go to the Imperial College. During the holidays, the students of the Imperial College didn't plan to leave. They hoped that Wang Wan, who had finished her confinement, could come out and visit the Imperial College with Zhang Xiaobao. In the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't come. Instead, it was Xiaobei and the others. It wasn't that Xiaobei and the others didn't want to come out. It was just that the 4 children of Ji Xiang and Rui had been quite distant from them. They used a few months to regain their position in the hearts of the children. Then, they brought the 2-year-old children out to play. The group's destination was the capital's West Railway Station. To be precise, it was a flat area 1 kilometer away from the railway station. They planned to build a freight warehouse here. The railway station on the west side of the capital had just been built a little over a month ago. At present, there were no buildings on the ground 1 kilometer away. They had only flattened the ground a little. When they arrived, Xiaobei stopped and looked around. He clapped his hands twice and shouted, "Let's make this clear first. In a while, someone will bring over the materials for the stove, pots, and so on. There will also be wheelbarrows for transport. The older ones will be sent to transport. The younger ones will do the work for me. The older ones will be in charge of looking after them. We chose you because you are the most knowledgeable of your age group. Students are ranked according to how knowledgeable they are. You are now students. When interacting with others today, we don't want to see any attitude or temperament that doesn't belong to students. If you talk to others impolitely, arrogantly, look down on others, order others around, or imply that your family is rich and powerful, once we find out, The 500 students opened their eyes wide and did not dare to make a sound. Especially those who had power and influence, they were even more nervous. They knew very well that they should not show off their family background in front of Xiaobei and the others. Xiaobei and the others wanted to establish an image for the whole Tang Empire. Following them out must be in line with their target behavior. Suilong, who had been learning from Xiaobei and the others, sensibly brought up a loudspeaker and asked cooperatively, "Xiaobei, why did you find us today?" "That's a good question." Xiaobei nodded at Suilong to show his appreciation. He continued, "What's the work today?" "It's boiled beans, the kind that are green before the beans are ripe." "Where did the edamame come from?" "You definitely won't be able to guess." "It came from Shanyang County of Chuzhou in our Tang Empire. A total of 3,000 tons. I bought it." Xiaobei gestured a number. Seeing that many people were surprised, he nodded with satisfaction and continued, "You must be thinking, how do I eat the edamame that I bought? Why don't I process it locally?" All of the students had the same expression on their faces. Speaking of which, Shanyang County is really good. It's next to the Huai River and there's a canal. It's not far from the sea, and there's a small fork in the railway. The local bamboo resources are rich, very suitable for the growth of vegetables. Moreover, whether it's the breeding of livestock, poultry, or aquatic products, it provides a natural and convenient environment. But it's really not suitable for planting soybeans. It's not that it can't be planted, but the natural climate has a great impact on the growth of soybeans. If you plant soybeans, the land can't be planted with other crops. It's a waste of beneficial resources. Especially this year, there's a lot of rain there. The soybeans in a similar place are about to be harvested, but they're still green. A child who's studying in the school sent us a telegram and asked what we should do. The soybeans are not big now, and they're not round. Their snacks now are boiled edamame. We don't have the ability to let the local soybeans grow and ripen immediately, so we can only buy most of them, 3,000 tons. They can continue to cook the rest. Xiaobei explained why the edamame was shipped over. It was mainly to help the local growers reduce their losses. The students could guess that the price that Xiaobei and the others gave was not low. Of course, they wouldn't give the price of ripened soybeans. It was already a great favor to let the people there not lose money. Since we bought the soybeans, we naturally have to cook them. Green soybeans are more difficult to preserve, so they'll be sterilized at high temperatures and have some salt. We really don't want to wait for the water route. The speed of going against the current is slow, so we'll use the train. We've prepared 1,000 large pots. Each pot can cook 50 kilograms. It needs to be cooked 600 times, one pot every 15 minutes. There are other pots being sent over, so it'll probably take a few days. Actually, what I want to cook now is people, not those damn edamame. I asked you to come here to tell you that if you have the opportunity to be a local official in the future, you should investigate the local situation clearly before you do anything. As for the local officials involved in this matter, wait until we finish cooking the edamame. Xiaobei gritted his teeth as he spoke. His face was gloomy, and it was obvious that the officials involved were in big trouble. 3,000 tons of edamame were there, so no excuse or reason would work. Xiaobei, can you just buy the beans and cook them? An older student asked. How is that possible? They have to be frozen. Otherwise, why don't we process them locally in Chuzhou City? Winter comes early in the capital, so we can reduce the follow-up investment. We chose the West Station because there's a big hole 1 kilometer away. It used to be a small lake, but it's dried up. It's not worth it to fill it with soil. We discussed and decided to build an underground thermal storage room. The project is about to end in a few days. We originally planned to store fruits, but now we can only put the edamame. It's a last resort. Xiaobei, why don't you just cook the edamame and sell it in the store? Your family is so powerful, so it's easy, someone asked. Hee hee. At the mention of this, Xiaobei smiled happily. He blinked and said, it's not worth much now, and we'll lose money. You guys do the math. If we buy it at a premium, we'll add the cost of transportation, processing, and storage. When we sell it to the restaurant, the price is indeed high, but we take advantage of the original restaurant's low price advantage. In other words, if we put the edamame we bought in the restaurant, we'll make a profit and the restaurant will lose money. Then we can just ask our brothers and sisters for money. Why do we have to go around in circles? Everyone felt that this made sense, but they couldn't figure out why Xiaobei was smiling. Let me tell you, under normal circumstances, soybeans are related to sunshine. For example, in the south, there are also places with low rainfall, and places with low temperature, such as the northeast. However, this refers to the formation of soybeans. The rate of soybean oil production and soybean products output has nothing to do with taste. Take the edamame we bought for example. It's not mature because of the climate. If we wait for a while, it will mature. However, one is delaying the planting of other things, and the other is that the beans are not full. But there's an advantage. The current edamame tastes sweet and tastes better than the normally grown edamame. We plan to save it for winter and sell it. It'll be cheap even if the price is several times higher. This is a commercial action, not a charity. We're just holding the goods. Anyway, our money can't be completely circulated. We don't care about the speed of cash flow and the return rate when we hold the goods. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you don't believe me, you can try a pot of it when it's cooked. Although the beans are relatively small, the more you chew them, the more fragrant they become. The taste is different from normal soybeans. As Xiaobei spoke, he noticed that many people were salivating. Thinking about his actions, he said embarrassedly, "How about this? When winter is almost the new year, I'll give each of you 10 caddies. Although they're boiled and frozen, they'll taste the same after they've melted. How about 20 caddies? I also have a cost." All right, we'll see when the time comes. If we really can't sell them, I'll give you more. Go and transport the goods. The train is here." The older and stronger ones went to push the wheelbarrow, while the younger ones waited excitedly. They believed Xiaobei when he said he would give them 20 caddies, but they didn't have any hope when he said he would give them more if they couldn't sell them. Chapter 2. 3,000 tons didn't sound like much at first, but the number in front was 3,000. However, in terms of kilograms, it was 3 million. If these late soybeans were left in the production area, it would cause a great loss to the local people. It wouldn't cause a riot, but it would greatly damage the local government's credibility. If Xiaobei bought it and made a profit in the winter, it would be a marketing success. If it lost money, it would be a failure of the plan. They would bear the risk. However, the local government wouldn't have it easy either. Whether Xiaobei and his team succeeded or failed, the local officials would be punished. There was no such thing as tuition fees or paying for economic development. Xiaobei gritted his teeth as he looked at the carts of soybeans. He was thinking about how to increase the punishment of the local officials. After thinking for a while, he realized that if he didn't use his privilege as a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire, there was no good way. Mistakes were made, and the local officials admitted it when they were caught. Even if it was partly due to luck, they didn't quibble. It didn't matter if it was a specific crime. At most, they would be stripped of their official position. It was impossible to say that they would be beheaded. If it was 20 years ago, such local officials could even ask for money and reduce taxes from the imperial court. It was a natural disaster. It wasn't something that could be done by humans. The weather was bad this year. However, Xiaobei and his team didn't agree with the natural disaster. They all believed that the Yamen of Shanyang County in Chuzhou City made a mistake. Was the rain the reason? Was the small cold wave that hadn't been seen for many years an excuse? Don't expect to escape. It's not our fault if we don't admit to 3 million kilograms of soybeans. Xiaobei grabbed a handful of soybeans and murmured. The reason why the soybeans were called Mao was that there was a layer of fine hair on the surface of the bean pod. It was very clear from a special angle and felt very furry. There was also hair on the mature beans, but it wasn't called soybeans. It was called soybeans or soybeans. There's a bug. It's white. A student from the Imperial College had sharp eyes and found a bug. He curiously reached out to touch it. The bug immediately rolled into a ball. The people nearby all looked at Xiaobei at the same time. Xiaobei didn't care at all. He said, "Cook. Mix the seasonings well. Cook one pot at a time. We'll eat the first few pots. The purpose is to control the heat. Cook in the big pot without a lid. Cook for no more than 15 minutes. The soybeans will be green. Otherwise, they will be yellow. It won't look good." Bug? The student who was pinching the bug reminded. "Let's cook them together. When it's time to sell them, there will be people who will select the ingredients. Don't be afraid, it's just a worm. It's not dirty, it's cleaner than the maggots in the sauce. Time waits for no one. Why don't I get someone to pick out a bunch of insects and fry them as snacks? They're fragrant and crispy. Have you eaten fried grasshoppers before?" Well, those who shook their heads were all children from rich families. Poor people like me have to eat a few pounds of it every year. Xiao Bei licked his lips as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement at the side. After cooking the edamame, they planned to find a paddy field that had already been harvested to catch grasshoppers. For people like them who had traveled extensively with their families, there was nothing they couldn't eat. They had tasted scorpions, centipedes, moths, and so on. Especially on the trip to India, it was really addictive. Of course, they didn't eat raw things that could easily produce parasites. It wasn't that they couldn't eat them, but they were afraid that they would get sick from eating them. If it was livestock that had been quarantined, they could use a knife to cut off the meat and stuff it into their mouths to eat raw. They would eat until their mouths and hands were full of blood. For them, there was no blessing that they couldn't enjoy and no suffering that they couldn't endure. Many students from the Student Directorate of Studies from rich families had never tried it before. When they heard Xiao Bei's words, they swallowed their saliva. It wasn't slander but disgust. They shuddered when they imagined the scene of eating insects. As they had to look at the temperature first, only 3 pots started to boil water. The others started to wash the edamame. Normally, it would take a pot of cold water to boil for a quarter of an hour. If the edamame was taken out to cool, the water in the pot would still be boiling. It wouldn't take a quarter of an hour to boil the edamame again. The seasoning in the pot could still be used. After boiling it a few times, the water would be changed. Xiao Bei and the other 9 people, plus Su Ilong, were busy. Only a small portion of the students in the Student Directorate knew how to work. Most of the rest were beginners. Xiao Bei looked at the situation, frowned, and sighed. She was obviously very dissatisfied with these people who didn't work hard and couldn't distinguish between grains and vegetables. The students were smart and knew how to read people's expressions. When they saw Xiao Bei's displeasure, they lowered their heads and worked seriously. They were also considering whether to participate in more practical activities after today. Anyway, they had to participate before the imperial examination and accumulate enough hours. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified. Some people were quick-witted. Seeing that the atmosphere was not good, they came over to smooth things over. Xiao Bei, the officials in charge of Chuzhou City's Shanyang County are really wrong this year. The rain in front was fine, but who would have thought that there would be a small cold wave? It's just like the heavy snow in Luzhou. It's too rare, and we're not prepared. What? Luzhou? The heavy snow? I was born in Luzhou. Okay, I'll ask you if it's possible for it to snow in Luzhou. Let me ask you, if my father went to Luzhou to take office the year I was born, what he encountered was not a hurricane, but a heavy snow. 1,000 miles would be white and frozen for more than a month. Do you think Luzhou could survive? Xiao Bei asked. The person hurriedly nodded. Yes, of course. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are watching over there. What's there to be afraid of? They'll definitely come up with countless ways to solve the disaster. Then, let me ask you again. If my elder brother or sister were in charge of Chuzhou City's Shanyang County this year, and the soybeans were planted, would the soybeans be able to survive the small cold wave until they ripen? Xiao Bei asked again. The person nodded again. Yes, of course. That's right. In that case, how can the local officials be wronged? Xiao Bei asked as he looked at the person who spoke. The person rubbed his hands together. Well, who can compare themselves to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? That's too much. Who can you compare yourself to? If I was there, I could do it. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a cold wind. We can just smoke the fields. It's common sense. This is called common sense, understand? The current situation shows that the local disaster response mechanism is seriously lacking. After saying that, Xiao Bei ran to the pot to look at the water. The person was embarrassed. He didn't admit that what Xiao Bei said was common sense, but he did learn about it in books. It was true that they were not prepared, but who would have thought that there would be a sudden cold wave in this month? Of course, it was impossible to reason with this. As Xiao Bei said, if the local officials were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, then there would be no problem. Even if they couldn't stop the cold wave, they would still have the ability to sell the edamame at a reasonable price. What bad luck, sigh. The person could only sigh for the officials of Chuzhou City's Shanyang County. They couldn't manage the telegraph department. A child was troubled by the problem of having only edamame as a snack and asked Xiao Bei to think of a solution. As a result, the local officials fell. Was there any justice left? Brother Yurong, you're not wronged. Su Ilong came over and said to the student. She knew this person. His surname was Wang, and his family had some power. His name was Run, and his courtesy name was Yurong. They used to meet occasionally, but now he was running around with Xiao Bei and the others all day long. He didn't have time to meet with his old friends, but he would always sponsor them to hold poetry meetings or something. How is it not wronged? They caught up with something that hasn't happened for decades. Wang Run still insisted on his own idea. It has nothing to do with decades or hundreds of years. They really didn't prepare. If I were a local official, I would order people to take the local bamboo and dry it for future use. Su Ilong also insisted. If there was no cold wave, what would happen? When there was drought, they would split the bamboo to make a canal to draw water. When there was a flood, they would gather the bamboo to make a column to store the soil. When there were not enough boats in the river, they would make a row. In midsummer, they would put up a shed to shade. So, forget it, I'm not familiar with them. I'm just lamenting about a telegram. Wang Run shook his head. Su Ilong smiled. What does it have to do with the telegram? Brother Yurong, do you mean that they were investigated because of an extra telegram? I think it's because they didn't do a good job in the local area. If they didn't have this telegram, they would have kept their position. It would be the negligence of the Tang Empire's inspectors. If that's the case, it wouldn't be as simple as them losing their official position, but countless people would lose their heads. Yes. Wang Run admitted. The word benefit is difficult. He was talking about the inspectors sent by the imperial court. If they couldn't find any problems, and later people found out that it was the previous inspection that had a problem, then the previous inspection would be unlucky. If they found out, they would be heavily rewarded. If there was malfeasance, as long as it was verified and confirmed, the inspector would be rewarded with 1,000 strings of coins. If the local official was found to have embezzled 10,000 strings of coins, the inspector would be rewarded with 5,000 strings of coins. All kinds of rewards were placed there, and so were the punishments. It was impossible not to work hard. Xiao Bei was no longer worried about the final result of those officials. When the first pot of boiled edamame was placed in a basin, she blew on it and grabbed a handful, squeezing it to eat. Why didn't she just use her mouth? Because she was afraid of eating worms. She could fry it, but she didn't like to eat boiled ones. Okay. Try all of them. Xiao Yuan, here. She stretched her hand in front of Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan picked one up and ate it. He smacked his lips. There's too much cinnamon. I think so too. Xiao Bei agreed. I didn't find it. I eat it well. A student ate a few in a row and immediately grabbed another handful. If you eat less, you'll think it's good at first. After eating more, you'll find a sour taste. Also, if you cook it for too long, the fishy taste of the beans won't be enough. Adjust it in the next pot. Xiao Bei concluded. When it came to eating, they were very authoritative. Usually, the food they ate at home could be said to be excellent. They only had to deal with it when they went out and had no other choice. After 2 hours of experimentation, the people who were full determined the best temperature and seasoning. They were busy until night, and after another day of work the next day, Xiao Bei finally let them go back to the Imperial College. All of them felt that their backs and legs were sore. Xiao Bei and the others didn't continue to look at the boiled edamame. They returned home and rested for 2 days. Then, they organized the team and headed straight for Feng Province. Feng Province was the core of the grasslands management. Because it was next to the Yellow River, it was also a distribution center. Further north was the former territory of the Turks. Now, it was contracted. Many large pastures were adjacent to each other. Xiao Bei and the others went there to see the living conditions of the farm owners. They walked around the grassland and took a look at the experiment of potato planting and the training of their own team. After training, their own team could accompany them on long-distance travels. It was just that they had never cooperated with each other. This was a good opportunity. Of course, for the first time, many old people and their families cooperated with them. As for potatoes, they could be planted almost everywhere in the Tang Empire. However, potatoes were delicious, had a lot of starch, and had a large output. There were only 3 places that ranked first. The north of Hebei province, which was Heilongjiang, where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan lived, the Qiu region, where Gansu was, and the last one was Lingzhou, Fengzhou, and Inner Mongolia. They couldn't go to Qiu region because it was too far away. The commander-in-chief's mansion in Bohai was also far away. Only Feng province was relatively closer. Although there were seed bases arranged by the Sidong Temple in various places in the Tang Empire, Xiao Bei and the others didn't plan to go to the nearest Hunan province. The potatoes there were not ripe yet. It was a greenhouse experiment. The normal ones had already been harvested. This year's potatoes can be eaten freely. Xiao Bei, who was marching on the road, said complacently. Su Ilong, who followed them on the road, secretly swallowed her saliva and asked uncertainly, Really? Yes. Xiao Bei nodded and said with certainty, after many years of reproduction, we can finally eat without thinking about making seeds. The output of cabbage, potatoes, sweet potatoes, green onions, and radishes is getting higher and higher. Very good. Cabbage and radishes are not valuable. The output is low. We can plant other vegetables instead. Su Ilong didn't like these 2 vegetables. Xiao Yuan followed and said, the key is not that they are valuable, but that they are suitable for storage in low-temperature areas in winter. There are also various dried vegetables. They are treasures in the cold winter. There can be greenhouses. Su Ilong reminded. There can also be venison, bear paws, sea cucumber, and shark's fin, right? Do you still ask whether the toad is an official or not? Xiao Yuan said. Su Ilong lowered her head and didn't say anything. She knew that Xiao Yuan was talking about the illusion of, why not eat minced meat? While walking on the road, the new and old members in the team were also communicating. It was mainly the new members who asked questions and the old members who answered, or the old members who encountered something and talked about their experience. Although the new members came from specialized classes and learned a lot, when it came to special tricks, the old members were still the best. The trivial problems in the team's journey were the most important. How to go to the toilet, how to cook according to the wind, when to increase the goods for the livestock, and when to bear some of the burden. These were all knowledge. They were different from other simple teams. Unlike the caravan and the army, they were a comprehensive team. Combat, organization, logistics, and so on, they had to be able to change at any time. Even the chef could pick up the machine gun and fire at the crucial moment. In addition to serving the people from the other departments, the maids also needed to educate Xiao Bei and the rest in the little details of life. When needed, they could become overlords. Even Xiao Bei and the rest were always prepared. Otherwise, why would Su Ilong's grandfather let him follow them? He was really cultivating people. With the departure of Xiao Bei and the rest, the entire capital seemed deserted. Li Longji had been quite upset these days. Usually, there would always be a large group of children chattering about in the various palaces, but now they were all gone. Without Xiao Bei's guidance, the other children couldn't play, and it was impossible for them to enter the palace and pull a maid to play games. They didn't have the guts, and they wouldn't be as stupid as Xiao Bei. At least, that was what the censorate thought, although they didn't dare to impeach. Another winter is coming. I wonder if the Great Wall is still there when it snows in Jili State. In Xingxing Palace, Li Longji put on an extra coat and looked at the goldfish blowing bubbles in the fish tank. He seemed to be talking to himself. Your Majesty, I don't think there's much left. In the past, people would rather spend money to buy the location and even let people preserve it in ice. Recently, people don't pay attention to it. I guess they've stopped taking money. After all, it costs a lot. Gao Lisher continued, Xiaobei and the rest can bear this kind of consumption. After all, they're rich. But, they're not stupid. Why would they spend money on a dead thing that exists every year? One of their meals may be the annual income of an ordinary family, but they won't waste money needlessly. Well, I know. When Xiaobei and the children play in the sand, their pants are full of patches. The person who made the patches is very skilled. He made all kinds of patterns so that people can't tell. You're right. Snow occurs every year. This year, there's no major event in the imperial court, right? Li Longji returned to the previous topic. Gao Lisher pondered for a moment and replied, it should be fine. It's just that, they're still young. They should experience the magnificence of the mountains and rivers of the Tang Empire from a young age. Go and tell Xiao Bao that this time, I'll pay for it myself, but I won't be responsible for their expenses. It's not that I don't want to, but that there's never been such a rule. Li Longji had made up his mind to travel and insisted on dragging Zhang Xiaobao and his family along. He hoped to go to the commander-in-chief's office in the Bohai Sea. In the end, where they could go would depend on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's decision. Li Longji understood that even if they were going to travel, they had to have a purpose. How could they travel in such a large group just to have fun? Gao Lisher ordered someone to inform his adopted son. The person who went was Luo Bin. His position in the palace was already very high, but as long as he was in the palace, he had to personally go when it came to matters involving the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang families. He would never rely on others. This was the foundation of his position. When Luo Bin found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them were arranging for some of the cotton balls that had just been collected. Shui Yun's family was about to arrive. Shui Yun's family now had 62 members. Other than a few who took turns staying in the capital, the rest had all returned to the mountains behind Zhuangzi in Sanshui County to settle down. When the children of the family got married, they had to bring their partners back to live with them. They were not allowed to run away with them. Choosing a partner was not based on family background. Shui Yun did not expect her family to rely on the power of other families to develop. It was fine as long as they had enough IQ. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about how many cliffs one's family owned in a certain area. If one's IQ was high enough, even if they were not strong enough, it would not be a problem. A thin body could be made up for, and fighting skills could also be taught. However, if one's IQ was low, it would be a big problem. For example, today, they had brought their family over to ask for cotton balls. Could a person with low IQ understand? If they didn't understand, who would make a nest for them? They could only get branches and add their own feathers to make it. After it snowed, Tianyi shivered from the cold. Would they marry their children to them to suffer? What Shui Yun knew, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew even better. When they heard in the telegram that their family had taken out the things in their nest at the top of the mountain and thrown them away, the two of them knew that they had to prepare things. Thus, they had people eject a batch of cotton balls that had just been collected so that Shui Yun and the others could bring them back home to redecorate. Last year's cotton balls were no longer warm enough. As for other planks, branches, straw, and so on that might be needed, the people on Zhuangzi could prepare them. When Luo Bin entered the courtyard, it was actually a sports field that was usually used for training. A group of eagles happened to fall from the sky and landed on the wooden bars that had been prepared. Before they landed, they threw down the gifts they had brought, causing the sports field to become busy. This was the first time Luo Bin had seen such a situation. The eyes of a group of eagles looking over were frightening. The things they threw down were both alive and dead. They were all bloody. The dead ones were easy to deal with, but if there were snakes in the living ones, the people who went to catch them had to be very careful. Yo! General Shui Yun, long time no see. How are you? Luobin waved at Shui Yun in greeting. Shui Yun glanced over, then turned back to continue watching the people who were busy catching the animals. Luobin saw that Shui Yun didn't want to talk to him, but he didn't mind. He continued, your family is here, right? It's good that you're here, it's good that you're here. Have you eaten? His words reminded the people who were busy. Immediately, someone went to the side yard where the livestock were kept. They slaughtered, skinned, and cut the meat into small strips to feed Shui Yun's family. There were also people who were responsible for hanging a wide sink with clear water flowing in it. There were also people who began to spray water on the side to bathe the eagles. The medical staff also came up to check on the eagles one by one. When they found any scratches, they immediately disinfected them. The last group of people who came up were people who were familiar with the eagles. They hugged the eagles intimately and at the same time determined where the eagles in front of them were uncomfortable. It was similar to taking care of a child. Zhang Xiaobao also personally chatted with Shui Yun. Do you want salt? Zhang Xiaobao asked. He also brought a water bowl with a little salt. Shui Yun tasted it and looked at his family. He glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao understood. No. Do you want fur? Zhang Xiaobao had someone bring over a large box with a wide mouth. It was filled with rabbit fur and linen. Shui Yun looked at it and called out twice to his family. Then, 3 eagles called out. Immediately, someone rolled the meat strips in the feathery box and fed them to the 3 eagles. After feeding them several strips in a row, the 3 eagles began to vomit. The vomit was a mixture of fur and stomach contents. There were even small stones in it. After vomiting, the eagles drank some water and began to close their eyes to rest. They probably couldn't continue eating for the time being. Luobin opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Then, he asked in confusion, young master, this is? It's the procedure of taking care of the eagles. Shui Yun's family has Shui Yun, so it's easier to take care of them. If you need anything, you can ask him and he will tell you. It's more troublesome to take care of other eagles. Many times, the eagles get sick and die for unknown reasons. As Zhang Xiaobao explained, he stroked Shui Yun's head. Shui Yun closed his eyes comfortably and enjoyed it. Luobin nodded as if he understood. Then, he asked, don't wild eagles live? They live, but living is different. Just like humans, they are all alive. Can the people of the Great Tang live the same way as people from other places? If Shui Yun and the others are sick, we will treat them. Wild eagles can't survive and die. The eagles raised in the Great Tang are specially checked regularly. People from other places don't have such treatment. Zhang Xiaobao said with emotion. No one knew whether he was sighing about the people or the eagles. Luobin didn't think there was anything wrong with investing more in the eagles. He said, it's okay to treat them better, especially Shui Yun. He is the best eagle in the world. He can command all the eagles raised in the Great Tang. Without him, the eagles of the Great Tang can only do simple reconnaissance and hunting. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also agreed. Shui Yun's greatest function was not to kill a few people in battle, but his ability to command. With him, the eagles raised in the Great Tang could be used to transport goods. They were especially important in disaster relief. Not only were they flexible, but they were also fast. If a group of backpackers got lost in the mountains, it was most efficient to send out a group of eagles to find them. They could easily lock onto their position and then circle around. The rescue personnel on the ground didn't have to spend any effort to search. If a village lost contact with the outside world due to a natural disaster, Shui Yun could command the eagles to airdrop supplies. It was safer and more convenient than sending out planes. Without Shui Yun, the airdrop ability was lost. In reality, airdrops were often the most important thing. For example, in highlands besieged by heavy snow and torrential rain, the existence of Shui Yun was the hope of survival for the trapped people. After Shui Yun's family finished resting, the bundles of cotton were sent over. Zhang Xiaobao said to Shui Yun, "Xiaobei and the others have gone out for a walk. If you have time, you can fly around in the sky." After saying that, everyone made room and waited for Shui Yun's family to fly high before diving down. Otherwise, it would be difficult to fly if they just grabbed something on the ground. Eagles were the most beautiful when they were flying. The larger and longer the eagle's wingspan, the more handsome they were. When they swooped down to hunt, it was a display of strength and beauty. They could mix fierceness, speed, stretch, and leisure together. Anyone who had seen an eagle hunting had a dream of becoming an eagle, just to experience that moment of pride and conquest. Shui Yun was the overlord of this dream. Today, Luo Bin was lucky enough to see a group of eagles swooping down. Although they weren't hunting, the momentum was not much different. 62 eagles circling in the sky and swooping down one after another was not a common sight. The people near the capital all looked up excitedly. Some had even chosen a place to wait. They had already noticed when Shui Yun's family came. Li Longji had also received the news. At this moment, he was standing on the highest floor of the palace, looking through binoculars. From where he was, he could see the Zhang family and Wang family's battlefield in the capital. There was only one battlefield in the entire capital. Rather than saying that it was a training ground for the Zhang family and Wang family, it was more appropriate to say that it was a space for Shui Yun's family to move around. After all, Shui Yun was a general and should have a mansion. Other families built houses in their manors, but Shui Yun's family only had an empty space. At this time, it was clear who was more capable and who was less capable in Shui Yun's family. Every 2 eagles swooped down at the same time. Some eagles had no choice but to slow down when they swooped down to control their landing point. Some eagles grabbed the cotton and flapped their wings vigorously, afraid that they wouldn't be able to fly. Some even missed the cotton and had to circle back up for the next dive. They would probably be beaten up when they returned home. According to people's saying, if you can catch cotton, how can you catch living things? The first 11 eagles performed the best. Perhaps it was Shui Yun's deliberate request, but these 11 eagles all changed direction at a low altitude when they grabbed the cotton. Seeing that there was no altitude left, they could still make a sideways sweep, their wings scraping the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. In the end, only Shui Yun and Hong Wuan were left. The people below began to shout with all their might, "Shui Yun, come, Shui Yun, come." The meaning was for Shui Yun to perform a more beautiful move. Perhaps it was because Shui Yun was happy that she could go back and redecorate her new home today, so she circled back for a distance. Hong Wuan was the first to fly down diagonally. Shui Yun suddenly accelerated and arrived at the position where the cotton was placed behind Hong Wuan. The moment her claws grabbed the cotton, her entire body abruptly turned 180 degrees. A cotton was thrown up and caught by Hong Wuan. Shui Yun glided with her back facing the ground and glided to the top of the next cotton. She then did another 180 degrees flip, grabbed the cotton and forcibly twisted her body in the air and soared away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The people standing around the field were all dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaobao frowned and raised his hands to look. He clenched his fists and shook his head. "What's wrong? Did you find that you can't do the same move?" Wang Wan asked beside him. "Yes, but I can't do the last rotation in the air. When I touch the cotton the second time, my arms won't be able to withstand that much pressure and won't be able to do it." Zhang Xiaobao moved his arms to estimate how much pressure he needed to withstand, and at the same time, he bounced his body up again. The previous move was easy to complete. He could run to the front of the first cotton as fast as he could, and then do a fish jump. When his hands touched the cotton, he would push down with all his strength, bounce up, exert strength in his waist, turn his body 180 degrees sideways, release his hands, and continue the previous inverted somersault with his back facing the ground. When his head was down and his feet were up, he would grab the second cotton bag. But at this time, if he wanted to complete the twisting in the air, he would have to exert strength in his arms to push against the cotton bag. For example, when jumping on a saddle horse, he would have to do a hand push against the ground and a hand push against the saddle horse. Both times, he would need inertia, the strength of his waist, and the coordination of his body. In this way, even a professional saddle horse athlete would find it difficult to complete, because not only would he need to support himself twice, he would also need to grab the cotton bag twice. Alas, it's different to have wings. Zhang Xiaobao could only helplessly conclude. Wang Wan just smiled. After a while, the others all exclaimed. It turned out that there were differences between eagles, and the differences were very big. Only the two pilots who came back from their rotation were silent. They kept thinking about the domineering aura of the eagles when they swooped down. That was what pilots should have, and it also reminded them of the words of the young master and the young lady. The sky always belonged to the hero, and only the same kind of knight could compete with the sky knights. No matter how many weapons on the ground could reach the sky, they were always at a disadvantage. It was not only in speed, but also in the arrogance of the sky. Under the sky, no one could beat me, and I ruled the sky. In the face of a hail of bullets, I can dive down like an eagle. Now, the two pilots finally understood that when the Shui Yun family swooped down, they had an indomitable momentum. Zhang Xiaobao walked over, patted the shoulders of the two pilots, and said, "How do you feel? In 2 days, I will arrange for you to see the scene of the Shui Yun family hunting in the mountains, valleys, and plains." The two nodded with yearning. Chapter 3. Xiaobei and the others wanted to go to a place in Fengzhou to look at potatoes, so they walked along the Yellow River. After coming out of the capital, they first went east and then turned north, which happened to be the route of the Yellow River. It was better than crossing the mountains and then going to the desert. It was not that their team could not pass through such steep terrain, but that it was meaningless. The road was difficult and they walked slowly. They could not expect to meet anyone for 10 days or half a month. Walking along the Yellow River was different. In any case, the Yellow River was a mother river. If people wanted to live, they had to rely on a water source. Xiaobei and the others made up their minds to have more contact with people along the way. They did not expect to catch a corrupt official or anything. The current officials had become smarter, especially after the imperial court did not give them land and changed it to a simple salary. In addition, they would be inspected openly and secretly almost every half a month, and they would be given a generous reward when they left office. The officials calculated the cost of committing crimes and found that there were no huge benefits and a good way to live after leaving the Tang Empire. They all chose to be honest officials. The imperial court of the Tang Empire paid a lot of money for the inspectors. It seemed to increase the financial burden, but in fact, it made the national treasury more income than before. The officials who were qualified to participate in the morning court all understood what was going on. The local officials used various means to embezzle thousands of times more money than the inspectors. More importantly, once the officials put their minds on how to embezzle money, they would not be able to put more energy into governing the area. Once it became a habit or a hidden rule, the officialdom would be in chaos. The people would no longer support the imperial court and lose the hearts of the people. No matter how tall the Great Wall was, it would be useless. Therefore, Xiaobei and the others could only try to find trouble with the officials based on their abilities, but it was difficult to find any officials who secretly put money into their own pockets. Walking along the Yellow River could be close to the people. Every time they stopped at a place, they would take a look, and then invite everyone to sing, dance, eat, and so on. It was impossible to say that they did not commit any crimes. According to the people, if they did not commit any crimes, why did they come? Could it be that you don't like the people of our village? You came to our door but did not even say hello? Did we offend you? Did you still treat us as Tang people? Under such circumstances, during the month-long journey, Xiao Bei, and the others had nearly half a month to help the people repair their houses. The 9 little fellows and Su Ilong each drank more than a caddy of grape wine, which was over the limit. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that they had already considered the problems they would encounter along the way. They had prepared a lot of food and building materials. There were also sets of tool boxes. There were also kitchen knives, hoes, and other accessories that they could exchange or give away. As for the corresponding wooden handles, they believed that the people would make them themselves and install them. Along the way, the commoners took out their own dried vegetables, cured meat, ham, and other things to serve them. Xiaobei's team didn't say anything and used them to cook. They didn't give them a single copper coin. Giving them money would hurt their feelings, so they could only use other things to make up for it. Today, Xiaobei's team arrived at Shelu village, which was next to the Yellow River in Yingzhou's Zhenxiang County. There weren't many people in the village. Last year's census recorded 210 households, 1,305 people. This year, under normal circumstances, there would be a few more, a dozen, or dozens more. It was hard to be sure. It needed to see how many children were born and how many people died. Relatively speaking, the data was quite accurate. There wasn't a situation where someone wasn't registered in the household register and didn't report it. It involved welfare, especially children. If your family accidentally gave birth to twins 3 times in a row, don't be afraid. They won't be fined and will be rewarded for being too good at giving birth. You don't have to worry about whether your children will have food to eat. The imperial court will help you raise them. If your family had twins this year, they would even invite you to make a report. Was there a secret recipe? The village chief of Shelu village is surnamed Xiao. He's 42 years old this year. He took over from his father. His father was the previous village chief. His grandfather was the previous village chief. His great-grandfather, unknown. Xiang as in detail. Xiang as in not Xiang. No education. No education. Just no enrollment record. When they were about to reach Shelu village, Xiao Yuan took out a piece of paper and introduced it. I told you to memorize it. Why don't you read it? Who doesn't know how to read it? Look, I'll read it for you. Why isn't there anything on the paper? Xiao Bei grumbled in dissatisfaction. He snatched the paper and was about to read it, but he was dumbfounded. Paper was paper. It was like a big white book. It was blank and much cleaner than the word field. Xiao Yuan, you're bullying me. Brother, look at Xiao Yuan. He's clearly holding a blank piece of paper and yet he's still pretending. Xiao Bei was unhappy again and complained to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai was silent. No matter how much he protected his sister, he couldn't be shameless, right? No matter how good his logic was, he couldn't find a reason to be biased towards his sister. The others were also silent, making Su Ilong feel that the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ease the tension, Xiao Bei smiled at Xiao Yuan with the paper in his hand and said, Xiao Yuan, I know. You want to give me a surprise, right? Forget it. What surprise? Last night when everyone was eating, you gave me a piece of information and asked me to look at it. I scanned it twice. Then you pulled me to ask how many experimental sites the Sidong temple had here. What did you want me to do? I could only follow the method my brother and sister taught me to memorize the pictures. Now you're asking me about the local situation. If I don't take a blank piece of paper, how can I concentrate on recalling the pictures? The simple and honest Xiao Yuan spoke his mind. Xiao Bei pouted. Xiao Yuan, you won't be able to find a wife in your lifetime. An official who doesn't know how to coax girls isn't a good genius. Humph. A group of people rushed over. They must be from Shelu village. Xiao Yuan, how does the information describe village chief Xiao? It didn't write. 42 years old, Xiao Yuan replied. Looking at his expression, it was clear that he didn't care what Xiao Bei said. Su Ilong, who was at the side, realized that she was once again nervous for nothing. The atmosphere didn't matter to the 9 people. Looking at Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan, she shook her head and felt endless envy in her heart. She didn't believe that Xiao Bei wouldn't marry Xiao Yuan. Habit was a scary thing. What was more scary was Xiao Yuan's personality and talent. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bei, who had forgotten what had just happened, was staring at the crowd. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and shouted happily, "I know. The one surrounded in the middle is the village chief. 42 years old and looks slightly old." Xiao Yuan interrupted without giving face. "That's his father. He's 57 years old this year." "How do you know?" Xiao Bei was unconvinced. "Because there are records of his father. He has less hair on his forehead, 2 sideburns over his shoulders, and 2 moles on his left cheek," Xiao Yuan added. "I really can't afford to be hurt today. Xiao Yuan, next time you insist on saying everything, even if I interrupt you." Xiao Bei saw that the person in the middle was indeed bald. The person supporting him by the side was probably the current village chief. Seeing that the people were getting closer, Xiao Bei first looked at the guard at the side. The guard nodded, meaning that the scout from before had confirmed that there was no danger in the crowd. Xiao Bei immediately took the lead and ran over. His main target was the bald old man. "As for the current village chief, sorry, your father is more important than you. If you dare to be unreasonable, I'll catch you and send you to the mines." "Crime, unfilial. Uncle Zhao, why did you come personally? We should be the ones visiting you. But your body is really good. If it were me, I'd be so tired that I'd be panting from running all the way here from our village." Xiao Bei, who ran up to him, raised his head and greeted him happily. Not to mention Xiao Bei's official position and background, just based on his appearance, expression, and the words he said, he had won the favor of all the villagers. To what extent? If Xiao Bei accidentally broke one of their thermos bottles, not only would they not say that Xiao Bei was in the wrong, they would even say that they wanted to get a new one, but did not have the time to kick it. At the same time, they would kick the other thermos bottle so that Xiao Bei could enjoy listening to the sound. Even if he did something wrong, that cute look made it impossible for people to feel unhappy. They would even worry that Xiao Bei would feel bad. Plus, with the words, "our village," in his speech, he instantly closed the distance between them. The old village chief ran his hands through his hair. He was smiling so widely that his eyes could not be seen. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Our Xiao Bei must be tired. This is my useless son, Zhao Wuneng." I mean. The current village chief, Zhao Wuneng, corrected his father's words. His voice was slightly lower. "You can. What can you do? You made a mistake when you were registered, so you are Wu. You think you have half of our Xiao Bei's ability?" The old village chief did not show any mercy and reprimanded him with a straight face. When he turned around to face Xiao Bei and the other 9 people, he changed his expression and said kindly like a father, "I heard that you are going to Fengzhou. Don't be in a hurry. Go home and stay for 2 days. The village has prepared everything. There is nothing else, but there is a lot of fish. Don't look at the frozen yellow river." Before, the village had a lot of fish online and raised them in warm ponds. Xiao Bei's eyes quickly turned and he nodded. "Eat. Do you have carp? We love to eat carp from the Yellow River the most. It has a hint of earthy taste. When I went to India with my elder brother and sister, I was not used to eating fish from the stream. I can't taste the earthy taste and feel less like home." Xiao Yuan and the others nodded vigorously to show their agreement. In fact, they really did not want to eat it. The fish that people caught before the ice was frozen could be sold at a high price when the weather turned cold. However, they had to eat it. Not only did they have to eat it, but they also had to act like they were in a hurry. Otherwise, they would seem estranged. They could only see what the village needed and make up for it when the time came. Seeing that the little guys agreed so readily, the villagers were happy. They turned around and walked back. Xiao Bei grabbed the old village chief's hand and jumped up and down. As he walked, he said, "Uncle Zhao, are there many people in our village who chisel the ice to catch fish in winter?" "Not many. Chiseling the ice is a laborious job. It is far from the big county town. If they are not fresh, they are not worth much if they are transported there. If they were raised in advance, they would have been transported to the county town long ago. They would rent a few houses in the village to raise them and sell them when the time comes," the old village chief replied naturally. Xiao Bei nodded. "Oh, why don't we use a charcoal brazier to float on the water? We have to go over the mountain. Do you think the brazier will overturn?" "Yes, Uncle Zhao. I suddenly thought of something. Our village has a thermometer, right?" Xiao Bei asked again. "Yes, it is used to hatch chicks and ducklings. It was given to me by your family. When the chicks are not hatched, I will take care of it. When the chicks are hatched, I will take care of it once a day. No one is allowed to say that they have lost it. Everyone in the village knows about it. Although the thermometer is small, it requires a lot of technology. Other countries dream of having it, but they can't make it. I have to protect it. I can't blind Xiaobao and Cuckoo." The old village chief spoke very seriously at this time. It was a kind of guarantee. Xiao Bei smacked his lips. "The cost of that thing is very low. If someone tries to rob it, it will be fine to give it to them to ensure your safety. When you return, report it to the authorities. Since there is a thermometer, I just happened to bring something with me. It is a heater. It is hand-cranked to generate electricity. When it passes through the resistance, it becomes hot. Take out 2 sets to sell fish in winter." As Xiao Bei spoke, he asked someone to deliver 2 sets. They were not small, about the size of a commonly used bench. The old man received one in his hand and looked at it carefully. He said, "The things in the village will be accepted. We still have to protect the thermometer with our lives. If we give it to someone who tries to rob us, it will make the robbers think that we are weak. Next time, there will be people who will rob us. Is a needle small? Whoever tries to rob us will have their hands chopped off. It will make people who want to rob us avoid us as soon as they think of Shilu village. Just like dealing with thieves, if you catch them, beat them to death. Let them know that stealing is wrong. Okay, I support you. Beat them to death. If they die, it will be on me." Xiao Bei saw that the old man was determined, so he would not talk to him about the law. There might be situations where people took advantage of loopholes, but generally speaking, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. The old village chief led Xiao Bei and the others to the village. Most of the team stayed by the river. Otherwise, the village would not be able to arrange everything. There were also a few relatively strong village men protecting the hand-cranked heater. They didn't play any tricks of refusing to accept Xiao Bei's gift and happily accepted it. They knew very well that this thing, which was the size of 2 benches, was an important tool to increase their income in winter. "Uncle Zhao, don't worry when the thing is broken. Send me a telegram. Someone will come up with the fastest way to solve it. In winter, try to catch the big fish and release the small fish. Live by the river and leave something for others and grandchildren. Don't catch all of them." Xiao Bei followed everyone to the village. On the way, he did not forget to tell the old village chief what to do. I understand. Catch the big fish and release the small fish. Catch the male and release the female. These are the rules of hunting and fishing, especially when taking care of children. It's not good to always trouble you if the thing is broken. We will find a few people to send it to the capital for repair." The old village chief glanced at the heater from time to time and said happily. Xiao Bei shook his head. "Don't trouble me. I can't see the telegrams you send. The name is ours. The matters are handled by the people below. The officials will only inform us if they need to clean up. We have a special line every telegraph office, so it's convenient to use it. How many tens of thousands of telegrams do you want us to deal with it?" "Huh? Candies?" Xiao Bei, who was telling the truth, suddenly saw a person in the village carrying a box on his back. The person also held a coal stove in his hand. At first glance, it seemed to be used for heating. Upon closer inspection, he found a few rows of small holes on the wooden box. Xiao Bei thought for a moment and remembered the candies blowing, so he asked tentatively. The old village chief stopped and waved at the person. "Idiot, come here. Xiao Bei and the others want to eat candies." When the person came closer, the old village chief introduced him to Xiao Bei and the others. This is an old skill passed down in the village. In the past, we used to make clay figurines. Later, when the price of wheat stabilized, we started to make dough figurines. In the past 3 years, when the price of sugar stabilized, we started to make candies. Okay. Continue to make clay figurines and dough figurines. It's a skill. Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about toys. There are also shapes in them. Help me make a panda. Xiao Bei made a very difficult request. The panda did not care about its size, but its color. I want a koala. Little Yuan thought of something equally cute. Don't listen to Little Yuan. Only Lu Zhou and Cheng and have koalas. Ordinary people haven't seen them. Xiao Bei was afraid that the other party would be embarrassed, so he helped him out. Little Zhu stood up and opened the drawing folder. She used a pencil to draw 3 pictures on the paper. One was the front, one was the side, and one was the back. Koala. Her craftsmanship shocked the honest fool, and he sincerely commented, "Amazing." Of course it's amazing. You don't have to say it. Hurry up and blow it. The village chief, Zhao Wuneng, finally found a chance to interrupt. The idiot was indeed honest and obedient. He put down the stove and put a tin box on the rack to bake. There was a sugar paste inside. It seemed that it had been cooked before. The idiot picked out a piece of sugar paste and dipped his hand into a chipped bowl beside him. He began to process the sugar paste into a hollow shape like a big water droplet. Xiao Bei frowned slightly. The old village chief hurriedly explained, "It's starch, not talc. It can be eaten. Talc can be eaten too. I'm just thinking about who will blow it later." Xiao Bei did not care about why the other party did not wash his hands before. Whoever buys it has to blow it. He's too young and doesn't know how to use strength. It's difficult for an adult to blow it. The idiot finally spoke. Xiao Bei nodded and admitted that it was difficult for the buyer to blow the sugar figurine. However, it was also an important test of skills. Xiao Bei had seen one in Izhou before and the success rate was very high. She did not know how good the idiot was. While Xiao Bei was thinking, the idiot handed the candy to her and said, "Blow it. You need to use strength, I know. Watch me." Xiao Bei did not need to be told how to use strength. She puffed up her mouth and blew. The idiot began to shape it. When Xiao Bei breathed out, the panda had already taken shape. The idiot was very satisfied and smiled kindly at Xiao Bei. "Xiao Bei, you're amazing." Zhao Wuneng praised again. Xiao Bei was modest. "It's okay. It's important to cooperate. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate." Who said this? Zhao Wuneng had a strong desire to know. "My brother." Xiao Bei answered. "That makes sense." Zhao Wuneng immediately praised. The idiot was brushing the color of the panda. Xiao Bei did not know if he was holding a brush or a small brush. He dipped it in something like black powder and brushed it on the panda. Then, he dipped it in starch to adjust the color. "What's black?" Xiao Bei was a little worried and asked. "Sugar." The old villager gave the answer. This time, Xiao Bei was relieved. She didn't ask why the candy was black, nor did she ask if the black candy was bitter. She knew that as long as the process and the heat were controlled properly, there wouldn't be any problems. Her brother could make the candy into a variety of colors. The easiest way to make black candy was to make black dates, while purple was to make ripe mulberries. Boiling the sugar soup could make the candy from white, yellowish, golden, red, and black. Of course, this required a very deep foundation. It was theoretically possible, but it did not mean that everyone could do it. A panda was finished in the hands of the idiot. The idiot took Xiao Zhu's painting and looked at it carefully. He remade the hollow water droplet. The people around did not show any surprise. Looking at pictures and making things was the most basic professional quality of the Tang Empire's craftsmen. It belonged to the entry level. Some masters even asked their apprentices to do it. Zhao Wuneng looked at Xiao Bei fiddling with the panda. He thought for a while and said, judging from the changes in the craftsmanship of the idiot's family, it can well reflect the economic development. In the transition of clay figurines, dough figurines, and sugar figurines, the imperial court's policy is the first. At the end of economic development, there will be no sugar figurines, because sugar is no longer a necessity for people. You little brat. You don't admit that you are incompetent. The old villager began to lecture his son, a 42-year-old brat. At the end of economic development, people no longer pursue sugar, but the craftsmanship of making sugar figurines. When sugar is worthless, the craftsmanship will be valuable. Xiao Bei, am I right? Uncle Zhao, you are so awesome. My brother and sister said that people will cherish the simplicity in their hearts more when they are flashy. In fact, I wanted to make a few models just now. Put the sugar inside and blow on it to make it shape. But then I thought about it. How can I show the craftsmanship in that way? Things for the masses have low production costs, fast processing speed, and convenient use, but they are not worth much. Xiao Bei freed up a hand and gave a thumbs up. The old villager coughed and glanced at his son. Didn't they say that the more beautiful something is, the better? Zhao Wuneng was not convinced. Xiao Bei patted his clothes and said, who can make a positioning for beauty? Look at my clothes. The shirt and outside are pure cotton, and the inside is filled with duck down. It is clean, simple, generous, and comfortable. Isn't this another form of beauty? Do you think that my family can't make all kinds of flowers on my clothes? Look at my head. 2 horns are twisted, and the rest of my hair is draped over my shoulders. Don't I look good with a light yellow headband? Isn't it more pleasing to the eye than wearing all kinds of gold and shining stones? Don't tell me that my family doesn't have fist-sized pearls. Green mountains, clear water, and blue sky. Isn't purity also beautiful? Zhao Wuneng carefully looked at Xiao Bei and had to nod. He admitted, it is clearly a very simple outfit, but why does it give people a feeling of luxury? Because it is pure enough. Monotonous doesn't mean boring. A bowl of white rice with a rich rice aroma is more delicious than egg-fried rice. A small round cake made with dried flour is more like a snack than a cake. I have always felt that wild vegetable soup is better than vegetable soup. That faint earthy smell has a different kind of fragrance. Cherish it. The Yellow River has a lot of sand, but it doesn't mean that it is not clean because it is filtered by the sand. If I give you distilled water every day, can you stand it? These words were said by Xiao Yuan. It sounded very reasonable and made people feel comfortable in their hearts. When it was his turn to brag, he made a koala. Then it was the other children's turn, including Suilong. A servant girl also asked for a little pig. She said that her zodiac was pig. Tomorrow was her birthday, so she wanted to put the sugar figurine on the cake. He did not dare to look down on the servant girls. It depended on whose family they were from. The servant girls of the Sanshui, Zhang Wang, and Sanshui were proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. They could be in the hall, in the kitchen, and in the battlefield. Ordinary families could not hope to marry such a daughter-in-law. They had hundreds of thousands of strings of coins at home. Sorry, don't talk about money. The servant girl's monthly salary was not included. Just the seasonal clothes and face powder cost more than 200 strings of coins a month. That was the purchase price. The production cost of his family was not that high. The most important thing was knowledge. If you took a water-type jade cup or a jade cup to drink at home, you had to consider what the person usually served. Glass type or dragon type. If she accidentally fell to the ground, she would clean up and change to another set. No one would scold her. If someone had to say that someone was meddlesome, it would definitely be the housekeeper. They would ask her why she was careless. What if she cut herself? Would your family dare to say that they would not scold her after she fell to the ground? Just like Xiao Bei's mother, Jiang Wang Clan, and Wang Qiaoer. What did she care about? She and her husband lived in Zhuangzi. Did you think that she would be envious of you if you took out something valuable? What she cared about was very simple. It was her family. Her husband was diligent in his studies, her parents-in-law were harmonious, and her children were sensible and promising. If you wanted to make her lose her composure with a piece of Hangzhou, Suzhou, or Sichuan brocade, it was purely a dream. The servant girls and servants of Zhang Wang's family were the same. They could only find partners internally. They could not go out at all because they could not find a suitable partner. Their status was only low when they served the master at home. When they went out alone, their status was not low at all. When they encountered a quarrel, they had to listen to a word of advice. Not only did they know who their master was, but they also understood their abilities. Their words were even more convincing than the judgment of the Yamen officials. They were selfless and fair. Therefore, no commoner really treated them as servants. For example, the servant girl now wanted a piglet. Was it overboard? As long as it was not overboard, Xiao Bei and the rest did not say anything. Respect and love were in their hearts, not on the surface. At the crucial moment, the servant girl could stand up and block a knife for Xiao Bei and the rest. As long as she did not fall, Xiao Bei and the rest would be fine. It was better than watching the rules and running away when there was danger. Ah, I almost forgot. Sister Xiao Ling's birthday is tomorrow. She will be born on the 20th of October. It's midnight. Xiao Bei guessed. What midnight? It's 2:45 in the morning. The 5 elements lack wood. After tonight, let's find a place with a lot of woods to celebrate Sister Xiao Ling's birthday. But we can't choose a place with the back of the mountain. It's too dark, and we can't choose a place that welcomes the sun. We have to choose a good place for the sun. Xiao Yuan immediately corrected him. This was the advantage of having a good memory. It made people feel comfortable. Thank you, Miss Bei and the young masters, for remembering me. The servant girl Xiao Ling was really touched. Did the master remember the servant's birthday? Yes. But only 1 or 2, and they were the kind that were very important. For example, Li Longji knew Gao Lisher's birthday, and he remembered it very well. The princes and princesses also remembered it. But in the past, Li Longji would not help to celebrate. He would only find a reason to take a day off. Gao Lisher was already very happy. Otherwise, he would not be so loyal. Moreover, because of his loyalty, he had gained the favor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He even let Zhang Xiaobao recognize him as his adoptive father. When a person was loyal to such a degree, no one would have the nerve to find fault with him, even if he was a eunuch. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had both been betrayed before. Otherwise, the two people's information would not have been leaked. That kind of pain was truly unforgettable. And Wang Wan also did not have the information that Zhang Xiaobao had been to prison to learn his skills and change his identity time and time again. Zhang Xiaobao also did not have the ability to escape from Wang Wan's control at the last moment. It was called the seamless way. A skilled butcher dissects an ox, but the person is not an ox. Betrayal and loyalty were really a cycle, pervasive. Who was in heaven? Who was in hell? Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan liked Gao Lisher because he did not betray. But they always felt that Li Longji had given Gao Lisher too little. You don't even show up for someone's birthday? Well, if you don't show up, we will. Therefore, Li Longji had to show up and follow. In recent years, Gao Lisher's birthday had always been celebrated by 4 people. He, Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao would make a very small cake, followed by more than 20 dishes. After the dishes were prepared, the 4 stoves would cook at the same time. In a very short time, the table was filled with dishes. Gao Lisher was an exception. Even the crown prince had to call him Master Gao. There were many servants in the Zhang family and Wang family. Unexpectedly, everyone who followed the team was remembered. Xiao Ling knew these things. What moved her was not Xiao Yuan's memory, but Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's willingness to remember. She believed that in the team of more than 20,000 people, the young master and the young ladies could remember everyone's birthday. Because there were only 350 days in a year, it was enough to remember the number of days. Xiao Ling knew the young master's ability, but the people of Shilu village did not. When they heard Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan directly mention a servant's birthday, they were shocked beyond words. Xiao Ling, who had received a birthday gift, ran away happily. Xiao Bei began to carefully ask the old village chief about the situation in the village. The old village chief answered, and the village chief's son helped to fill in the gaps. There were also villagers who interjected from time to time. Everyone lied and cheated. They even revealed that the village had deliberately underreported the rent by 77 do this year. We were too selfish. The harvest was obviously good, but we underreported it just to leave more money for the village's public use. The old village chief spoke. When he faced Xiao Bei, he actually blushed. He really could not lie in front of Xiao Bei's big, watery, and innocent eyes. The people in the village were very nervous. Underreporting? With the benefits of the imperial court, they did not need to spend money on medical treatment, raising children, providing for old age, education, and so on. In the end, they played tricks on the rent money. It was unreasonable. Xiao Bei nodded naturally and said, "It's fine if it's underreported. Actually, our Tang Empire really does not care if you underreported the amount of grain. My brother and sister cherish the grain, and we also do not waste it. It is not that the Tang Empire lacks grain now, but it is not easy to control. We need to find a balance. Of course, more importantly, our family does not have the habit of throwing away large amounts of staple food. Not lacking? No one is starving?" The old village chief did not believe it. Xiao Bei was even more unconvinced. He said, "Some people do not have enough to eat, but it is not a problem of grain. It is that they live in a remote area. The normal official road does not pass through. They do not pay rent, not to mention silk and taxes. They open up the mountain to plant some grain. If the year is not good, a flood or a drought will finish them. Usually, they have to wear clothes, eat salt, buy vegetable oil, and plant a few mu of grain. It is not enough for their daily needs. It is even more difficult for children to go to school. They can only see them once a month because they live in school. If not, they will walk for 2 days and come back after 2 days." The villagers deeply agreed. It was indeed as Xiao Bei said. Remote areas, especially the mountains, were really poor. They were so poor that people could not bear to look at them. "Xiao Bei, can't we just build the official road there?" a villager suggested. "No, definitely not. It is not worth it. There are more than 30 miles of mountain road, and there are a total of 6 families. How can I build the road there? If the money used to build the road was stored in the bank, just a year's interest would be enough for them to live for the rest of their lives. How stupid would the imperial court be to let them build the road?" When Xiao Bei thought of the 30 miles of mountain road that would be wasted money, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. When the villagers heard this, they all felt that it was really impossible to build the road. It was meaningless. It was better to let the people in the mountains move down. In the past, there were various reasons to avoid the world. War was chaotic, taxes were high, and so on. Now, if they still used this as a reason, it would not be a reason. Because the imperial court would not watch you starve to death after you moved down. For the time being, they would provide you with some money and a place to live. They would help you find work. If you did not know anything, they could even teach you for a few months. If you could still starve to death like this, how lazy would you be? You would even find it tiring to go to the yamen to receive the people. As long as you went, there would be no problem. If you were old and could not work, there would be the pension department to take care of you. If you were disabled, there would be the disability department to take care of you. If you were young, you would quickly go to school. There would be no need to worry about food or clothes. Under such conditions, you deserved to starve to death. It was not that they did not sympathize with you, but they really could not find a reason to sympathize with you. Xiaobei, tell me, how much food does our Tang Empire have in reserve? The old villager was concerned about national affairs. Xiaobei shook his head. I really don't know. They never gave us this number. You don't want me to send a telegram to ask my brother and sister, do you? No, the old villager quickly said. Xiaobei thought for a while and added, anyway, our Tang Empire has a lot of food. In the past, the place in the north, my brother and sister called it the former Turkic Jew, the latter Turkic Jew, etc. Now it belongs to the Tang Empire. There are many cattle, sheep, and horses on the grassland. We can also grow corn and potatoes. In the past, the northern part of Hebei province was directly under the jurisdiction of the Tang Empire. It was not like the first few years. Nominally, it belonged to the Tang Empire, but it never paid rent. Now, my brother and sister are in charge of it. There are many advanced farming equipment in use. For fear of affecting the grain market in other places, they do not dare to sell it. As long as the logistics are normal, no one will starve to death. Even if you don't starve to death, don't waste food. Everyone can save the food and let the merchants bring it overseas to exchange for things. We can't always use force to rob, right? What did they exchange for? Zhao Wuning asked Xiaobei, who was more than 2 rounds younger than him, with a modest and studious look. Looking at Xiaobei, he was actually very conflicted. She was obviously a child, but he had to show respect. She was obviously a child, but she knew more things than he did. He had been fighting in his heart. The contempt for Xiaobei's age and the importance of her position were really torturous. Xiaobei could feel that many people looked down on her age, but she didn't care. It was just like others saying that she relied on the power of her family. She admitted that she did rely on the power of her family. Otherwise, who would care about her? Admitting it was one thing, but she would not give up using the power of her family. According to her thoughts, if she used it, then so be it. She did not rely on the power of her family to rob other children of their candies, nor did she force them to buy or sell. Instead, she helped many people. Therefore, Xiaobei could understand Zhao Wuning's thoughts and answered, if it were different kinds of wars, my brother and sister would generally draw the approximate range. Especially my brother, he seems to know the distribution of all kinds of resources overseas. Sister once said that the reason why my brother remembered a lot of resources was because his original purpose was not pure. He could use the excuse of the second or third development of resources to deceive people. But I don't think there's anything wrong with deceiving people overseas, right? Zhao Wuning deeply agreed with Xiaobei's words. At this time, he no longer looked down on people younger than him, even if he clearly knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were younger than him by more than 20 years. It's good to deceive people, and we should deceive them. It's better than directly attacking them. The people who were deceived should thank our family Xiao Bao, and we should thank Xiao Bao even more. Xiao Bao didn't use his tricks on us. The price of salt and vegetable oil has always been low. It's all thanks to Xiao Bao. The old village held a supportive attitude, and the people in the surrounding villages showed sympathetic expressions. They knew how black-hearted and daring merchants could be, but no matter what the merchants thought, the prices of salt, vegetable oil, rice, wheat, and millet had always been maintained at a very stable level. There was also coarse hemp and fine hemp. Other than salt, the price of other things always increased at twice the rate of income. As for salt, the price of salt had been fixed for 3 years. It didn't decrease or increase. It was 3 copper coins for 2 caddies. It was much cheaper than the salt bought over 10 years ago. No merchant dared to touch the price. Whoever touched it would die, beyond redemption. This was definitely thanks to Xiao Bao. When the caravans came over, they said that they weren't afraid of the imperial court's policies. If there were policies, there would be loopholes. They were afraid of touching Xiao Bao's bottom line because Xiao Bao and they followed the same rules of the game. Jianghu matters were settled in Jianghu. Once Jianghu means were involved, it was bound to be bloody. The merchants didn't dare to fight Xiao Bao like this. Therefore, the price of salt had never changed despite the imperial court's decree. This was because Xiao Bao had said that the necessities of survival were not allowed to fluctuate. As a result, the price of these things was very stable. The merchants would still ship them over to sell and still make a profit. It could be seen how bad the merchants were in the past. They clearly had profits, but they still wanted to raise the price. Thinking about Xiao Bao's matter, a villager asked, "Xiao Bei, does Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's child have a name?" "He has a nickname, Ming Ming. He hasn't had a real name yet. It will be a cruel battle." When we came out, Ming Ming was a little bigger. He was chubby and fun to play with. "Oh, I remember something. When you secretly dig for coal, you have to be careful. Also, you can use it for yourself, but you can't sell it." When Xiao Bei talked about his nephew, his face was full of happiness. Then he changed the topic and talked about stealing coal. The villagers were shocked. Zhao Wuning stuttered and asked, You know? "We know." Brother and sister said that no matter how much coal is shipped back from the outside, where there is coal in the Tang Empire, people will still dig for it themselves. This is because the labor cost of digging a basket of coal is very low, and coal is 0 cost. How can they not dig it out and use it for themselves? Brother and sister also said that places with coal in the open are like their own children. When they are hungry, they can go to the kitchen and secretly get a steamed bun to eat. Don't tell me the adults won't let them. As long as the children don't throw the steamed bun away or sell it, it's fine. If they secretly dig for coal for themselves, they won't be able to finish it even after 1,000 years. Let me tell you, if you have coal in the local area, you can use it for yourself. You are not allowed to open a factory to use it, and you can't sell it for money. Once you do that, your main income will be mining coal. If all the coal in front of your house is dug out, what will your children and grandchildren do? When he said this, Xiao Bei's expression became serious. Obviously, he wasn't representing himself. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are so benevolent. The old villager was touched. He swore to the heavens that he would only dig for his own use. He wouldn't give it away or sell it. Xiao Bei waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this vexing matter. We brought gifts for you when we came to the village to eat fish. They are books. Books on fish farming in net cages. No matter how many fish there are in the Yellow River, it can't compare to the harvest when you raise them yourself. Before we came, we checked the information. You have a lot of big puddles here. The sewage is discharged into the puddles, and the water content is high. It's just right for fish farming. Dig them out every year and dig out the silt below to use in the fields. And that." Xiao Yuan opened his mouth to say something. "Yes, and the whale meat from the sea. It's marinated, and each family gets 20 caddies. Then, you guys load the coal for us. We want the good kind of coal. If you don't want coal, we can't make coal blocks. There's not enough time." Xiao Bei continued. Yes, Xiao Bei, can you let me say it once?" Xiao Yuan was very dissatisfied. "You say it. I allow you to say it. Say it." Xiao Bei agreed. Xiao Yuan's good mood immediately disappeared. It feels like you're giving it to me out of charity. You mean you don't intend to say it? You don't want charity? Then I'll say it. Yes, and there's also dried vegetables. Each family gets 30 caddies. We don't produce that kind of vegetable here. I'll tell you how to make it. You can also figure out how to cook it yourself. Xiao Yuan finally got rid of his addiction of giving things. The villagers were even happier. They knew that the children would prepare things to be given along the way. Otherwise, if they ate along the way, it would really be a waste of money. When Zhao Wuning heard that so many things were given, he was very embarrassed. I've made you guys spend money again. No, it's just the cost of transportation. We didn't spend any money on the things. The merchants who sell the dried vegetables came to us and asked us to help them promote it. Now that you guys have eaten well, in about 10 days, the county town will probably sell it. Xiao Bei smiled and explained. It was indeed as she said. When they heard that she was going out, merchants immediately came to give her things and asked her to help promote it to others. Especially the merchants in the south. The food in the north and south was different. Without someone to help promote it, it was impossible for both sides to like each other's food. Normally, if Xiao Bei and the rest were to help promote it, they would have to be paid. If someone else did it, the effect would definitely not be as good as theirs. However, Xiao Bei and the rest didn't earn this money. They treated it as a friendly help. The villagers were very happy. Not only did they see Xiao Bei and the rest, but they also received technology and things. Everyone ate fish together. Of course, the large group didn't get a share. There wasn't enough fish in the village. Only a small group of people ate it. The next day, at dawn, the group bade farewell to Xiaolu village and continued forward. After walking for a few more days, when they were about to reach Yin province, it started to snow. For the time being, there was no wind whistling, nor was there any winter thunder. Snow. It was pure snow. The sky was dark. Even though it was noon, large amounts of snow fell like cotton. The children raised their heads to look. One by one, the black dots gradually became bigger. When they reached out to catch it, they saw that the snow was white. The snow was made up of small snowflakes. If they looked carefully, they could see that most of the small snowflakes had 6 petals. As for those that weren't, it was because they had been damaged when they stuck together. When the snow in her hand melted into water, Xiao Bei blinked and said, "It's snowing so heavily. It's going to be troublesome." Chapter 4. It was not that the little fellows had never seen snow before. The snow they encountered in Jili province was not small. But compared to the snow they saw now, the snow at that time was really nothing. What white snowflakes were floating, what 6-petal flowers were dancing in the air. Nonsense, it was all nonsense. The current temperature was the warmest in the past half a month. It gave people a very comfortable feeling, the kind that made them want to sleep. The sky was dark, but it was different from the darkness when there was heavy rain. The darkness during heavy rain was darkness, just like the dark sky. But now it was not. They could still feel some gray, and the blacker color was the snow. It was like a piece of white paper. First, a layer of ink was brushed, then a brush was dipped in water and lightly painted again. The snow that had formed into a ball was dipped in thick ink again and dotted on the paper. Affected by the air pressure and vision, the little fellows panted a few times and looked at each other. They all knew that there was going to be trouble. Everyone can make a snowman. Look, it's so sticky. If you have a snowball fight, you don't need to hold it hard. Just gently gather the snow and it will become a snowball. This is a day full of joy and liveliness, Xiao Bei said to the other 8 partners. Little Yuan hurriedly chimed in. Yes, yes. That's great. When the temperature drops a little and it really starts to get cold, the snow will stick to the vertical wall. Then, with a little wind, the legendary snow wall will appear. What's missing? Missing a slope, it will become a snow slide, Xiao Nan added. It will also stick to the roof. When the four sides of the house are piled up, we can place slide after slide. It's best if it's at a 45-degree angle. Yes, 45 degrees. If the angle is too big, it will scare people. Xiao Hai did not fall behind. I say. Suilong was frightened by the snow in front of her. When she heard Xiao Bei and the others' words, she frowned and asked, "Don't you know what will happen if it snows for 4 hours?" "Only you know." The 9 little fellows asked in unison. Suilong choked. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes at Suilong and said, "Just now, we were talking about a possible problem. The viscosity of snow is high. In the early stage, the ground temperature is high and the degree of crystallization of snow is low. In the middle stage, the falling snowflakes and the snowflakes in the air will continue to absorb heat. If this continues, it will get colder and colder, and the wind will blow. Then, the snow on the roof became harder to slide down. When the snow and other places piled up, the force of the wind and the weight of the snow piled up increased. Once the angle between the snow and the ground reached 45 degrees, the snow on the roof would gradually increase in thickness. Therefore, there are 2 outcomes. One is that the house collapses, and the other is that the people are stuck in the house and can't get out. The latter is suffocated to death, and the former is to see if they can be crushed to death, and then hope that they won't suffocate to death. Then, what's that? Temporary tent. Xiao Bei didn't continue talking to Suilong, but turned to instruct the people around him. 2 minutes later, a simple tent was set up. There were people supporting it and no ropes were used to secure it. They were going to leave soon, so it was not worth it to secure it. When the little fellows entered, someone had already prepared a map, so there was no need for instructions. The map was a military map, and the markings were very clear. "Where are we?" Xiao Bei asked. Xiao Zhu looked around and used a pencil to point to a place. "Here. The place closest to us and most likely to be dangerous is here, Kaiguang County, Xiao Yuan." Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes and said as if he was recalling, "Last year, Kaiguang County sent a statistical report. There were 206 households, 1492 households, and 65,500 arable land. We don't need to know the arable land and the output. That means that there are 1,500 people in the same situation as us, or the environment is worse than ours. Fortunately, we are next to the river, and the paddy fields around us have already been harvested. There is a lot of yellow mud, so the output is probably not high. At most, we can have 1/3 of the harvest of the paddy fields in Sanshui County, right?" Xiao Bei's small hands drew on the map. Xiao Yuan and the others nodded. Xiao Yuan originally wanted to argue and say, "Why don't you let me say the output? Then, you can judge for yourself." But considering that business was more important, there was no time to argue, so he held back. "What do we do?" Danan and Xiao Bei asked at the same time. Xiao Fang held her chin with both hands and stared at the contour lines on the map. Then she said, "Let them come out. We will force our way forward to the yellow river bank. Look, it is also marked as farmland, and it is a large piece of land. The difference in height is only 6 meters, and the average height is 0.45 meters. It is considered flat land. Okay, we will force our way forward, 20 li. At the same time, send people to Kaiguang County at the fastest speed and let them go. It is also 20 li. If we rush with all our might and take a long detour, half a day should be enough, right? We will first set up the tents and wait for them to come." Xiao Bei made his decision and looked at the others. The 8 little fellows nodded in agreement. "Pass down the order. Prepare in 3 minutes. Assault unit and formation breaker, move out. Light equipment, diagonally to Kaiguang County. Gather the others to the rendezvous point. Over." Xiao Hai gave the final order. Outside, they began to move. The two most mobile units began to prepare. They had 3 minutes to pack their bags and tie up their legs. 2 minutes and 47 seconds later, the troops set off. They ran forward. Everyone had a machete. Behind them were simple medicines, axes, ropes, and chisels. They had to walk in a nearly straight line through the rivers, hills, valleys, short withered grass, and thorny bushes that might appear in front of them. According to Xiao Bei's plan, from here to the front was 20 li. From Kaiguang County to the front was also 20 li. The location of Kaiguang County was almost parallel to the rendezvous point, so the difference wasn't too big. The rescue team walked in a roughly diagonal line. From here to Kaiguang County, it was about 30 li. The weight of the two units was less than 10 kilograms. Based on the usual 40 kilometers march of the protection team with 25 kilograms of weight, 1 kilometer was 2 li. On average, they used 4 minutes and 15 seconds to calculate. Including the influence of the terrain, there was no problem for them to advance 1 kilometer in 6 minutes. 1.5 hours to reach the rendezvous point was also under the condition of conserving a certain amount of energy. This speed would make the Tang Empire's other local armies dumbfounded. However, in the eyes of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it was just a pass. It was impossible to get a better result. The main reason was that there was no satellite navigation. At the same time, it was impossible for there to be so many powerful teams. The entire protection team only had about 600 people. When it was snowing, they would break through 30 li of complicated terrain in an hour. They would also complete the initial tactical deployment and set up a simple position for the follow-up troops. This kind of person had little to do with training. It was talent. The real special forces, such as the Beret Hat, Triangle Prefecture, Alpha, China's Divine Sword, Manchurian Tiger, and a few other elite soldiers in the military region. As for the Snow Leopard, it was just for fun. Compared with the non-elite girls in the women's special forces, it might be equal. However, when it met a female special forces member like Wang Wan, the Snow Leopard was not enough. Xiao Bei and the others naturally knew what kind of team they were leading. There were only about 100 of them who could meet the requirements of his brother and sister. However, they were not sent out. It was meaningless. It was not like they were fighting a war to seize an advantageous terrain. Su Ilong was envious. Her family also had their own guards. Not to mention the small number, the individual quality of the guards was not good. Compared with the two camps, the difference was like heaven and earth. Moreover, it was in the basement. Looking at the watch, he smacked his lips and said, "From the preparation to leaving the camp, it took more than 2 minutes and 40 seconds? Yes. It can't be helped. Who would have thought that there would be a special situation? It's a little slow. After all, it's not the most powerful hundreds of people in the family. They worked very hard. No one is perfect, right?" Xiao Bei defended the team he sent out in front of Su Ilong. Su Ilong bit her lips and lowered her head. She had nothing to say. It was too shocking. She already knew that the protection team was strong and had followed them for a period of time. However, she had never encountered such an emergency situation. Looking at Xiaobei's embarrassed look, it seemed that the team's reaction was really slow. It was not like this. Xiaobei took out the leggings and went outside the tent. He handed one to Su Ilong and said, "Come, let's tie the leggings too. I don't need to teach you anymore, right?" No, I know what to do." Su Ilong naturally understood. She tied her leggings very seriously, took 2 deep breaths, and prepared to move forward with the team. It took an hour and a half for the team to advance to the gathering point. The main reason was that there were supplies, and there was even a part of the supplies that were slowly catching up behind. Su Ilong, who was panting, felt very fortunate. She walked along the river. Although the road was not very good, it was much better than when she followed them to India. She actually persevered. It was just that her throat was a little itchy, and her face was numb. Looking at Xiaobei and the others, their faces were not good. A 90-minute march of 20 miles was still a lot of pressure for them. It was a kilometer in 9 minutes. It was not running on the asphalt road or the rubber field. It was running with 1 foot, and it was very physically exhausting. If it were the officials in the capital palace, running the same distance in the same time would make them vomit blood. Xiaobei waved to the person who was taking care of her, and the person immediately replied, "Understood, let's set up camp." The group of people began to get busy slowly, and they could be considered to have eased their bodies. The little ones also controlled their breathing and walked around, adjusting their body's circulatory system. No one spoke. After 5 minutes, Xiaobei rubbed her face and said, "I feel like I'm going to explode from panting just now. It's so uncomfortable. My throat is about to lose feeling. It's still numb and cold. Let's use steam to smoke it later." "Me too. I almost couldn't help but breathe in oxygen earlier, but I managed to pull through. If I can avoid breathing in oxygen, I won't. Otherwise, my body will become dependent on it," Xiao Yuan said as she gently rubbed her throat. The other 7 little ones were also uncomfortable, especially the feeling of the snow melting on their faces. It was really unforgettable. However, they did not complain, nor did they cry and shout that they did not want to leave. After all, they were the ones who gave the order. Moreover, they had many experiences of hypoxic exercise in the past. Although it was uncomfortable, it would be fine after a while. The first tent was set up, and someone inside boiled water. Xiaobei and the others went in, rubbed their ears and faces, and waited for the water to boil to moisten their throats. The tents were the same. They were round and had a pointed top, similar to the Turkic tents. The difference was the material. The Turkic tents were made of leather, and then felt. Part of Xiaobei's tent was made of chemical materials, part of it was canvas, and part of it was thin and soft leather. Such a combination was light, good quality, and had a strong heat retention. It was also easy to assemble and disassemble. As for why it was not a rectangular tent with a triangular top or a flat top like the military tents from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era, it was because they had already considered that the northwest wind was very strong. At the same time, they might encounter snowy weather. Therefore, they used round tents, which had strong wind resistance. Otherwise, if they encountered strong winds, the rectangular tents would either be blown away or crushed. It was not easy to dissipate the force of a large water caltrip building. Many buildings in areas with strong wind and sand were built with large curved tops. It was impossible for people who could build domed buildings not to be able to build buildings of other shapes. It was all experience. Otherwise, unless you lived in a pyramid, such as in Egypt. The reason was because the wind was strong and there was a lot of sand. It was like wrapping one's entire body when wearing clothes. In order to live better, just like how Northerners knew how to make Kong beds, Southerners knew how to use hammocks. Before Xiaobei and the others set out, they had already considered everything. The economic development of the various places along the way, what to plant and breed in the latitude, how to deal with unexpected situations, what to exchange for the things they ate from other people's villages. They had considered all the details, including things that were not planned. For example, Xiaobei had given them 2 sets of hand-cranked heaters to generate electricity. While the little guy was doing the construction work, the assault battalion and the formation breaker had also arrived at Kagwan County. Kagwan County did not have tall city walls. There was only a circle of outer city walls, made of yellow mud. It was probably built before and had not been maintained. The snow had not been falling for long. The short city walls were not completely covered. Withered yellow weeds could be seen on the walls, bent to the side by the wind. Most of the buildings in the county were made of the same materials as the city walls. Yellow mud mixed with hemp and grass piled up. When it reached the roof, it would become beams. There were not many buildings with tiles. Most of the buildings were made of yellow mud mixed with weeds. There were also some people who were lazy. They directly dug out a hole under a small mound. Inside, they built into a cave-like house. Outside, they used a fence to enclose an area, which was considered a courtyard. Every house and every household was separated by a certain distance. There was a path between the courtyards. Those who raised pigs and sheep had pens, those who raised chickens had cages, those who raised cows had cages, those who raised horses had stables, those who raised horses had stables, those who raised horses had stables, and those who raised donkeys randomly found a barn. Accompanied by the sound of dogs barking one after another, the people in the county immediately understood that outsiders had come. If it was the people of the county, the dogs would not bark in groups during the day. The county magistrate of Kagwang County was a local. Normally, the court did not allow local people to govern the county. However, Kagwang County was an exception. The population was really too small. If it was in the past, it was still okay. There were about 1,500 people, which was not much less than other counties. However, there were not so many people in Kagwang County 10 years ago. It was not easy to wait for the children to grow up and give birth to more children. When the population was about the same, there were more people in other places. Thus, Kagwang County was still a county below. The county magistrate was naturally a secondary 8 rank. His rank was not even as high as Lu Fei Fei of Old Willow Village in Hongnong County. The roads were not easy to travel. The people were relatively poor. Other than coal, there were no other special products that could make a name for themselves. When doing things locally, the people's feelings were more than the law. Things like theft and robbery did not exist. Who would be willing to be an official in such a county? Everyone was afraid that they would not be able to avoid it. 20 years ago, Sun Mao, who was in his 30s, went to the state's examination. He easily became a jurin. He remembered that he only answered one question and did not know whether it was right or wrong. On the day that he became a jurin, he became the county magistrate of Kagwang County. The Ministry of Personnel evaluated him every year and gave him good results. However, they did not allow him to change his position. He had been the county magistrate for 20 years. His subordinates were the children of a few families. They were considered as bailiffs. He did not have the position of a registrar. Sun Mao gradually understood the intentions of the imperial court. They did not send people over. The locals would govern the locals. It was fine as long as they did not cause trouble for the imperial court. After the evaluation every year, there would be merchants passing by who would bring gifts from the imperial court. More than 10 years ago, Sun Mao would occasionally go to the state capital to ask for gifts. He also wanted to develop the county and let the villagers live a good life. However, the officials of the state capital wrangled with each other. They would praise him and give him a few strings of money. Every official of the state capital was very warm to him. They had many words of encouragement. They meant that they believed that he could be a good county magistrate and lead the people of the county to a happy future. He could overcome all difficulties and make Kagwang County prosperous. 6 years ago, life in the Tang Dynasty was gradually getting better. Sun Mao was completely enlightened. He no longer asked for charity. He planned to be a good county magistrate and find a way out. He could not continue to be poor. He had so much authority in the county and had to show his worth. Hence, he ran to the state capital telegraph office and sent a telegram to the capital. He hoped that there would be someone powerful who could come up with an idea for him. In the telegram, he emphasized his authority in the county. He meant that no matter what the person who came up with the idea said, the county would definitely carry it out. While he was at it, he also asked for 10 strings of money from the state capital, as well as a lot of low quality for treasures of the study. When he returned to the county, he had someone build a room for him to teach the children in Chi County, even though he himself did not know much. He planned to train a few educated children to go out and make a living. When they had the ability, they would come back to help the county. He wanted to let the officials who knew that he sent a telegram to the capital to ask for help know that the people of Kagwang County did not lack integrity. However, just as he planned to train a few children, in the spring of the second year, a 2-story restaurant opened in the county. It was called Between the Clouds and the Water. When the restaurant opened, 6 waiters and 2 chefs lined up neatly in front of the restaurant. At that moment, Sun Mao and the people of the county felt that the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed. Since the day the restaurant opened, it hadn't sold a single dish or a single bowl of wine. The waiters took turns to teach the children in the county. The chefs ran around the county, bringing in seeds from the outside. They bought lambs, piglets, chickens, ducks and geese seedlings, and cattle. They began to teach the locals how to raise livestock and how to increase the yield of the land. Kugwang County still gave the outsiders the impression that it was poor. It was still an inferior county. Only the people of the county knew that when spring came next year, the county would start to send large amounts of meat to the outside world. The 50-year-old Sun Mao felt like he was 30 years old. His whole body was full of energy. Once he sold the livestock and poultry that he had raised for 5 years, the county would have money. Then he would help Between the Clouds and the Water create an ethereal design for the people outside to spend money in the county. The idea was good, but when it started to snow today, Sun Mao looked at the sky and was dumbfounded. He thought back to a snowstorm in his childhood. At that time, it was similar to the one in front of him. It snowed for a day and a night. The houses collapsed, and there were endless cries. All the animals that he raised froze to death. His grandfather and uncle had died in that snowstorm. The survivors dug up corpses and things in the snow, starving and freezing for an entire winter. Mao, hurry up and think of a solution. These old bastards have finally realized that this snow won't stop for at least 2 or 3 days. A few of the county's elders came over and said to Sun Mao, who was standing in the snow in a daze. Sun Mao's face was blank. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. His withered hands were covered in blue veins and trembling. The wind was blowing. His ears were filled with the howling of the wind, and the laughter of children who didn't know what disaster was. After half a minute, Sun Mao shouted hoarsely, "God, you can't bear to see us do well. We just had a little bit of hope, and now you're pushing us to our deaths. Who will help us? Who will help us? Mao, don't panic. Let's talk to the people between the clouds and the water. God won't be happy if we talk to them. Don't be afraid, we're not afraid. Let's talk to the people between the clouds and the water. Find Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." The old man's voice trembled as he tried to persuade Sun Mao. His eyes were filled with sadness and a glimmer of hope. The other old men nodded in agreement. Faced with such a natural disaster, they really couldn't think of any other solution. They could only pin their last hope on the 8 people between the clouds and the water, as well as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were far away in the capital. When Sun Mao and the old men found the workers and cooks, the 8 people were organizing the people in the county to gather supplies and livestock. They planned to gather them together so that they could be easily used when the snow was over. No one cared about the noisy children for the time being. They had to first decide whose houses were sturdy enough to stay in while the less sturdy ones would be torn down as soon as possible so that they could take out anything that could be used to keep them warm. When a worker saw Sun Mao, he immediately approached him and said anxiously, "County Magistrate Sun, the snow is very heavy. You have to lead everyone through it. I believe that the capital will soon know of the situation here and send out a disaster relief team." How soon? When Sun Mao lacked confidence, he had no choice but to place his hopes on disaster relief. The Great Tang had always been the fastest in terms of disaster relief, but there was always a time limit. If they could rush over in 3 to 5 days, it would be considered a miracle, unless the worker also understood. Around 10 days? Half a month? Unless the Fengzhou eagle flock moves out, but we don't know where Shuiyun is. There are only 8 of us, and we're not emergency personnel, so we can't bring radios. The worker was also very helpless. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a situation? Moreover, they couldn't go out. If they wanted to survive the disaster with the locals, it would be best if they didn't get buried in the snow. Houses were usually built at the mouth of a valley or at the foot of a flat mountain. Because of the water source, there were many mosquitoes and wild beasts on the mountain. If the snow didn't stop, the lower the terrain, the thicker the snow would be. Can we run out? Sun Mao asked without even thinking. After saying this, he sighed and said, "No, where can we run to? We don't even have a place to stay. Look at the sky and listen to the wind. Who can turn the tide? Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, where are you? I can't accept this, I can't accept this." Sun Mao shouted at the top of his lungs. The surroundings instantly quieted down. The children also realized that something was wrong. None of them dared to move, and the adults were silent. The worker pursed his lips and 2 streams of hot tears flowed down. 5 years of hard work and hope were about to be destroyed in a day. What followed was the struggle for life before rescue arrived. Boom 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 boom, boom 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 boom. While the people in the county were quiet, a low sound like a drum suppressed the whistling of the wind and snow. It came from the southeast of the county, and the ground seemed to be trembling. What's that sound? A child asked in fear. The people in the county looked over, confused and worried. The worker was stunned. He blinked and shouted, "Footsteps, it's footsteps." The sound of an army running forward. "Quick, go and take a look. Where did the army come from?" After saying this, he took the lead and ran outside. A group of people followed behind him noisily. When they stood at the entrance of the outermost house, they saw a huge army appear from the southeast of the city. The army rose and fell with the changes in the terrain, but the sound of their footsteps was not chaotic at all. The people in the army wore mottled green and yellow clothes. They wore leather boots, and their arms were retracted flat. Their right hand held a machete, and they swung it lightly with their footsteps. "Stand still." Boom 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 boom, accompanied by a loud shout, all the movement stopped, and the huge army moved forward as one. A big flag stood in the middle of the army, flying with the snow. On it, there were 9 cute rice seedlings holding hands and surrounding a fire. 2 slightly smaller flags stood on the left and right. One of them had the word "sharp" written on it, and the other had the word "trap" written on it. The people on both sides looked at each other in a daze. The people in the protection team were surprised that the people in the county had gathered to welcome them when they had just arrived. The people in the county were in a daze with different thoughts. They were just talking about who could come and help, and in the blink of an eye, there were people coming. What a big army, what a neat army, and what a familiar flag. Both sides looked at each other for a while. Just when the people in the army were about to stand out, the county magistrate Sun Mao knelt down first and kowtowed in the direction of the capital. He cried and shouted, "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you really did not let us down." Then he remembered a poem that Wang Wan had copied for people to learn. He shouted again, "Who can turn the tide? Heaven is about to fall, we must rely on it." "Hey hey, County Magistrate's son, County Magistrate's son, you're wrong. It's not young Master Xiao Bao's army, it's Xiao Bei and Xiao Yuan's." The shop assistant went forward and pulled Sun Mao up by his arm and whispered in his ear. Ha ha ha, we're saved, we're saved. The protection team is here. Clan relatives, look, it's the protection team. Aya, God, fuck your mother, you're a grandson, ha ha ha, a grandson. Sun Mao could not get up. He knelt there and shouted, almost going crazy. The snow was still falling, but the people in Kagwang County did not have the previous worry on their faces. They did not even think about it. What was the use of a group of soldiers when it was snowing? Could it stop the snow from falling? They naively thought that as long as the protection team came, it would be safe. The formation of 2,000 people looked like it was made of steel to the people. The children smiled again, and the sky seemed to be bright and sunny. "Be at ease." Someone in the group shouted, and the group neatly stood with their legs apart. A person walked out from the group. Every step was sonorous and powerful, and the snow squeaked under his feet. He walked until he was in front of County Magistrate Sun Mao. Just as he was about to speak, the shop assistant supporting Sun Mao spoke first. I'm Zhang Yibin, the supervisor of the construction of Kagwan County. He's County Magistrate Sun Mao. Hello, Wang Shuqian, the commander of Assault Unit 2, prepare to evacuate immediately. The main force is waiting by the Yellow River 20 miles away. The person who called himself Wang Shuqian saw that Sun Mao's emotions were unstable, so he said this to Zhang Yibin. He believed that Zhang Yibin could command the local people. Sun Mao thought differently from Wang Shuqian. He felt that he was very calm and said, "It's already prepared. We'll take the animals with us, but the poultry. Take them with us." Wang Shuqian looked at the sky and the snow on the ground and ordered decisively. The people of Kagwan County listened and watched from the side. No one interrupted. They only felt warmth in their hearts. Even if the sky fell, they would not be afraid. With the appearance and addition of the protection team, the packing speed was very fast. The food at home was packed, the new clothes and bedding were packed, and the old things that were not of much value were left behind. They would come back when the snow stopped. The beams of the houses were abandoned. The firewood was tied into bundles for people to carry or put on the backs of animals. The poultry were released. The heads of the poultry were tied up with ropes and led forward. Occasionally, someone would coax them, and the poultry would line up by themselves. The sheep could follow orders, but the pigs were the most troublesome. They always ran around, whining and growling for a while before they could return to the line. Leaving one's hometown to run for one's life was a sad thing, but the people of Kagwan County were full of excitement. The children's faces were red from the cold. They were still playing on the road, and snowballs were flying everywhere. The speed of the line was very slow, especially the poultry. There were too many of them. Occasionally, some would fall into a hole that was filled with snow, and people would go over to help pull them out. There were also chickens that ran out of the line when people were not paying attention. They did not need to care about them. After a while, they would naturally return when they saw that there was no one to organize them. In comparison, the ducks were much better. They were more organized and stood in a line one by one. There were also dogs that left home with their owners. They ran around the front and back of the line, sniffing left and right. It did not look like they were running for their lives. They were holding a large-scale traveling activity. It was very cheerful, very lively, and very warm. Therefore, the line only reached the Yellow River after 4:00 in the afternoon. At this time, the snow was already 1.5 feet thick. It was already dark early at this time, and because of the weather, the camp was brightly lit. There were more than 30 diesel generators roaring. Someone was adding silencers. Xiao Bei and the others started to sleep after the first tent was set up. They knew that the task of welcoming them was the most difficult. Especially the children of Kagwan County, they needed someone to play with them. The people of Kagwan County saw the lights from afar and began to speed up. No one cared if the poultry got lost on the road. Most of them just followed. When they got closer, the people noticed that there was a soldier standing a dozen steps away. He was wearing very nice clothes. There were red, green, and orange. The wind whistled and the snow fluttered. The soldier standing guard did not move at all. He was like a pillar. When they got closer, they saw the snow hitting the soldier's face. The soldier just blinked and did not wipe it away. The people felt their hearts ache when they saw this. Sun Mao went forward and reached out his hand. He shivered and wiped the soldier's face. He asked, "Child, are you cold?" "It's okay." The soldier replied. He held his gun with both hands. He was still standing straight. "I have to talk to Xiao Bei. This is too torturous. Why are you standing guard in such a snowy day? How can there be enemies?" Sun Mao said in his heart. Just as he finished speaking, a child from the county ran to a place further away and tripped. The thing that tripped him got up and patted the snow off him. He then went back to work and hid in the snow again. Sun Mao asked in shock, "Is that a person?" "Yes, a hidden sentry." The person who answered him was Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had just been woken up and came over rubbing his eyes. An old man from the county hurried forward and looked at Xiao Bei carefully. He said unhappily, "Xiao Bei, why are you torturing them? You're standing guard and hidden sentry. Aren't you cold? It makes one's heart ache. Just for a while. They take turns every hour. They just have to hold on for a while. Normally, it takes 2 hours. I saw that there were enough people, so it only took an hour. Heartache? If they stand or lie down, you'll feel heartache. If they randomly find a place to make a noise and drink, you'll feel your heart palpitate. You'll think, is this the trump card of the Tang Empire?" Xiao Bei argued and retorted. Xiao Yuan chimed in, "That's right. The Tang Empire is strong and forged with iron and blood. If the protection team was a little weaker, would you be able to escape so peacefully?" The commoners thought about it and felt that it was true. Why were they not worried when they saw the protection team in the county? It was because they knew that the protection team was the strongest team in the Tang Empire. It was a kind of pride that went deep into their bones. "Sister Xiao Bei, brother Xiao Yuan, it's so good to see you. When I was in the county, I was scared. Seeing you guys, I know that we're safe." A little girl of 6 or 7 years old ran over and shouted happily to Xiao Bei and the rest. Xiao Bei smiled brightly and reached out to cover the little girl's face. He said, "We're safe. We're safe. Our team has more than 20,000 people. Look, they're all tents. No matter how heavy the snow is outside, once you enter the tents, it's comfortable and warm." "Yes, yes. Sister Xiao Bei, why are their clothes so colorful?" The little girl's eyes turned into crescent moons as she asked. "Because it's not a war. It's very eye-catching and gives people a warm feeling. If it's a war, they'll all change to white. Did you see the hidden sentry just now? White clothes, white pants, white boots, white hats, white gloves, white masks, and white goggles. Even during the day, if they lie there and don't move, you won't know that they're people. Even their guns are wrapped in white cloth." Xiao Bei kept talking and pulled the little girl's hand into the tent. At the same time, he ordered, "Send a report to Yin province and ask them to transfer to the capital. Tell them that Kagwang County has been settled properly and there's no need to worry." The other commoners were arranged to stay in the tents. They also brought livestock and poultry. Compared to the entire team of 20,000 people, their 1,500 people were really nothing. Everything was in order and there were no unexpected situations. There were more children in the county. There were 360 children, which was close to a quarter of the total population. They were taken care of by Xiao Bei and the rest. One tent could not fit all of them. Someone modified it under the light. The modification method was to redistribute the brackets of the 20 tents. After that, canvas was laid on top of the entire tent. The main bracket in the middle was raised, forming a large slope outside. It was still a pointed round tent. There was no problem for a few hundred children to stay inside and eat. There was still a lot of space left. Sun Mao strolled over and was surprised to see such a assembled tent. He muttered, "It's amazing. There are even things that can talk to each other from far away. Of course it's amazing." Suilong, who was also strolling over and watching, heard Sun Mao's words and replied. "The thing that can talk is the legendary telephone?" Sun Mao asked as he pointed to the thing on the back of the person in the group of 100 or so people doing things and the way they talked. Suilong shook her head, "That's called a walkie-talkie. It can be listened to from a distance. In normal weather, it can reach up to 2 kilometers. Now, it's estimated that it's only a little more than 1 kilometer. Walkie-talkie? I've never heard of it." Sun Mao was even more curious. Hee, there are many things that you haven't heard of. Back then, the former Minister of Revenue, Biyao, once said that if you want to know the most advanced technology of the Tang Empire, don't go to the Ministry of Works. Just keep an eye on Xiaobei and the others. The Sanshui Zhang family and Wang family put all the most advanced technology on the children. The tools used by Xiaobei's team are basically modular. There are strong fog lamps and backpack wireless voice communication walkie-talkies. Do you see the two big things placed in conspicuous places? That's called a small-tracked hydraulic bridge-laying vehicle. There are only two finished products in the entire Tang Empire. They are both here. Su Ilong introduced. Why don't you make a large one? Sun Mao was very thoughtful. Su Ilong was stunned and looked at him with admiration. She said, because the technology is not enough. It's similar to building a house. It's easy to build a 3-story one, but try to build a 30-story one. The bridge-laying vehicle now can be thrown to any country to study without fear of leaking secrets. They can't figure it out at all. Oh. Sun Mao expressed his understanding and suddenly asked, what's the bridge-laying vehicle used for? It's used as a bridge. When it encounters rivers and valleys that are not very wide, it will expand into a bridge. It's 5.7 meters long. When building the bridge, it will first put down the folded bridge. When the team goes over, it will be the last to go over. Then, the bridge will be put away. However, the things that go over cannot be too heavy. Xiaobei said that it's a problem with the power system and the material of the bridge deck. However, it's already very powerful now. The main purpose is to let the small bulldozer and assembled lifting equipment go over. Look at the things that are being assembled now. There are 4 steel observation towers. They are 12 meters tall. It's fast to assemble and convenient to dismantle. Su Ilong continued to explain. Sun Mao smacked his lips. All the good things are used by Xiaobei and the others? Yes. At the same time, we can check the shortcomings of the tools. There are also many small tools. The technical content is not low. How do you feel? I feel that the seedling protection team is really strong. My heart is more at ease. Sun Mao answered. No other thoughts? For example, the prosperity of the Tang Empire's technology? Su Ilong asked again. I know, but it has nothing to do with the lives of ordinary people. What hydraulic pressure? Don't we have to take it away after building the bridge? Can it be built on the Yellow River? Sun Mao was very honest. He said whatever he wanted to say. Su Ilong was defeated. She nodded, sighed, and said, I'll go somewhere else. The snow hasn't stopped yet. With that, she left. Sun Mao rubbed his face and muttered, with the seedling protection team, the snow will fall as much as we want. I'm not afraid. What can we eat tonight? As the preparations for the night were rushed, there were naturally no stir-fried dishes. The team was very tired from rushing and building the camp. At night, they ate the simplest hot pot. It took a little more effort than stew, but it was not much worse. The 360 children first took a hot bath and changed their clothes. After sitting down again, they felt much more refreshed. It was even more comfortable than at home. The older children took care of the younger children. Those who needed milk were sent to their mothers. There were also maids watching by the side. Don't get too hot. Including Su Ilong, Xiaobei, and the others carried dipping sauces in their hands and walked from table to table. They said a few words, ate 2 mouthfuls of food, and continued at another table. Sister Xiaobei, I find that the food you make is really delicious. A 5 or 6-year-old boy stuffed something in his mouth and said to Xiaobei in a muffled voice. Xiaobei put something on the plate and replied, I also found out that you eat more when it's delicious. Don't eat too much. Don't be afraid if you eat less. If you're hungry in the middle of the night, you can get up and continue eating. There's enough for you. Sister Xiaobei, I know it's not good to eat too much, but I just want to eat. The little boy was very honest. Xiaobei frowned at Weiwei. Her long eyelashes blinked twice and said, "Do you know what soup is in the hot pot?" "Water." Several children nearby answered together. "No, right. Can water be so delicious?" "Our family's hot pot is chicken soup. First, it's boiled and then hung. It looks very clear, but it has a very fragrant chicken leg taste. Then, there's the beef bones. The bone marrow in the bones is all in the soup. If you don't believe me, you can taste it." Xiaobei scooped some soup for the little boy. The little boy put it to his mouth and blew on it. He sucked it in and nodded vigorously. "It's really delicious. I've never drunk such a good soup. And there's also that thing called nutrition. It's good for your body and makes you strong." Xiaobei continued. Thus, every child began to drink the soup from a small bowl. The maids added more to the pot from time to time. The soup was indeed chicken soup, but Xiaobei's goal was achieved. After drinking the soup, the children's stomachs took up a lot of space. Even if they ate until they were full, it would be easy to digest. The children didn't know that Xiaobei was playing tricks on them. After eating their fill, they became sleepy and rearranged their tents to sleep. Many children lay in their blankets and couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't that they weren't sleepy, but that they couldn't bear to sleep. The wind was still blowing outside the tents. Every 2 minutes, people on patrol would pass by. The lights imprinted their shadows on the tents and could be seen from inside the tents. Many children lay down for a while and were about to fall asleep. When they heard footsteps, they opened their eyes and looked at the shadows on the tents. They smiled and enjoyed the sense of security at this moment. It was as if they weren't afraid of anything. It wasn't until they were too sleepy and couldn't open their eyes that they fell asleep. The next morning, when Xiaobei and the others had just woken up, someone came to report that the telegram had been cut off since midnight. They didn't receive a reply when they inquired about the general situation in Yinzhou. For some reason, it could be that all the telegrams in the telegram office were broken. It could also be that they were affected by the weather or natural magnetic field interference. "Ah, it's fine. The snow hasn't stopped yet. Continue clearing the snow in the camp. Anyway, the telegram has already been sent. I believe that the capital has already received the news. Don't wake the children up yet. Let them sleep for a while. I'll go outside and take a look." Xiaobei thought about it. It wasn't a big deal. The team had enough supplies, and they wouldn't lack food and drink for the next month. She wasn't in a hurry, and the capital wasn't in a hurry either. The telegram that came last night was intercepted by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They didn't send it to Li Longji immediately because they didn't want to wake him up. There was a court meeting on the 5th day of the new year. When they were about to go to court, the sun was already high up in the sky. Only then did they remember that there was a telegram last night and ordered someone to send it to the court. Chapter 5. Compared to the situation that Xiaobei and the others encountered, the weather in the capital was much better. Only yesterday afternoon, there had been 3 hours of light snow, the kind that melted as soon as it landed on the ground. Today's court meeting was originally planned to be held in the political announcement hall. The Hanyuan Hall was too big, and there was no shelter when the wind blew. However, the political announcement hall was building a geothermal system. Yes, geothermal. To be precise, it was building pipes and adding a layer of floor tiles on top. The cost was huge, and Li Longji paid for it himself. The construction progress was estimated to take at least a month. Building pipes, laying floor tiles, and waterproofing. If the results were good, the next step would be to dig trenches in the capital in the spring, lay gas pipes, electric cables, heating pipes, and expand the water distribution system. As for the optical cable, well, that was a beautiful dream. Li Longji didn't want to be extravagant again. Ever since he renovated the palace, he had become more simple. In the past, when he had no money, he always wanted to make his life more comfortable. He fought with the other officials for the surplus revenue, including how to use the internal funds. When he found that he had endless money, Li Longji didn't want to tear down and rebuild a palace, and then tear it down again. His meals were simple, and there were only 3 or 4 dishes. Occasionally, he would make vegan dumplings. The sudden spending of money was because the recent domestic economy made him worried. He had to prepare in advance. As for the specific solution, it was better to discuss it in the court. Thus, today's meeting was still held in the Hanyuan Hall. There was heating here, a heater installed a few years ago. When the time came, the officials lined up with empty stomachs. No one secretly brought food, and they waited for the court to end to eat the food provided by the palace. Everyone found their own place and stood. Li Longji looked at the morning scenery as he strolled over. The carriage swayed a lot. According to him, it was dizziness. The officials were surprised at first, but then they expressed that regardless of whether others believed it or not, they believed it. They came in the first batch of gasoline-powered carriages in the Great Tang. The shock absorption was much better than palanquins and carriages. It was also faster, and the vibration of the diesel engine was not light. Li Longji sat down first. Gao Lisher placed the microphone and tested it. Hey, hey. The quality of the sound was good, so he retreated to the side. Everyone, please sit. Li Longji raised his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone turned around and sat down behind the table. They took out their notebooks and pens and prepared to record the contents of the meeting. Li Longji also took out a book and flipped it open. His gaze landed on Minister of Revenue Wang Bei's face and said, "Today, we'll talk about the domestic economy first, Minister Wang." Wang Bei moved the microphone in front of him, pondered for a moment, and said, "The data collected last month shows that the prices in most areas of the country have dropped significantly recently. The price of a well-woven third-class silk was 140 copper coins per piece in the middle of June, but it dropped to 132 copper coins last month. The average price of a pig in Hunan province in June was 6.5 copper coins per catty, but it dropped to 5.8 copper coins last month. The average price of bamboo in June was 915 copper coins per square meter, but it was 876 copper coins last month, and so on." Wang He paused for a moment. The officials were all silent and had different expressions. He continued, "Other than table salt, the prices of other goods have decreased. That is to say, we can buy more things with less money. The lives of the people are better now." Haha. He laughed, but the others didn't because it wasn't a joke. For a moment, the imperial court fell silent. After half a minute, Li Longji said, "That's the situation, that's the situation. All of you know that the development of the economy has always been to control the rate of inflation, which is the rate at which the currency depreciates. Now, there's no need to worry about this. The currency has appreciated. Are you all happy? We are truly too amazing. The people are able to buy things at a cheap price." No one was happy. If it was 30 years ago, perhaps some people would foolishly think that this was a good thing. Counting back, there had never been a dynasty that had achieved such results. However, the officials now had learned a lot of political and economic knowledge. Whether the increase in the consumer price index was positive or negative, it would inevitably reflect the correctness of the country's macro and microeconomic regulation. It was especially important to see whether the goal and result were the same. The ability to buy a unit of currency was equally important, whether it was a large amount or a small amount. The officials weren't looking forward to the current negative inflation. This wasn't in line with the current economic development. The savings and lending rates of the Great Tang Bank weren't negative. Then where did the problem lie? Was the Great Tang currency too little? Was the interest rate of the national debt too high? Was the consumption concept of the people changing? Or was the supply really exceeding the demand? Yuan Xianyao coughed, reminding everyone that he had something to say. He held the microphone and said, I think that the investment in technology has increased the production of the original basic materials, thus reducing the cost of processing and sales. However, the cost of labor didn't change. That's why there are such figures. I don't think so. Yuanrong replied impolitely. I think that the investment in technology has always been right, especially in the aspect of grain, oil, plants, and livestock. In the past, the consumption of grain was huge, but now, the consumption is small. It can't be said that the population of the Great Tang has decreased. It's just that people have more choices when they need nutrients. The cost of processing isn't low, but there's also the cost of labor. The more advanced the technology, the higher the cost of labor. Correspondingly, the cost of sales hasn't decreased. There's definitely advertising in sales, and the cost has always been on the rise. This can be seen from the profits of various newspapers. Then, what's the reason why the figures for the past 2 months don't match our expectations? It still needs to be researched. Your Majesty, I've finished. Yuan Xianyao stared angrily and cursed in his heart. What did you say? You've analyzed so much, and you still need to be researched. Everyone wanted to know the reason and the solution. Yuanrong avoided his gaze and said embarrassedly, Prime Minister Yuan, don't look at me like that. I'll be shy. Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed. The other officials also couldn't help but laugh. Even the usually serious Zhang Zhong's lips curled up. Everyone was very happy, and no one was worried about the data. The so-called worry was that they couldn't think of a solution. However, they didn't panic. This was because there were 2 people who were qualified to attend court but couldn't because of Zhang Zhong's existence. They were taking care of their children in the capital. If they really couldn't think of a solution, they could only trouble the couple. The problem was very serious. The worry was caused by themselves, but they weren't at the end of the road yet. They believed that if those 2 people spoke up, everything would return to normal. Don't be like this, okay? She's clearly still young and is probably sleeping. Do I have to call her parents over? Be careful that she doesn't run to your house to cry. Li Longji held back his laughter. The people below laughed again. Morning court was a very happy thing. As long as it wasn't a disaster that killed people, everyone came to court with a happy mood. In any case, if the problem could be solved, they would solve it directly. If they couldn't, they would push it to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Then, they would learn from them. Who asked the 2 of them to always be so calm no matter what situation they faced? It was as if any problem wasn't a problem to them. Yongcheng, you say something. Don't tell me that you don't visit your grandson on a daily basis. Don't tell me that you only visit your grandson and don't ask any questions. Li Longji looked at Zhang Zhong and said. Zhang Zhong had always abided by the etiquette between a ruler and a subject. When he heard the voice, he immediately stood up and replied respectfully, yes, I'll say it. Regarding the domestic economy, let's talk about Ming Ming first. Li Longji interrupted Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong's serious expression immediately turned into one of happiness. He changed from the cold and strict face of the Minister of Works to the face of a kind grandfather. He looked at Li Longji gratefully and replied, the little guy can already sit up. Occasionally, he can even crawl a few steps. He rarely cries. Even if he cries, it's for a short period of time. Usually, it's because he pees or is hungry. Every day, he cries for less than a quarter of an hour. He likes to laugh and laughs at everyone he sees. When he catches a toy, he can play with it for a long time. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have also turned into children. A small ball can actually play with Ming Ming for an hour and even crawl everywhere with him. There's no bed in the house anymore. The floor and the carpet are all crawling. Last night, I also crawled over to talk to Ming Ming. My legs hurt. Ha 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 ha. Li Longji laughed again. He was very happy. Jiang Tsin immediately took the opportunity to speak. Yongcheng, my little granddaughter is 4 months older than Ming Ming. She can crawl better. Why don't we send her over to play? My granddaughter is virtuous and polite, dignified and generous, graceful and charming. When she grows up, she'll definitely have a daughter. What do you think? Cough cough. Official Jiang, there's no need to talk about family matters in court. Li Longji interrupted Jiang Tsun's words and told him not to talk about family matters. Everyone was in court. He said, although Pan is a little older, her age shouldn't be determined by age. Her age shouldn't be determined by, Your Majesty, regarding the recent increase in the value of the currency, I have something to say. At this moment, the person who appeared was actually Li Linfu. After he finished speaking, he immediately looked at Zhang Zhong and said, Brother Yongcheng, you and I have known each other for almost 10 years. After spring and autumn, we've seen winter come. The snow is as white as a rabbit. It's said that a white rabbit walks to the east and looks to the west. Clothes are not as good as new, people are not as good as old. Brother Yongcheng, we know each other. My little girl. Minister Zhang, let's talk about economic matters first. Wang Bei interrupted with a cold face. He shook the book in his hand and said to Zhang Zhong, after work, I hope you can bring your family to my residence for a chat. We can discuss financial matters and other matters. State matters are important. While the officials and Li Longji were inwardly cursing Wang Bei for being shameless, Zhang Zhong finally had time to speak. Let me think. Just now, everything was in a mess. I actually forgot what I wanted to say. Zhang Zhong was speechless. How old was his grandson? Unexpectedly, others were fighting to reserve him. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhang Zhong finally found his train of thought. He said, the technology released by the Ministry of Works and the Agricultural Temple has always been basic industry technology. To put it bluntly, it is to increase agricultural production and initial processing technology. It directly affects the people's livelihood. As a result, grain production has increased, and the initial processing efficiency of the handicraft industry has increased. This year is the right time to show the results. The influence of the Ministry of Works and the Agricultural Temple has met, resulting in a seemingly temporary decrease in cost. I have already thought of this point. However, since it has decreased, the amount of trade must have increased. Why has the tax not increased? Li Longji asked. The tax has increased, but it has not entered the statistical period yet. It can only be seen at the end of the year. The tax has not increased because it is not reported. The local finance suppresses the tax for a few months, and the profits go to the local government. Therefore, the tax is simple. It is human nature. Zhang Zhong replied. What he meant was that there was only the tax and no one supervised it. People collected the money and waited to report it at the end of the year. This way, the money could be used for other things for a few months, and the profits would become the local government's additional income. When Zhang Zhong said this, he did not have any intention of attacking the local yamen. The yamen had more money, and it was additional income. It looked dangerous, but it was actually not a big problem. Many yamen would show this part of the money. The commoners could see and know that the yamen had an additional income. This money did not belong to the imperial court and could be used freely. Therefore, in the future, when the money was spent, the commoners would be involved. As for hiding it from the commoners and then embezzling it, Zhang Zhong did not believe it. If they did that, the cost and benefits would not be proportional. It would not be as much as the rewards after the official finished his term. Furthermore, once he was found out, he would lose everything, including his life. Li Longji nodded. He was very satisfied with the current governance. The investigation was strict, and the reporting system had been perfected. The cost of malfeasance was too high, and the officials were not willing to take the risk. However, he still had a question. Since that is the case, why don't the merchants hoard the goods at a low price and artificially inflate the price? They don't dare. Zhang Zhong proudly said these 4 words. The officials understood. They knew that Zhang Zhong was speaking the truth. The price could rise and fall, but hoarding and harming the market would definitely result in bankruptcy. It was fine if it was small, but once it reached a large scale, Zhang Xiaobao would definitely take action. However, if it did not reach a large scale, how would they make money? It did not matter if it was a bottom line or a red line, whoever crossed it would die. You should earn the money you should earn, but you could not go overboard. Of course, luxury goods were an exception. If you sold luxury goods at a sky-high price, Zhang Xiaobao would also pretend not to see it. Li Longji replied. Zhang Zhong continued, from my perspective, I can only continue to release a part of the technology in precision processing technology to allow the basic products to form more grades and thus raise the price of some of them. The rest is the responsibility of the Cultural, Sports and Education Department. The Cultural, Sports and Education Department was separated from the 6 departments. It overlapped with the functions of the Ministry of Rights. It was influenced but not under its jurisdiction. Its functions were naturally culture, sports, and education. It was independent but also related to other departments. The Ministry of Rights was the most important in educating the people. The officials were also managed by the Ministry of Personnel. The construction site was controlled by the Ministry of Works. If there were economic and administrative problems, the Supreme Court and the Censorate would still intervene. If there was a large-scale sports competition, they would need to coordinate with the Ministry of War. When money passed through their hands, they would inevitably have to go through the Ministry of Revenue. The Cultural, Sports and Education Department was managed by Zhang Jiuling. He had already changed departments many times. In the end, he volunteered to come here. He had a part-time job in the Secretariat. Otherwise, without a central department, his power would be relatively small. When he heard Zhang Zhong mention him, he picked up a pen and said, Minister Zhang, please advise me. I don't dare to advise you. Frankly speaking, the fall in the price of products is caused by the mass use of raw materials. The consumption of the people is too purposeful. They only buy things that they normally use. We can't say that we don't allow the people to use technology to mass produce. In fact, as long as we don't do anything, after half a year or so, the price of goods will naturally rise. The market will adjust itself. The price of basic goods will be low, and the unit labor cost of other reprocessing industries will not change. This will cause people in the planting, breeding, and textile industries to work very hard, but their income will be the same as before, or even drop, while the income of other industries will increase. Once the former lose enthusiasm, there will be at least 3 situations. Zhang Zhong flipped through the book. It was densely filled with small characters. He had learned it from his son and daughter-in-law in his daily life. In the past, he had thought that if he worked hard, he would one day learn all of his son's knowledge. In the end, the more he learned, the more complicated it became. There were set after set of formulas and book after book of theories. Even so, his son and daughter-in-law always said that their knowledge was too shallow and that there were many things they didn't understand. Zhang Zhong could only sigh at the depth of their ability and their modesty. Right now, the book had recorded the situations that would occur. He paused, and someone quickly asked, what are the 3 situations? First, the smarter people will immediately change. They will plant other crops, breed other livestock, or move toward precision processing. Second, the people don't know what else to do. They have been planted before, and they are already used to it. Even though it doesn't make money, they still persevere. Third, the family needs money, but they don't have it. The more they plant and breed, the more they lose. In a panic, they commit suicide. So. Zhang Zhong stopped here. Li Longji said, so we can't let the price of goods rise naturally. The law of the free market can adjust the economy, but it can't save lives. We can't just look at the data to deal with the problem. Otherwise, what's the use of having you and me? What should I do? Zhang Jiuling was still taking notes. In the name of the court, increase the number and content of winter sports competitions, increase the prize money, and increase the number of winners, Zhang Zhong said. He continued, Xiao Bao has already made preparations to reduce the interest rate on savings. I ask your majesty and everyone to pass this resolution. The good people will interfere with the purchasing power of money. The Ministry of Works and the Agriculture Temple will release a portion of the precision processing technology for free. At the same time, the bank will provide an interest-free 3-year loan related to the technology. The interest rate of the bank's reserves will remain unchanged for the time being. This will control the annexation of the merchants and prevent them from using this opportunity to expand their private industry. The officials, including Li Longji, were all writing and drawing with their heads lowered. They were calculating whether the implementation of the various measures was in line with their expectations. After a while, everyone stopped writing. Anything else? Li Longji asked. Yes, write articles in various newspapers and magazines. Write stories about the value of life, and even make up stories. Let the people cherish their current lives and don't commit suicide. Especially write about the benefits that appear in the Tang Empire. Compare it with the past and paint a better future. You persevered through so much hardship in the past. Now, you die for a little money. Isn't it not worth it? With the benefits of the imperial court, even if you don't have money, you can still eat, raise your child, and treat your illness. As Zhang Zhong spoke, he began to reminisce about the years before he had his son, Xiao Bao. It was really tough. Even the clan head didn't have it easy, much less the farmers. Then, with his son, Xiao Bao, everything began to change. Not only did his family change, but the world of the Tang Empire also changed. Many officials, including Li Longji, began to reminisce when they heard about the benefits. Some of them smiled as they reminisced. There was a trace of confidence, a trace of pride, and a trace of accomplishment. They even thought, Li Gui, Wu Qi, Shang Yang, Guan Zhong, Sang Hongyang, you were powerful back then. If you have the ability, why don't you try it in the Tang Empire now? Your political and economic methods are simply too weak. Do you know what the production relationship between the private economy and the public economy is? Do you understand the interaction between monetary control and the GNP? Do you know what the final function of the industrial system is? I know, and it's a very simple question. I even know how the international currency exchange process works. What is the point of subduing the enemy without fighting? I can make the people I bully continue to beg me to bully them. But even so, I still have to be careful, treading on thin ice, not daring to make any mistakes. Because in the current Tang Empire, I understand that my ability is not enough to control the current economic situation of the Great Tang. It's too complicated. I can't just rely on the data to govern. I have to understand the psychology of the people of every class. What I'm considering now isn't whether the national treasury has enough money, but how to properly spend this money and raise the living standards of the people. People like you think that earning money for the national treasury is very impressive, but in my view, it's truly lamentable. Is it difficult to fill the national treasury with money? It's not difficult. If I don't consider the actual situation of the people, I can fill the national treasury. But this isn't my goal. I can't be that selfish. To me, what's difficult is to let the people of the Great Tang feel the warmth of winter, to let the elderly enjoy the rest of their lives, and to let the children smile. What politician, what economist, what strategist, what writer, all of them can stand aside. With me here, do you have the right to speak? But even so, I'm just one of the many people standing in the court. What I know are the basic qualities that all the officials present in Hanyuan Palace must have. I'm just that ordinary, but I'm also proud. I'm proud of the Great Tang Empire. If you were still here, the Great Tang Empire could wipe out all of your countries in a year, just because I, who is stronger than you, am so ordinary in the Great Tang Empire. What's it called again? Oh, Foundation. The officials all had their own thoughts. Li Longji also went through some bitter memories and then looked at the officials below and said, everyone, you still have to work hard. Yongcheng, is there anything else? Zhang Zhong nodded. There is, but it's not about this matter. It's about next spring. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo plan on a large-scale construction project, estimated to cost 100 million strings of coins. How much? Li Longji, who had always been calm, couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The others' expressions changed again and again. 100 million strings of coins, 100 billion won. My family will pay 10 million strings of coins, Your Majesty will pay 10 million strings of coins, the National Treasury will pay 20 million strings of coins, the Great Tang Bank will pay 10 million strings of coins, and the remaining 50 million strings of coins will be raised by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but not by my family. My family can't take out so much cash. Oh, Xiao Bei and the others may pay 1 million strings of coins, but that's not included. They can pay as much as they want. There's also the group set up by our officials. The recent financial data has been good, and everyone will receive dividends during the new year. Let's set aside the 1 million strings of coins first. Zhang Zhong calmly listed out the items, all in units of 10,000 strings of coins. Wang Bei's expression was not very good. He couldn't help but cough twice and say, Brother Yongcheng, as an individual, I don't object to the group paying 1 million strings of coins. But, why didn't my Ministry of Revenue receive any news of such a large amount of money? Because, the news was only released today, Zhang Zhong said calmly. Your Majesty. Wang Bei pretended to be indignant. Li Longji frowned. A pencil was twirling in his hand. Before it fell to the ground, it suddenly paused. He said, Minister Zhang, I want to talk to you. Wang Bei was happy, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I know you always think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are very capable, but no matter how capable they are, raising 50 million strings of coins is difficult. Next year's budget for healthcare, education, retirement, employment, and other welfare departments should be made first. If the National Treasury still has a surplus, it can increase the investment. In addition, I see all the civil and military officials in the court. In the past, their benefits and salaries were generous, and their family property was not lacking. If there is a surplus in the group's accounts, why not use it for the people and the country? Money will depreciate if left there. Money that doesn't depreciate, as discussed today, is worrying. Li Longji said with a heavy heart. Thus, countless angry gazes converged on Wang Bei. Wang Bei realized that it was really cold. He didn't know if the humidifying and warming fans that Zhang Zhong and Wang Bei had promised would be sent back to his house after the court. Your Majesty, I impeach Zhang Zhong for not discussing with the head of the Secretariat about important matters concerning the country. Yuan Rong's voice sounded. I second the motion. Su Yi, the Minister of Rights, spoke in agreement. Yuan Qianyao followed. I think so too. I second the motion. Another group of people impeached at the same time, including Xiao Song, the Minister of War. I also impeach Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the Judici of Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office for staying in the capital for too long. I'm afraid they have other motives. An official from the censorate took advantage of this matter to point the spearhead elsewhere. Oh. Then I want to know where you want them to go when you impeach them? Li Longji asked. I don't know. I only impeach them. The person replied. Good, I already know. Li Longji praised. I impeach Zhang Xiaobei, Wang Xiaoyuan, and the others for acting recklessly. I'm afraid they are heresy. Another official from the censorate was also unwilling to be left out. Seeing that others were impeaching them, he also spoke up. However, after he finished speaking, he realized that the situation seemed to be wrong. Why was the emperor unhappy? Previously, there was no problem with his colleagues impeaching Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then, he looked at Yuan Qianyao and Yuan Rong. The two of them were from the head of the Secretariat. Seeing the two of them giving him a look, he then realized that he had impeached the wrong person. Previously, when he impeached Zhang Zhong, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan, he knew that it was because everyone had a tacit understanding. Every time there was a court meeting, they would definitely find fault with their families. It was not to say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were really wrong, but it was a form of protection. It was not good for an official to not have any colleagues opposing him. Therefore, everyone would find fault with him. He reckoned that this time, he had chosen the wrong person in his excitement. The emperor could impeach him, and the things that should be sent would be sent to his family. Impeaching Xiao Bei was a little too much. As this person thought about it, he became very anxious and sweated profusely. Gao Lisher could not help but remind him, "You said that Xiao Bei and the others are running around everywhere. What's wrong with such young children?" "Ah, yes, what they are doing is wrong. Your Majesty, everyone, think about it. Xiao Bei and the others are so young, and they are running around all day long. How worrying is that? Don't they think about what will happen if they are tired? What will happen if they are cold? They are really too reckless." This person was quick-witted in his hurry. "Then how did they become heresy?" Li Longji asked. "Of course. Your Majesty, think about it. Shouldn't we be worried when they are outside? Once we are worried, we can't do good things. If we don't do good things and make the people suspicious, what is it if not heresy?" After speaking, this person let out a long sigh. In just a short while, sweat had already soaked through his clothes. Li Longji nodded, "Yes. That makes sense. You have worked hard. It is my duty." This person hurriedly responded. There was a 10-second period of silence in the imperial court. Just as Li Longji was about to call out names and ask about politics, Jiangcun of the Sea Nong Temple saw that no one was speaking. He opened his book and said loudly, "Your Majesty, according to the temple's statistics, our country's tomatoes, chili, potatoes, sweet potatoes and other foreign crops have reached the number of crops that can be planted throughout the country. I suggest that we should give an administrative order to Your Majesty, urgent news from Yin Province, urgent news from Yin Province." Without waiting for Jiangcun to finish speaking, a loud shout came from the entrance of Hanyuan Palace. Luobin rode a wide-wheel mountain bike and appeared like the wind. The officials were not paying attention to the bike, but to what Luobin had shouted. What happened to Yin Province? A few seconds later, Luobin stopped and threw the bike to the side. He came to the table of the officials at the bottom and drank 2 mouthfuls of water. Then, he snatched the microphone and said, "Your Majesty, Yin Province has reported that heavy snow has covered the sky and covered the earth. It has accumulated to the waist in half a day and has not stopped for the entire night. In the villages far away, there are more than 1,500 people who have been blessed." Li Longji felt his heart beat faster and he felt weak all over. The officials also had solemn expressions. In the past, when the great Tang's technology was not advanced and there were no medical or education benefits, the lives of 1,500 people would not matter to them. Which day did people not die? Which year did people not die in disasters? Not to mention 1,500 people, even if 15,000 people died, they would still be fine. When they fled for their lives, hundreds of thousands of people lost their homes. Countless people died on the road. They were already used to it. However, it was different now. There was no drought now, and hundreds of thousands of people did not have food to eat. It was even more impossible for people to trade their children for food. As long as people were still alive, other problems were not a problem. But suddenly, there was a place where 1,500 people lived, and the snow was up to their waists in half a day. It had been snowing for an entire day and night, and it still had not stopped. That person, bastard. Li Longji slammed the table and stood up, glaring at him angrily. Luobin hurriedly took 2 deep breaths and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me, please calm down." There were more than 1,500 people, and they were all trapped in the thick snow. However, the 10 patrol inspectors of the imperial court called last night and urgently dispatched troops to rescue them. "You." Li Longji gritted his teeth and pointed at Luobin. "This lowly one deserves to die. I ran too fast. Your Majesty, please calm down." Luobin grabbed the microphone and knelt there, not daring to raise his head. Li Longji slowly sat down, thought for a moment, and said, "What did Minister Jiang say about the administration of corn?" Replying to your majesty, because the people in many places are used to planting a certain crop and are not familiar with the new crop, they do not accept it. I think that an administrative order should be issued to force the local people to plant corn. Jiang Tsun glanced at Luobin, pretended not to see him, and answered the emperor's question. Must an administrative order? I think that other methods can be used. For example, the newspapers can say that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo support the planting of corn. How about that? Li Longji expressed his own thoughts. Very good. Your Majesty, please inform the two of them. Jiang Tsun was waiting for these words. He couldn't go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to discuss and ask them to come forward. Li Longji nodded, and then suddenly said, "Speaking of corn, I have specially built a cold storage for all of you this year. Before the harvest, I have stored a lot of corn ears. During the new year, each of you will be given a few hundred ears to bring home for your children to eat." Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials didn't need to rehearse, and tacitly said their thanks in unison. As for Luobin, no one cared about him for the time being. It was as if they had already forgotten about the news they had just received. This lowly one, does this lowly one also have some? Luobin originally wanted to ask about the disaster areas, but the moment the words left his mouth, he changed his mind. No. Go ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for some. In the future, say everything in one breath and then leave. Li Longji angrily glared at Luobin and said. Luobin hurriedly said, "Yes, this lowly one will take his leave." After he left, Li Longji pondered, looked at the sky, and said to the officials, "This year's snow is not small. We must make the necessary preparations." Yes. The officials replied in unison. Regarding the matter of Kagwan County, no one mentioned it. Everyone was clear that Xiaobei's team was ranked in the Great Tang Army. Usually, the impression that the imperial guards and chamberlains of imperial insignia were ranked first, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team was ranked second, and Xiaobei's team was ranked third. But the officials knew in their hearts that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team was ranked first, and Xiaobei's team was ranked second. The members of Xiaobei's team needed to go to the borders of the Great Tang to kill enemies, and some even needed to follow the fleet to be considered qualified. Furthermore, everyone, including Li Longji, knew how advanced Xiaobei's team's technology was. The most advanced technology in the country would definitely be used by them first. This was a comprehensive team, and there was no lack of talents in all aspects. If Xiaobei and the others were willing, they could find a place to establish a country. The infrastructure, education, medical, military, finance, foreign affairs, research, and other departments would be able to support them immediately. With such a strong team providing disaster relief, if they still couldn't do it, they wouldn't be able to think of a solution in the imperial court. Could it be that they really had to continue sending Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's team to protect the seedlings? Even if they were sent out, there wouldn't be enough time. Li Longji thought the same, but he couldn't help but think about Xiaobei and the others. Thus, the topic of the imperial court passed very quickly. No one continued with the impeachment, and they immediately settled the matter. Seeing that the morning court was about to disperse, Luobin suddenly ran back and shouted, reporting to the emperor, in the area under the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office, Regional Commander Zhang Xiaobao and Deputy Regional Commander Wang Wan are outside the hall seeking an audience. When Li Longji heard this, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but think of what Xiaobei had said before. What are they trying to do? The officials were also stunned, and then they looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong's eyes were filled with confusion. While Zhang Zhong was in a daze, Xiaobei and the others were in a daze. When they woke up early in the morning, the surrounding snow was piled high. From time to time, there would be people pushing snow into the distance. The snow that fell naturally was already above Xiaobei and the others' heads. The snow that was blown by the wind had piled up to more than 3 meters high. There were always people in charge of clearing the snow in the camp. After piling it up into a small pile, they would use a makeshift sleigh to move it far away. They didn't dare to pile it up near the camp, for fear that the wind would blow and bury the tent. What made Xiaobei and the others confused was not how heavy the snow was, but what they were going to do when the children, who were supposed to rest until noon, were woken up by the adults in Kagwan County. Many of the children were as confused as Xiaobei and the others when they opened their eyes. After thinking for a while, they realized that they were in the camp and not at home. From the children's rosy complexions, one could tell that they had slept very well last night. From the way they rubbed their eyes, one could tell that they hadn't slept enough. Under the watchful eyes of Xiaobei and the others, the adults in the county began to take out the 2 memorial tablets and found a high place to place them steadily. Then, they lit incense and led the children to kneel down, saying all sorts of praises. After about 2 minutes, Sun Mao took the lead and shouted loudly, "Ancestors and ancestors, I have a will in the underworld. To the heavens and to the earth, I pray for justice. Today, the people of Tang must not die in vain. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, will live forever and be safe." The other county citizens who could speak also shouted in unison, "My heart, I wish to carry out the will of the heavens. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, will live forever." Some of the children who couldn't speak also started to babble. Xiaobei and the others were so confused. They felt a kind of solemnity, and a kind of piety from the people in the county. Except for the children who didn't know anything, no one acted casually. Even the children were shouting words that only they knew the meaning of, and they didn't cry or make a fuss. Suilong and Weiwei opened their mouths. Today, they finally felt the power of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the Tang Empire. It was more direct than when the whole Tang Empire came to congratulate them on their marriage. What time was it? When the people fled from the disaster, they didn't forget to bring the memorial tablets of longevity with them. The first thing they did when they woke up in the morning was to burn incense. No wonder the aristocratic families and big clans, including their own family, all bowed their heads after knowing that they had been schemed against by Zhang Xiaobao. The land that the family had saved before was gone, so they endured. In the past, only the family members could learn knowledge, and ordinary people rarely had the opportunity to go to school. But now, they endured. After some exchanges, they found that the conditions of the carriage and other conditions were no longer monopolized. Sure enough, they were all smart people. So what if they couldn't endure? Whoever made a sound would die. The Xiao Bao and Cuckoo that the people were talking about only needed to shout. Suilong shuddered and didn't dare to think about it anymore. When more than 1,500 people stood up, Xiaobei and the others came over. Xiaobei rubbed her hands nervously. You. Aya, let's eat. Let's eat breakfast. This morning, there are 2 rice porridge, soy milk, soup, and tofu pudding. There are also buns, fried dough sticks, pies, steamed buns, fried cakes, and many side dishes. There are dozens of kinds. Everyone, wash your hands and eat. Xiaobei originally wanted to be modest and say something. After thinking about it, she realized that they were not giving her the memorial tablets of longevity. She couldn't say anything, so she could only introduce the breakfast. Xiao Yuan and the others stood at the side with an indescribable expression on their faces. Just like the people of Kagwan County who felt peace and warmth in their hearts when they saw the protection team during the heavy snow, they also felt warm in their hearts when they saw the people in the county praying for their brothers and sisters early in the morning. After the people of Kagwan County finished doing what they needed to do every morning, they began to enjoy the breakfast provided by the protection team with peace of mind. They had never regarded the protection team as outsiders, and it was impossible for them to pretend to be embarrassed. When they met Xiaobei and the others, they had to try their food. The women who were nursing their children and pregnant women also made their own requests. For example, they wanted some fruits after the main meal. If there were no fresh fruits, they would eat canned fruits so that the children's nutrition could keep up. They didn't think that they were overboard, nor did they think that such requests were unreasonable. The Tang Dynasty belonged to everyone, and the children belonged to the Tang Dynasty. When the children grew up healthy, they would be able to contribute to the Tang Dynasty. Xiaobei, do you know? I slept very peacefully last night. It's been 2 months, and I have nightmares every night. It's useless to put the scissors under the pillow. I was fine yesterday. During the meal, a 6-year-old girl was holding a big bun and talking to Xiaobei with a happy smile on her face. Xiaobei was holding a bowl of egg cream, also known as water egg, and feeding it to a 2-year-old boy. He blew on it twice, tasted the temperature, and then stuffed it into the boy's mouth. There was no other way. Ever since the boy saw Xiaobei, he smiled and asked Xiaobei to carry him. He refused to leave Xiaobei while eating. Hearing the girl's words, Xiaobei temporarily stopped what he was doing and said, "Me too. I slept very well last night. It's all thanks to bringing you guys out. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep well and would always be thinking about you. Oh, baby, don't eat salted vegetables. You'll be thirsty if you eat too much. You'll feel uncomfortable. Come and eat the braised food. It's salty in the braised food." Today's breakfast was indeed very sumptuous. It was just to show off to the people of Kagwan County, or to put it another way, he was afraid that the people of the county would be picky. The boy in Xiaobei's arms was very obedient. He ate whatever he was told to eat. He smiled after taking a bite. He smiled at everyone he saw. At this time, Sun Mao made some simple arrangements for the people of the county. He walked over with a steamed bun in one hand and a salted duck egg in the other. He said to Xiaobei and the others with a face full of gratitude. "The heavens have eyes, don't, County Magistrate Sunday. We never believe in the heavens. We only believe that as long as the imperial court doesn't give up on the people won't betray the Tang Empire." Xiaobei quickly changed his expression and spoke in a profound tone. "Sister Xiaobei, why are you different from before?" a girl asked curiously. "Because your county magistrate is an official. Of course, he has to speak in the official language. I'm not wearing official robes. Otherwise, I would say that the imperial court hasn't forgotten you guys. The people in other parts of the Tang Empire still care about you guys. Although the snow is cold, people's hearts are warm. This is the victory of our unity. This is the victory of our people." Xiaobei's expression changed again. It was more solemn and amiable. The children of the county looked at Xiaobei in a daze. They couldn't understand why there was such a big difference when the same thing was said in a different way. The girl who asked the question earlier asked tentatively, "Sister Xiaobei, is there any other way to say it?" Xiaobei nodded. "Yes. For example, in the Tang Empire's official newspaper, the title should be, 'Strong Soldiers Pass Through the Border, Peace.' The wind and snow are heartless, but there are feelings. That's fun. Sister Xiaobei, you're right. With strong soldiers passing through the border, we're not afraid at all. Even if the snow is still falling and the clouds are still drifting. Drifting to where? Men." Xiaobei was stunned for a moment and quickly called for people. There are already people getting ready. It was difficult to judge the terrain last night. Just now, a group of 500 people is ready to set off to the next place that might be affected by the snow. A maid came forward and reported. Xiaobei blinked. Today, the snow is only falling in one place. Why are they going back and forth? Is it difficult to go and rescue them? It's difficult. It's like paddling west when facing the east. In other words, countercurrent? Xiaobei asked. The others agreed. Yes. Equip them with our most advanced equipment. This time, we'll call it countercurrent. Xiaobei raised his head and said. Chapter 6. Xiaobei and the rest sent people to continue the rescue. The most advanced equipment was 6 snowmobiles, 5 of which were chain cars and 1 of which was anti-skid tires. Both of them were field test subjects. One was to test the terrain, and the other was to test if there were any obstacles in starting the oil under low temperature. Of course, they also brought blowtorches. If it really did not work, they could heat it manually. The 500 protection team had rested well last night. This time, they were going to the He River in the northeast. There were less than 60 households at the intersection of the Yellow River and the Waifan River, with a population of slightly more than 300 people. This was the last populated area in the surrounding area. As for whether there were a few families who went there to build thatched huts, there were probably some, but there was no way to save them. There were no markings on the military and administrative maps. Where could they find people in such a snowy day? Therefore, Xiao Bei and the rest could only comfort themselves. They thought that when winter came, the minority or those who lived alone would go to places with more people to live. Otherwise, many of their living materials would be difficult to guarantee. If they really did not go down the mountain to live with others, they could only pray for their own good luck. It was impossible for them to pull more than 20,000 people to carry out a carpet search. Moreover, the person they were searching for was unknown. The 500 selected people set off just like that. They brought snowmobiles, sledges, oxygen tanks, as well as heating, heat preservation, and chilblains medicine and food. What they needed to do was not to stop the snow from falling, nor did they need to build houses for the locals. They just needed to bring them out. Xiao Bei and the rest believed that the locals would not freeze to death immediately. It was definitely not a problem for them to last for 2 days. The biggest danger was not from the snow, but self-abandonment. Losing contact with the outside world for a long time would torture people to the point of insanity. I hate this heavy snow more and more. Not only is it delaying our journey, but it also makes us worry. TSK. Do you think I will be afraid of snow? It's said that there's no way to defy the heavens when it comes to evil. You're absolutely right. Xiao Bei muttered, obviously trying to cheer himself up. He turned around and ordered, go back to the tents. Those who are going to class, go to class, and those who are going to play, play. The children of Kagwan County were very obedient. They split up according to their learning progress and were taught by the original workers. The younger children looked for toys to play with. There were also some who ran outside the tent to stand in the open space, motionless as they watched the snow fall. No one knew what they were thinking. The children's world was always so colorful and unpredictable. The members of the protection team began to set up new tents and prepared delicious food in advance. When the people of Hehe arrived, they would eat and rest immediately. Sister Xiao Bei, why don't you go out and help and tell them what to do? Aren't you the leader? A servant girl who had been talking to the rag doll for a few minutes suddenly remembered something and immediately asked Xiao Bei about it. Xiao Bei patted the girl's head and narrowed his eyes. He smiled and said, if I don't help them, I'll be doing them a huge favor. I don't know anything, so how can I help? Professional matters should be left to the professionals. Let's not add to the mess, okay? Big Brother once said, don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Really? The little girl thought that Xiao Bei's words were very interesting. With one hand on her waist and the other holding the rag doll, she tilted her head and asked. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. It's true. Right now, the honest me will make them feel more at ease. Then I can only bring you guys along to play. Come, I'll teach you kids who aren't old enough to enter school to sing nursery rhymes. All the children who could speak and weren't old enough to enter school gathered together with Xiao Bei and the others. They earnestly learned and sang. This was another form of education. The nursery rhymes contained the basic numbers needed to enter school in the future, as well as the understanding of various words. Although there were no merchants in Kagwan County to sponsor the school was still built, and it was very good. The money was paid for by Xiao Bei and the others. Just like what they said, the current Tang Empire could no longer rely on merchants to let its children study well. It was no longer like in the beginning, when it relied on merchants to invest money. The merchants who first participated in the Morning Sun operation now not only received gratitude, they also received non-collateral, interest-free, long-term repayment, and large credit loans from the Great Tang Bank. This included the priority to sell new products, as well as investment and technical guidance. In other words, even if they were penniless, they could still make a comeback. The morning sun not only shone on the children, but also on the soul of a nation. Now that there was no need for merchants to bear the cost of education, there were more merchants who were willing to invest. The money they invested could be exchanged for a small portion of tax benefits. Of course, this benefit couldn't be compared to the amount of investment. In addition, there was also the credit limit of the Great Tang Bank. This couldn't be shown immediately. If one wanted to obtain more support from the bank, they would need a lot of credit points. Even so, there were more and more merchants who were willing to spend money on education. It could be said that it was a habit, or it could be said that it was an atmosphere. In short, there were fewer and fewer merchants who invested in the school, while there were more and more merchants who invested in the school. For example, if they went out for a stroll and found a school, they would stand at the door and look around. When they found the person in charge, they would throw 20 strings of coins, take the receipt, and continue to stroll. There were many such cases. They were casual and convenient, but it was difficult to supervise. Faced with such a situation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found Li Longji and very easily took out a set of supervision and management regulations. It included all aspects, and it was impossible to say that there were no loopholes. However, it was very difficult to find loopholes and use them to gain benefits. The amount of corruption could not exceed 50 strings of coins, because the overall amount fluctuated and the cycle was there. When this regulation was released, the officials of the imperial court were speechless. They originally thought that it would be very difficult, but in the end, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were so well prepared. It was as if they were the staple food on the table, and they could eat it when they needed it. There was no need to spend extra effort. Then, the schools that didn't have merchants to invest in were taken over by Xiaobei and the others. The money spent was not necessarily the profits from the candy house, but also the special funds of the imperial court. Among them, there was money from the schools that had a lot of investment, and there were also schools near tourist areas and trade centers. Naturally, the money they received was more. If they received 1,000 strings of coins a day, how could they spend 1,000 strings of coins a day? Thus, they had to hand it over and let the imperial court distribute it according to needs. Kugwang County was one of the beneficiaries. The children enjoyed the welfare of the entire country, and when they grew up, they would return to the country through various positions. In the face of such a situation, the families that had monopolized most of the benefits of the Tang Empire had no choice but to support them. They dared to challenge the system, but they did not dare to challenge Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Thus, the children of this era were happy and hardworking, unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era. Many children were unwilling to go to school, and they saw school as a burden. They hoped to get sick and then ask for leave. The children of this era were very sensible. They knew that in the past, only the rich could find teachers to teach their children. They also knew that even if they found teachers, they lacked textbooks and usually copied them. It was not as good as now. Every time they smelled the ink of textbooks, the peace that came from the heart was happiness. Moreover, going to school was easier than picking firewood and herding sheep at home. They ate better than at home, had new clothes to wear, and could play with other children. The sensible children were told from a young age that all of this was given by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. These were two people with intimate names, lofty positions, and not too far apart. Thus, they had to be sincere in offering incense and praying to their longevity tablets every day. Otherwise, they would be letting down the Tang Empire, letting down the emperor, letting down themselves, letting down their conscience, letting down. Since Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan enjoyed the love and respect of most of the people in the Tang Empire, they naturally had to do things for the people. They did not care about the few people who hated them in the original aristocratic families. So what if they hated them? Did they hate us for depriving them of their monopoly on education? Did they hate us for setting up a trap when we exchanged land with them for other benefits? Did they hate us for raising the status of the ordinary people? Did they hate us for exposing to the world the fact that they used the name of scholars who did not compete for benefits but did business behind their backs? Yes, there were many things that could be done but could not be said. Did we say it in the beginning? We did not say it, did we? Because we were not strong enough, we endured. Now that we are strong enough, we can do it. It is your turn to not say it. If you don't believe me, you can go to the streets and shout bad things about us. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan deceived the original aristocratic families, they did not show the slightest bit of embarrassment. Who asked them to foolishly exchange land for the right to operate the railway? Who asked them to exchange rare metals for the right to sell new goods? Do you dare to say that you did not want to take advantage of them? It is just that you did not expect the railway to develop so quickly and so many new goods to appear. Who is to blame? Blame us? Look carefully, that is the contribution of the people of the Tang Empire. How much tax can the two of us increase? It is the increase in the country's gross domestic product, do you understand? With this thought, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very happy. The two of them worked together to suppress a class of interests in the Tang Empire. History could not be created by one person, but one person could guide more people to change it. So what if we suppress a class? Those powerful people can destroy an entire race. Do you think that there are few people who destroyed their own race? That is why the two of us have to work hard. Under the condition of ensuring the stability of the lives of the people in the country, we have to do our best to liberate those who are still in slavery and help those who are being exploited. On the way to Hanyuan Palace, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan that the two of them had just discussed the problem of class. Oh, Xiaobao, do you want to slaughter a large number of Indians like the United States, or learn from Spain? As Wang Wan spoke, she tidied up her clothes. She had not worn the official uniform for a long time and was not used to it now. Zhang Xiaobao was also not used to it, but he endured and said, "Our Chinese civilization is different from other civilizations." How big was the original Central Plains? Why did it become the current territory? It is not how strong the military force is, but how tolerant the people are. The Jews are all over the world, but when they united and evacuated from various countries, the people in our country did not because they were assimilated. This is not the invasion of the national ideology, but the true integration of the two sides. So we do not need to slaughter a certain race until they are extinct. We just need to be in contact with them. Wang Wan narrowed her eyes and nodded with a smile. She knew that, as Zhang Xiaobao said, the Chinese people were never the same and would not reject others. Even if the whole world migrated to China, the Chinese people would welcome them. Come on, everyone do things together, and everyone's children can play together. It was not like other countries, regions, and ethnic groups that were xenophobic. To put it nicely, this was called national independence. To put it bluntly, this was called inferiority. How much inferiority did the people have to be so narrow-minded? How much inferiority did the people have to be so afraid of outsiders? Can't they live together? Can't they develop together? No, they must act like wild beasts, draw a circle, and then push others out of the circle. But the animal world told people that such wild beasts will eventually lose their territory. Then if it was a nation or a country, even if such a country's technology was ahead of the time, in terms of spiritual level, it was still undeveloped. Of course, many countries might not think this way. They believed that using knives and forks and eating separately was a sign of civilization. Everyone ate what was in front of them. In fact, China had been like this since a long time ago. They used knives and forks and ate separately. But later on, they found that this was not the way. Knives and forks were made of metal, and there was a shortage of food in China. It was best for everyone to eat together and use chopsticks. This was the wisdom and behavior of survival. In other words, using knives and forks and eating separately was not a way of eating that was praised and worshipped. It was something that China had done a long time ago. It was just that a small group of Chinese people were blinded by other countries' technology. They saw that other countries' technology was better than theirs, and they thought that everything was better. Eating meat cooked with a grilled method and using other people's name, they felt that it was fashionable. Even if it was a bowl of noodles, using other people's name, they felt proud. The more she thought about it, the angrier Wang Wan got. She could not help but complain to Zhang Xiaobao, there were many stupid people in China back then, right? What's wrong now? Zhang Xiaobao was surprised. I'm angry. Look at how good the Tang Empire is now. In the past, when we attended banquets, there were always many people who thought that suits and Western gowns were formal wear. It was as if it was wrong to not wear it. They said that the guests were not allowed to enter, especially the men. They had to wear a suit and tie. When I was my brother's female companion, I wore a cheongsam and my brother wore a long gown. I didn't see the doorman dare to stop us and say that our attire was not proper. Especially when we went to America, the waiters there were very respectful and let us in directly. That was because they knew that my brother and I represented the cultural heritage of a country with a long history. Wang Wan touched her clothes and felt that it was no longer uncomfortable to wear the official uniform. This was heritage, and the material was good. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao frowned and thought for a while, then asked, which brother? Female companion? You're paying attention to this? My brother. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao's IQ had obviously dropped at this moment. She had to add on to explain so that Zhang Xiaobao could return to normal. Zhang Xiaobao rolled his eyes and said, oh, your second brother, Wang Yueli, the kid who lacks earth in the 5 elements. He started wearing long gowns when he was in junior high, just like Kong Yiji. It was said that one day when it rained, his cloth shoes were wet, and he found a pair of boots at the last minute. After putting them on, he still looked as good as before. That's because everyone wants to see the treatment that Kong Yiji has never enjoyed. It's just that I don't know if he has Kaiyuan Tong Bao with him. It's best if he has 9 Kaiyuan Tong Bao, right? You want a plate of fennel beans and drink it with water mixed with yellow wine. You know my family very well. Wang Wan sneered and questioned. Zhang Xiaobao looked innocent. I have to know who is coming to arrest me, right? If it was that chief of the main hall, I would. Let him suffer a little. Wang Wan asked. Suffer what? If it were him, that kid would still kidnap the child. I would still have to exchange with him, but I don't want to die with him. He's too ugly. He doesn't trim his nose hair once in half a year. It's almost like a beard. Did he deliberately keep it and put conditioner on it? Zhang Xiaobao spared no effort to attack the chief of the Special 2nd Division who had insisted on arresting him, although this chief was at the level of the main hall and had a high position. Wang Wan's smile softened. She said, at that time, you were so domineering. You actually had so many checks from well-known banks on you. You scared that kid. Maybe he was hesitating at that time. But I knew that you would definitely take out that money to buy his life. He shouldn't have kidnapped the child in a place that used to be an orphanage. No one can challenge the dignity of the director. Hubby, you're a man. Oh, honey, actually, second brother is a good person. Although he wore boots once, he didn't take off his coat, right? Kong Yiji didn't take off his coat either. He even gave the child fennel beans. What he wanted to teach the child was not the 4 ways to write the word hui. He wanted to teach the foundation of the Chinese language. This is just like how we tirelessly teach the Tang Empire's officials various economic methods. Even if it's the theory of fixed tax and value-added tax in a simple transaction, we have to gradually analyze it for the officials. We have to analyze the relationship between the increase of these 2 taxes and the increase of the local economic output and intermediate costs. We even have to give them guidance on consumer psychology. Why would the price of the same thing increase in the capital? What is the increase? Is it the influence of the regional CPI, the cost of the intermediate transportation link, the risk and loss of the product logistics, or the additional profit value pursued by the production area itself? Everything is to let the relevant people understand, from the most basic aspects, so that they can grasp and formulate policies more easily. During this process, have we done anything unnecessary? Yes, because some officials are stupid. If you don't add anything, they won't even know what the snake is. At that time, Kong Iji probably didn't think so much. He taught others the 4 ways to write the word hui just to show off. Many people thought that he was funny. Then I want to ask, is the word hui funny? Is the word hui funny in running script? Is the word hui funny in Xiaozhuan? If this Kong Iji really exists, then did the people who mocked him give fennel beans to the child? What did they teach others? Did they want to teach the next generation how to mock a person who was willing to teach the foundation of the Chinese language to others? Zhang Xiaobao said a lot of things and they were about to reach the Hanyuan Palace Hall. Wang Wan was surprised. It seemed to be different from what they had discussed before. Why did Xiaobao say all this? She asked, Hubby, are you saying that Lu Sun is narrow-minded? No, I'm saying that our second brother is very elegant even if he wears boots, especially when his female companion is you. This is the foundation of the Chinese. You didn't become the female companion of a strange man at a banquet in the West. You definitely belong to the category of beauty, just like Kong Iji. Oh. Wang Wan understood. He was actually talking about this for a long time. She glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and said, the difference between you and Xianglin's wife is that you know that there are wolves in winter, but your thinking is as dirty as other men. Thank you. I've always been like father-in-law, even though he's a high-ranking official, Zhang Xiaobao said understandingly. Wang Wan gritted her teeth and said, my father only has one woman, and that's my mother. He has never thought of anyone else. Then what should I do? Can I only have one woman, and that's my mother-in-law? That won't do. Xiaobao, for half a year, I've decided to let you count the moon. Now be serious, Hanyuan Palace Hall. Hanyuan Palace Hall was indeed a serious place. It was so serious that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to wear official robes. Even Xiaobei and the others had to do the same. During the imperial court, they usually rode their bicycles here. If you want others to feel the same sense of dignity, you need your race to have a certain level of strength. It's best to have a base first, such as Israel. So, when you wear traditional clothes in other countries and are looked at seriously, you should first think about whether your own race is strong or not. If you think that your own personality is strong, then you are too ridiculous. When you turn around and laugh at your race, you are not a human being. In Hanyuan Palace Hall, Li Longji and the civil and military officials did not laugh at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Their expressions were very serious. It had nothing to do with the weather or the prestige of the officials. The direct reason was that they could not figure out why the 2 people below were wearing official robes to the imperial court today. The people who were usually calm and collected were actually so dignified. It made people feel uneasy. It was just as Li Longji had thought. What were they trying to do? Was the end of the world coming? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bowed and spoke into the microphone that someone nearby passed to them. This subject, Bohai Commander-in-Chief Office's Judici Zhang Xiaobao. This subject, Bohai Commander-in-Chief Office's Judici Wang Wan, pays respect to Your Majesty. There was a long line behind the microphone. It looked very inconvenient. Li Longji took a deep breath. He could already hear the sound of his own heartbeat. It made people nervous. Minister Zhang, Minister Wang, dispense with the formalities, please sit. Li Longji responded in the manner of a proper ruler and minister. A little eunuch hurriedly ran over to prepare chairs. Luo Bin could not wait and went to the last 2 seats of the civil officials. He pushed them up and snatched their chairs and placed them behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat at the very bottom facing Li Longji. There were also civil and military officials on both sides. This position was very good. The other officials could see the 2 of them if they looked down. Is there an important matter? Li Longji asked. He unconsciously crossed his hands together. The officials controlled their breathing and waited for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reply. This subject found out yesterday that the Tang Dynasty's patrol inspector Zhang Xiaobai, Wang Xiaoyuan, and other officials encountered heavy snow on their way to Fengzhou. In order to help the local people, they are trapped in the open area of the Yellow River on the east side of Kagwan County. The transmission was interrupted. When this subject came, it had not yet been restored. Therefore, this subject wishes to ask the imperial court to send aid. Zhang Xiaobao explained the reason for his visit. There was a sigh of relief in Hanyuan Palace. Li Longji opened his crossed hands and glared at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He said, I thought it was something serious. In the future, the two of you are not allowed to be so scary. The casual clothes you usually wear are more comfortable. Yes, casual clothes are better. Yes, it should be casual clothes. It's better than official clothes. The officials all agreed. When they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan urgently request an audience in official clothes, they felt that the sky was falling. It was actually a trivial matter. It was too deceptive. It's not good for the two of us to be too casual in the imperial court. Wang Wan explained. You can be casual. In the future, when you meet someone, the two of you can go around from the back. There is no need to let others report. The officials are already working very hard every day. Don't add to their psychological burden. We already know that Xiao Bai and the others are trapped. You and Xiao Bao can send people to deliver things. What do you lack? It's not easy to allocate things at the moment. This subject will take them from the national treasury. Li Longji's mood brightened. He no longer spoke in a formal manner. Zhang Zhong also raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Just now, he was also frightened. Although his son and daughter-in-law looked very good in official clothes, no official or commoner wanted to see the two of them in such formal clothes. After letting out a sigh of relief, Zhang Zhong put on a serious expression and shouted at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, why aren't the two of you at home looking after Mingming? Why are you running to Hanyuan Palace Hall to talk about such a small matter? Zhang Xiaobao stood up and cupped his hands. He said, Minister Zhang, this official does not dare to agree with your words. Don't talk to me about this. Today, I am not the Minister of Works. I am your father. Xiao Bai and the others have more than 20,000 people in their team. They have all the supplies they need. Not to mention saving a disaster, they should be able to fight a siege against the enemy, right? Tell me, what do they lack? Zhang Zhong, who had always been serious and attached great importance to the imperial court, could not help it. The main reason was that he felt that it was not good to scare the emperor and other colleagues. Zhang Xiaobao was not to be outdone. They lack oil, especially diesel oil and kerosene. Father, husband is right. Xiao Bai and the others lack the above two things. If it were normal times, they could use them sparingly and distribute according to the actual situation. For example, lighting can keep many places dark. For example, heating can seal tents. However, they are now facing disaster relief. Xiao Bai and the others must give the commoners an impression of strong soldiers. They will choose to light up the entire night, choose to increase the overall temperature of the area, and choose to force their way through when they are in a hurry. What the commoners see is that no matter when, where, what the situation is, the most elite troops of the Tang Empire will face it easily. Even if the sky falls and the earth shatters, the place where the protection team appears will not move. Even if the mountains and seas are turned upside down, they will be able to turn the tide. Wang Wan cooperated with Zhang Xiaobao to add on. Li Longji slapped the table. That's right. Wherever the protection team goes, it must be safe, no matter when, no matter where. This way, even if all the regular troops of the Tang Empire are defeated one day, the protection team will not be deployed, and my imperial army will not be defeated. The people will not lose their confidence. This is the last line of defense. Not only does it defend the territory, but it also protects the soul of the Tang Empire. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, Xiao Bai, and the others lack things. Send them. Your Majesty, it's impossible. We can't send them. The snow has already blocked the road. The Minister of War, Xiao Song, spoke the truth. He knew the army, so he knew how bad the environment was. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's protection team could not break through. Every step they took was a pit. There was no way out. It's you who can't send them. Li Longji was unhappy. You're a normal person. You're saying it's impossible. Many years ago, when it was snowing heavily in Feng State, we sent 10 tons of supplies a day. How much did we send back then? The Turks who were willing to surrender saw that the supply of supplies to Feng State increased instead of decreased. What we need is this willpower. When faced with a strong opponent, they will become stronger. They will not compromise or lower their heads. Otherwise, do you think the Turks who surrendered will live so obediently? Xiao Song hurriedly admitted his mistake. Yes, yes. Your Majesty is right. We are all kites. What we play is to soar into the sky in adversity. If there is no adversity, we will not fly. Then. Provincial Governor Zhang, Deputy Provincial Governor Wang, can you teach us how to fly? Minister Zhang must be confident, right? Xiao Song pushed the problem to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He did not forget to add fuel to the fire for Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong calmed down at this moment. He thought about it. His son and daughter-in-law were right. Xiao Bai and Xiao Yuan promised to show their strongest side so that the people would feel at ease. No matter how heavy the snow was, the people would definitely see the sun rise and the clouds parting. However, the corresponding consumption would increase. The diet was fixed. No matter how much you ate, you could not eat the food of more than a few people. Oil was the most scarce. When the children left, they knew that they had only brought an extra month's worth of oil. Because the total time from the capital to Feng State was not much, they had already considered the consumption of oil if they encountered unexpected situations. However, who would have thought that an abnormal heavy snow would suddenly fall? Thinking like this, Zhang Zhong put away his temper with the children and asked softly, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, if you need money from your family, just take it. There is no need to disturb the court. Thank you for your understanding, father. The problem is not about money. It is a race against time. Send as much as possible to Xiaobai so that they will feel at ease. If it were a group of adult court officials, I could slowly gather the transportation resources and let them wait. However, Xiaobai and the others are our younger siblings. Yesterday, when we received the telegram, we did not immediately tell the emperor. Overnight, Cuckoo and I gathered the supplies, but when we woke up in the morning, we still could not make a telegram communication. Xiao Bai and the others must be waiting for brother and sister to make a move. Every second that they wait, Cuckoo and I will feel heartache for one more second. Zhang Xiaobao spoke in a heavy tone. Wang Wan added, so after Xiaobao and I arranged everything, we went to the imperial court in our official robes. We requested the imperial court to issue a formal administrative order to rush to our younger siblings' aid. We didn't want to discuss in casual attire. Now, does anyone object or have any doubts? The officials collectively fell silent. Even the Minister of Revenue Wang Bei, who had always stood on the opposite side of the Zhang family and Wang family, did not dare to object. They knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were serious. Anyone who dared to raise any questions would be the enemy of the Zhang family and Wang family for life. This was different from the usual disputes in the court. They also knew that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were wearing official robes to express their private feelings. If anyone objected, they would definitely resign. What would the emperor do? Wang Bei thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, I think that Xiao Bai, Wang Xiaoyuan, and the rest of the Tang patrol team are facing a severe test. To be honest, they are still children. We should not put all the pressure on them to save the people. Your Majesty, please issue a decree. Your Majesty, I agree. All the officials said in unison. Li Longji was relieved. He felt that this was what a real official should be like. It was fine to have conflicts in normal times, but at critical times, they should be unified and not fight among themselves. When the people of Tang were suffering, everyone's hearts were united. While the children were fighting, the adults could not fall behind. Thus, he said, you are right. As long as there is help, I am willing to do my best. There will definitely be no financial problems. Wang Bei looked at Zhang Zhong and said. At this time, he really did not have any selfish motives. He still remembered that when he offended Zhang Zhong, he stopped the benefits. Later, when his daughter-in-law was pregnant, he supplemented the benefits. Furthermore, the benefits that were specially made for the child were more expensive than before. He was telling himself that the child's matter had nothing to do with the political views of the adults. He wanted the child to stay away from filth. Now, Wang Bei also knew that he had to put the child first. If he still wanted to use Xiao Bai and the others to attack the Zhang family and Wang family, he did not dare to think about the consequences. However, he had already made a mistake in his morals. Money is a small problem. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, how do you plan to transport the things to the destination? Do we need to mobilize a group of eagles? Li Longji did not care about the money. What he cared about was the fastest way to send the things to the destination. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at his father and then replied, it's too late. The group of eagles has always been in Feng province. That place is suitable for training eagles. Only planes can be deployed. Shui Yun has already gone out at dawn to lock onto Xiao Bai's position. She will be back in a while. Then, the Tang Empire's air force will be deployed. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, everyone finally understood why the two of them had gone to court. It turned out that they wanted to deploy the air force. The air force was led by the two of them. Even the key design was done by them. When the first plane took off, there was a small wind tunnel. Now, there were 41 planes in service. There were 366 pilots. Only 35 people could complete the mission well. It seemed that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo intended to deploy these 35 people. Will it work? Li Longji was not confident. The weather was too bad. Yes. From the capital, we have 16 planes that can fly to the destination and fly back after delivering the things. Each plane can deliver 500 kilograms of things. The problem is not taking off and landing. The capital's airport is very dry. The problem is the low visibility. We need Shuiyun's family to do a good job of navigating. Zhang Xiaobao said. Li Longji was surprised. Not 35? Only 16 are transport planes. To be precise, they are man-made bombers. The other planes can't fly over. Oh, they can fly over, but they can't fly back. Zhang Xiaobao explained. Li Longji thought about it and realized that the transport planes could fly further. He then asked, why didn't we build transport planes in the past? Because transport planes are not good as training planes. There will be a lot of new planes in the spring next year. From now on, we will start to transport the fuel. Each batch will be 8,000 kilograms. They will be delivered twice a day. When there is heavy snow, they will stop. Zhang Xiaobao was even more anxious than Li Longji. The people of Great Tang were already amazed when they saw planes. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew very well how bad the planes were now. The flight distance was short, the flight speed was low, the flight altitude was low, and the load was small. If it were them, one plane would be enough. As long as there was no snow at the airport, the flying environment would not be a problem. They did not need to observe the ground with their eyes. However, their technology was not up to par, so they could only endure. They were used to having supplies airdropped to any place in the country. How could they adapt to such a situation? Minister of War Xiao Song sighed and asked, "Is it very dangerous?" "Yes, it's not just a little big, but we have to go. Don't think that we are just delivering some things to Xiaobei. We have to follow the rules of war. If that place is not Xiaobei but a large number of enemy troops, will our air force be deployed? If there is a need, we can let other planes take off. It will be a one-way trip. Today, I want everyone to allow the planes to take off. Also, I want everyone to write a letter to publicize this operation. I want the Great Tang's air force to be perfectly displayed in front of the people." Zhang Xiaobao explained the purpose of publicity. Li Longji and the other officials agreed. They did need to let the people know how strong the Great Tang was. In the future, they could give other people a chance to survive. For example, a fisherman who went out to sea to fish was blown to an island by the wind. In the past, he and his family could only wait for news of his death. His family could not even get any news and could only guess. Then, with the aid of airplanes, the fisherman would adjust his mentality and stamina. He knew that his family would report him when they found out that he did not return. Then, rescue boats would come out. At the same time, planes would take off to patrol the sea. If he maintained his mentality and stamina, he could live for a long time. There were also those who lost their way in the grassland. An area was surrounded by floods. If a plane flew over their head and then flew away, they would know that more planes would appear. The education of patriotism was especially important. When he was in danger, the country would give him hope. When the country was faced with a choice between life and death, he would choose to protect the country. At the moment, the imperial court did not publicize airplanes, so the people were more familiar with Shuiyun. When Shuiyun was free, she would bring her family to various places in the Great Tang to familiarize themselves with the terrain. In the process, she would help others when they were in danger. When a small group of people was surrounded by wolves on the grassland, Shuiyun's family appeared. The wolves did not even have the courage to fight with Shuiyun's family and were chased by Shuiyun's family. When someone fell into the water, Shuiyun would rescue them. Although there were several scratches on their arms and legs when they were thrown ashore, they were only superficial wounds. "You were still alive, right?" When someone got lost in the mountains, Shuiyun would help to report to the local government office. It took some time to communicate, but the goal would be achieved in the end. Shuiyun's family was such an existence. Their ability to find people was better than that of pilots. Many people in the wild would feel relieved when they saw Shuiyun flying in the sky. The only pity was that since ancient times, there weren't many such intelligent animals. However, every time such an animal appeared, regardless of whether it was a cat, a dog, a cow, or a horse, it would be praised and valued by humans. Right now, it was time for Shuiyun to contribute. He was arrogant and never ate the food given by others. He also never showed kindness to others. Even if it was Li Longji, the emperor, he only trusted a small group of people from the Zhang family and Wang family. When he heard Zhang Yinglian's words and pictures and took out the photos of Xiaobei and the others, he spread his wings and rushed toward the snowy yellow river bank, giving people the impression that he was very anxious. Xiaobei and the others, who had set up camp and stayed still, accompanied the children for a lesson and then played with them. They never said a word about the management of the camp, nor did they run around. "Little sister Xiaobei, let's go catch a few fish in the river, okay? If we make a hole in the ice, the fish will show up by themselves. If we make a large piece of ice, I even dare to go down to catch fish. I'm very good." A 12-year-old boy named Sun Jizong was related to the county magistrate, Sun Mao. In fact, most people in Kagwang County were related to him. Sun Jizong probably wanted to show off his ability to catch fish in front of Xiaobei, so he was instigating. Xiao Yuan glared at him. "You shut up. When are you still thinking of going out to find trouble? Do you want to waste the manpower of our guard team and break a large piece of ice for you to catch fish? Do you need it? My Xiaobei only needs a small hole to get in and take the fish out. You stay here, or I'll beat you up." Sun Jizong shrank back. He felt that he couldn't beat Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, don't always scare people. It's not good to beat people up. Our goal is to control other people's behavior. If you ask me, break his legs. I'll see how he goes into the water. You have to be rational in the future, okay? Xiao Bei reprimanded Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was very cooperative. Is one leg okay? I won't go down, really. Xiao Yuan, you're the best. Sun Jizong was scared to death by Xiao Bei. He was really rational. In order to achieve his goal, he didn't scare people at all and directly broke their legs. Xiao Yuan, who beat people up, was a good person. Hee, I'm just kidding. When the spring ice flows down, if we can still pass by, I'll accompany you to the river to catch fish. If you follow my team to play, you won't have to be afraid of drowning. We have special protective measures. Now, don't run around. Can't you see that I've become obedient? Xiao Bei said with a smile. Sun Jizong heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Brother Xiao Yuan, Sister Xiao Bei, I heard that Brother Xiao Bao and Sister Cuckoo are very powerful. They have been personally leading the rescue every time there's a problem. Why aren't you leading? Because we don't know how. The 9 of us can only lead about 300 people. We can't handle more. Now, we're doing this. Keeping an eye on you is the greatest contribution to the team. We're a burden? Wrong. You and us are all hope. Hope. Oh, I hope that the snow will stop soon. Look, it's still snowing. How good would it be if this snow didn't happen? Xiao Bei, our Kugwang County is going to be rich soon. Everyone's poultry and livestock can be sold for money. There's also extra livestock to help with the farming. When it snows, I hear the county magistrate crying. Brother? Yes, I'm the oldest. The county magistrate said that God doesn't want to see us doing well. When the snow falls, people will die. Our last hope is your family's workers and cooks. They're really powerful. They didn't feel sad or cry. They just called for everyone to work. Then, the seedling protection team came. The same clothes, the same backpack, and the same footsteps. At that time, I felt that it wasn't a group of people, but a mountain. Can you imagine it? At that time, someone shouted at the top of his lungs to stop. Then, boom, 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 boom. Then, there was the sound of wind. They were so strong. We couldn't even line up properly. There were always people making small movements and people making noises. They had so many people, but they were like rocks, not moving at all. Sun Jizong, who was already very sensible, explained the situation to Xiao Bei and the rest. His eyes were full of admiration. Being praised, Xiao Bei was happy. He narrowed his eyes and said humbly, It's nothing. It's very normal. You said it too. They're the seedling protection team. You know how to farm. Didn't the seedlings stand very orderly? How can the people protecting them be bad? Actually, the powerful ones are here. Quick, prepare warm water and raw meat. Shui Yun is here. As Xiao Bei spoke, he inadvertently raised his head and happened to see a figure moving about amidst the flying snow. It was as if he was dancing amidst countless black dots. In the forbidden zone of life, Shui Yun's figure was so beautiful. Some people saw it for the thrill, while others saw it for the courage. Xiao Bei saw it for the calmness, as if she was in the water. Shui Yun, here. Quick, bring me the gun. Xiao Bei waved her hand vigorously and then asked the guard beside her to bring the gun over. She and Xiao Yuan each held one side. Shui Yun let out a cheerful cry. Her wings moved and retracted, and she lightly landed on the gun shaft. She swayed her head left and right, carefully sizing up Xiao Bei and the rest. Her eyes were full of kindness and inquiry. Immediately, someone sprayed water on Shui Yun. It had just been adjusted. Although Shui Yun came over in the wind and snow, her body was very hot, especially when she was flying so hard. Once she landed, her heart rate and blood pressure would increase. She needed to cool down. If there was no help, the eagle would have to cool down by itself. But if there was help, the eagle would feel much more comfortable. Most of the time, when a rabbit kicked an eagle, it didn't hurt the eagle. Instead, it caused the eagle's blood pressure to suddenly rise. Then, the eagle was done for. Shui Yun was very cooperative. She spread her wings, adjusted her position, and lowered her head to drink a few mouthfuls of water. She was very satisfied. Shui Yun, why did you come here? Is there something wrong? Eat something first, Xiao Bei said happily. Chapter 7. Shui Yun lowered her head and pecked at the bamboo tube on her claws. Xiao Bei smiled and helped her take it off. I saw it. I just wanted to ask you. Many children from the county came over, but Shui Yun was unwilling to talk to them. She waited quietly on the spear pole. She still had to fly back later. The mission this time was urgent, so she was more tired and had to recover her strength as soon as possible. The children liked Shui Yun, but they didn't dare to touch her. Firstly, they were afraid of being nagged, and secondly, it would seem that they didn't respect the general of the imperial court. Xiao Bei took out a stack of papers from the bamboo tube, looked at the words, and read aloud, "We are worried that you don't have enough gasoline and diesel supplies. Shui Yun will go to check the route. From Shui Yun, transport planes will deliver supplies to your department. Minister of War Xiao Song. Here, look at the blueprints." Xiao Bei handed the blueprints to the people of the protection team and complained, "Damn the telegram. It's not useful at the crucial moment, making Shui Yun fly back and forth. It's snowing." Xiao Yuan sighed and said, "It must be the idea of brother and sister. Others wouldn't have thought that we use more fuel." Xiao Hai added, "Since the supplies are coming, we can continue to send people to He River and set up a few contact points on the road. We can gather people as soon as possible and think of a way to cross the snow-covered area." The children nearby were obviously concerned about different things from the adults. When they heard that there was a plane coming, they spread the news one by one. Soon, all the children knew. All kinds of happy voices were heard in the snow. A few sensible adults felt sad. Sun Mao came forward and asked Xiao Bei and the others, "Is our arrival making things difficult for you? What kind of oil are you using? Is it the thing that the machine needs? It has nothing to do with you. How many people do you have?" "We have a lot of people, so don't worry. The oil is not valuable. The pilots who came can also be treated as training." Xiao Bei naturally couldn't say that he was right. Sun Mao nodded slowly and said, "If you need us, just let us know." He had already understood. At night, the lights outside were on. During the day, the tents were also open so that it wouldn't be so stuffy inside. If the people in his county felt comfortable and at ease, then the protection team would definitely do something. They couldn't just open the tents for no reason, and it wouldn't be cold in the tents. Sun Mao sighed. Xiao Bei and the others were just putting on an act. Their goal was to not let the people in their county suffer a little. When they returned home in the future, they would be full of energy when they started rebuilding. After thinking about it, Sun Mao felt conflicted. He wanted to tell the people in the county to suffer a little and not let Xiao Bei and the rest waste things. However, he was also afraid that Xiao Bei and the rest would waste their efforts. "Why don't we close the tent? Just say that the wind is too strong," Sun Mao muttered, wanting to help. "You better not interfere." Su Ilong's voice suddenly sounded from behind Sun Mao. Sun Mao turned around. Su Ilong smiled at him and said, "In fact, we are not very short of gasoline and diesel at the moment. According to the current consumption, it is not a problem to last for 20 days. Then. Sun Mao uttered a word, meaning to ask, then why did Xiao Bao and the others airdrop them? How could a plane fly in a snowy day? The seedling protection team has a habit of constantly maintaining the level of logistics that is enough to support and win a battle, which is 10 times the battle reserve level of their enemy. Obviously, according to this consumption, the amount of firewood and gasoline reserves will be reduced. The seedling protection team does not like this feeling. Currently, the amount of firewood and gasoline used is 2.5 times that of a normal seedling protection team. Don't you realize that it is not cold walking near the tent? Su Ilong winked at Sun Mao, allowing him to feel the temperature of the land and the stickiness of the snow under his feet when it rolled. Sun Mao stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. His expression changed and he said in distress, "It's all our fault. Xiao Bei and the others intend to give us a very safe environment." Yes, Xiao Bei and the others need the seedling protection team to leave an impression on you with their absolute strength. You don't have to feel guilty. Xiao Bei and the others are the same in any county. The ones that I admire the most are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It is only the second day, not even 24 hours. After the telegram communication was cut off, they could immediately respond in the capital. I guess Xiao Bei and the others took this into consideration, so they dared to operate the machine at a high capacity. The Tang Empire today is not the past. Su Ilong saw that she had said too much. She was afraid that Sun Mao's heart would be heavy, so she immediately added to comfort him. Sun Mao stood and thought for a while. He showed a special smile and said, "Yes, the Tang Empire with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo is very strong. Since they have decided, let's enjoy it. The seedling protection team has always been our most solid support. You should take the opportunity to organize the people in the county and let the seedling protection team teach you the little knowledge in daily life. Don't think that you are more familiar with life than others because you usually live like this. The seedling protection team is systematic learning. If you are not their enemy, you don't know how scary they are." Su Ilong helped to come up with ideas. Since everyone was here, it was a waste of resources to only let the people in the county do some manual labor. Sun Mao touched Su Ilong's head happily and said, "Thank you, I will arrange it later. I really don't know how scary the seedling protection team is. Even if you say that they can defeat 10 times the enemy at any time. I only know how firm I was when I saw them in despair when it snowed yesterday, because I am not their enemy. It is an enemy 10 times the same armed, not an unarmed farmer." Su Ilong emphasized, they are not only responsible for the foreign war at the critical moment, but also for the rebellion of the army in a certain area. For example, the military and political officials in a slightly remote place in the Tang Empire join hands to rebel. What the seedling protection team has to do is to go over and then annihilate. Don't think that the army in other places can compete with the seedling protection team with the same weapons. They can't afford the training fees. I have seen it with my own eyes once. It was a training session for the seedling protection team. Really? Sun Mao was curious. Really, artillery and infantry worked together. That was a real fight. The artillery fell as if it did not cost money. The artillery's data was very tight because the infantry was not far from the landing point of the artillery. A row of artillery shells fell, the second row of artillery shells fell, and the third row of artillery shells pushed forward. Before the artillery shells hit the ground, they entered the first row of artillery shells. This is called slowly entering the bullet screen. The infantry needed to step on the artillery points and shoot during the attack to destroy the targets that were not damaged by the artillery shells. That was a real artillery shell. If there was a mistake between them, they would die. Previously, they needed to train separately. It was said that an artillery soldier needed to shoot 300 artillery shells a year. The error rate of the last few dozens of artillery shells was less than 3 meters to participate in such a live-fire exercise. What did I see that day? The artillery shells fell, the people pushed forward, followed by rocket launchers, artillery shells, grenade launchers, rifle grenades, and hand grenades. The entire position was full of all kinds of smoke and explosions. There was no blind spot, and all the targets were blown up. Only the army in other places of the Tang Empire dared to rebel. Even if the fortifications were built, they could not withstand the charge of the seedling protection team because they did not have the money to train like this. Their battalion-level commander could not even compare to the leader of the seedling protection team. Su Ilong said as she gestured, trying to describe the situation of the exercise to Sun Mao. Sun Mao was already confused. He smacked his lips and asked without confidence, "How many artillery shells can a sheep be exchanged for?" "It can be exchanged for at least 10, Su Ilong answered with uncertainty. "Their artillery training used up 30 sheep a year?" Sun Mao swallowed again. It was so expensive. More than that. Their artillery soldiers not only need to know how to fire, but they also need to know how to repair, know how to airborne, snipe, dodge during the process of swimming and counterattack on the other side. If an accident happens to the artillery soldier, any soldier can immediately take over the position of the artillery soldier. Although the shooting is not so accurate, the data needs to be calculated skillfully. Their artillery soldiers are amazing. There is a newly built cannon that can rotate. The artillery soldier blindfolded on it. When others report the position and distance, he can blow up the targets one by one. It is said that it is specially prepared for the scouts in special environments and terrains. When the scouts find the enemy, they measure the distance and position. In the case of fog, the cannoneers hit the target with one shot. Therefore, the seedling protection team is a standard combat force, not a simple rescue force. You don't have to worry about whether they have enough supplies. They just calculate the logistics for the battles that they encounter at any time. After Su Ilong finished speaking, Sun Mao was finally not as anxious as before. He greeted the other party and went back to inform the people in the county to be prepared and learn more from the seedling protection team. Xiao Bei had already written a reply and stuffed it back into the bamboo tube. Shui Yun, it doesn't matter if it takes a little bit of time. Fly slowly when you go back. When you have enough rest, bring them back in the afternoon. Look at the sky, the snow will be lighter in the afternoon, right? Xiao Bei was always worried about tiring Shui Yun out, just like how he did not want the seedling protection team to operate at full capacity. Shui Yun looked up at the sky and nodded slightly to Xiao Bei, meaning that the snow in the afternoon would indeed be lighter. Normally speaking, Shui Yun had the last say in the weather. He could easily fly to the stratosphere and glide up there for fun. He had seen a lot and naturally knew what kind of clouds would have what kind of changes. Asking him to lead the transport plane only showed that the Tang Empire's technology was not good enough and could not fly to such a high altitude. Otherwise, it would be easier to airdrop. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan only had one word for this: endure. Endure the Tang Empire's technology and slow progress. Yes, slow. At the same time, the two of them lamented and complained. Why didn't they learn more about this back then? They were all geniuses, right? Even if they had to spend 2 more years to learn and remember, it would not be as difficult as it was now. Although the current speed of development had surpassed the historical speed of the Industrial Revolution, at that time, the Industrial Revolution did not have a clear path and was summed up in failure. It was not like the two of them who were very clear about how many detours the Industrial Revolution had taken. The light bulb did not need to be tested thousands of times. The sealing of steam engines was a law. The operating principle of internal combustion engines was very clear, including the faults that would occur and several design concepts that the two of them knew. Of course, for children who did not study hard, it was impossible for them to remember and use at will. The two of them did not have to worry about whether they studied well or not. It just depended on what they wanted to learn. Zhang Xiaobao never felt that he was qualified to waste time on playing and college feelings. He carried the wishes of the dean's grandfather, and he had to do what the dean wanted to do but could not do. As a member of the Red family, Wang Wan grew up in internal and external competition. She was also very talented and was never willing to submit to a man. No man dared to look down on her, not even Zhang Xiaobao. Thus, they controlled the overall program of the Tang Empire's economy, society, human nature, politics, military, and diplomacy. However, the two of them still felt that they had learned too little, and their evaluation of themselves was ignorance. Zhang Xiaobao had only attacked the loopholes in the economic system of other countries, but he had not helped in the construction of that era. That was because it was too difficult, and he did not have the opportunity. He was not willing to help a small country, and he would be caught helping China. Wang Wan only had a master's degree. Although she had learned a lot and was very good at it, she did not have a systematic understanding of the top areas. Physics was not good, chemistry was not good, and mathematics was not good. In that era, no one could be multi-specialized. If you thought you were a genius, then who was not a genius at the top? Thus, the two of them spent most of their time learning. They taught each other what they knew and then studied it. Others would think that they were trying to solve difficult problems in the field of political economy, but in reality, the two of them had no such thoughts. The two of them spent most of their time studying biology, physics, chemistry, and mathematics, because this involved specific applications of medicine, weaponry, agriculture, and processing. Nowadays, the people of the medical academy almost regarded the two of them as gods. When the antibiotic penicillin was invented, the two of them were directly pushed to the altar. Later on, the two of them helped to develop erythromycin, and now they were developing a series of drugs for tuberculosis. As long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had time, they would have the medical academy submit research reports to check the research progress and mass production of various tuberculosis drugs. This is the advantage of the free medical system. Many people are afraid of spending money. Even if they are not feeling well, they will not come to see a doctor. When they find out that they have tuberculosis and are in the terminal stage, it is impossible to say that they will die immediately. It can only be maintained, and then more money will be spent. If the disease is known in advance, it is easy to treat it, and the social value created by this person's life will definitely be far greater than the cost of treatment. There may be exceptions for a single person, but the social value has never been calculated for a single person. Wang Wan was waiting for the morning court to end so that Li Longji and the others could come to see Shui Yun. Then, they could send out the transport plane. During the free time, she analyzed the report with Zhang Xiaobao and sighed with emotion. Zhang Xiaobao flipped through the report. Why do you think there are so many kinds of tuberculosis? Other than the common cold, it is probably the only kind that has many kinds. What you said just now was wrong in terms of calculation. Isn't it social value that they buy medicine when they are sick? Medical care has been industrialized. If they are not sick, they can create social value in other aspects. If they are sick, they can still create social value in medical institutions. Go, go, go. We agreed not to criticize the past. Look at the report. The little monkey is so pitiful. It is actually being inoculated with tuberculosis bacteria. In a few years, when the white mice are cultivated, the monkey can relax. Wang Wan saw that the report mentioned many monkeys and then said that she was not a member of the Protection Association. She just said that she did not care. It was fine as long as the monkey was dead and the human was alive. If they wanted to take pity on the entire world, that would be a god. True gods were not the gods of various religions. The gods of religions had always brought about control, exploitation, and slaughter. You were the one who said something about social value first. Shui Yun has not returned yet. It seems that she will only send out a team in the afternoon. This is a kind of test for the Tang Empire's Air Force. If we force an airdrop in this snowy day, who knows where it will land? Zhang Xiaobao did not care about the monkeys. His thoughts were on the people. To be precise, it was on the pilots. Since the beginning of the airplanes, 6 pilots had died. This number was heavy and light at the same time. Every life was heavy, but just like what was said on the day of the airplanes, this road to heaven was full of heroes. Wang Wan flipped to the last page, closed the report, and said, "It can only be said that our technology is not good enough. Shouldn't we airdrop in snow?" The reason is that we don't have satellites. There is no remote sensing detection system on the airplanes. Otherwise, what is snow? When we pass through the clouds, we are frozen in ice. Can we not fly? When we don't have an air force, we don't need them to do anything. Since we have an air force, they must bear the responsibility of the air force. Otherwise, why do they eat beef and mutton every day? Why do they build such a beautiful house? It is not because they are pilots, but because they are always prepared to sacrifice. You misunderstood me. I don't feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for the diesel and gasoline. In order to throw 500 kilograms of things, more than a ton of fuel was consumed. I am afraid that they will not be able to throw accurately and waste the money. Zhang Xiaobao argued. It would be strange if I believed you. Wang Wan muttered, got up, and looked out the window. She called Zhang Xiaobao, go and cook. Shui Yun will probably be back soon. Xiao Bei and the others are probably afraid that Shui Yun will be tired, so they let him fly to the stratosphere. Shui Yun did come back from the stratosphere. He flew close to the ground to observe the terrain. When he came back, he could also observe the clouds. It was almost noon. Shui Yun landed easily and began to drink water. As he drank, he exhaled to lower his body temperature. There was another guided flight in the afternoon. His wife, Hong Wan, and the children were also there. When he went in the afternoon, Hong Wan and the 5 children had to follow him. Starting tomorrow, they would be separated from morning to afternoon. The main thing was color. Shui Yun was too white, and it was not good to dye him with other colors. He could only rely on different colors from his family for the pilots to observe. After an hour, Shui Yun indicated that he was ready. Everyone followed him to the airport in the suburbs of the capital, including the emperor, Li Longji. The airport was clean and flat. Occasionally, there would be a gunshot or a few reared falcons hovering in the sky. Their purpose was to shoot and catch birds. At the same time, they could practice their marksmanship. 16 transport planes were pulled out and parked on both sides. 366 pilots were neatly dressed and lined up in formation. There were also publicity staff from the capital newspaper taking photos with precious cameras. At the same time, more than 1,000 people appeared around them. They were still vigilant against each other. When they looked at unfamiliar people around them, they felt that they were saboteurs. Li Longji was invited to the stage to speak first. His gaze swept across everyone's face. Li Longji said into the microphone, "When I first heard of the heavy snow in Yin province, I was very worried. Later, I found out that Xiao Bei, Xiao Yuan, Xiao Hai, 9 people happened to pass by. However, I am afraid that it will be difficult for the protection team to continue their supply and rescue." Shui Yun brought back news that they are heading west to meet the East Current. Their code name is Countercurrent. Therefore, you are ordered to wait for the long-distance airdrop. Here, I wish you victory. Now, Wang Wan will swear the oath. Applause sounded. It was from the people and publicity staff. Only then did Li Longji not get angry. Wang Wan came up and applause sounded again. Wang Wan frowned and said with a cold expression, "Stop clapping. There are still people waiting to be rescued. There is nothing to be happy about." The people and publicity staff immediately stopped. They were very nervous, afraid that they would anger their cuckoo. There are 366 pilots in Great Tang. Wang Wan stared at the pilots. However, only 35 people can participate in this mission. The others are all unqualified. If you don't work hard during training, you will be eliminated at the crucial moment. There is no need to talk about feelings. I am very disappointed in those people who, under good weather conditions, can actually make a low-altitude airdrop with a margin of error of 1 mile. This is a great humiliation. 331 pilots lowered their heads, and some of them even shed tears. Another 3 pilots knelt on the ground. Obviously, they were the ones who had made the airdrop a mile away. The remaining 35 people. Wang Wan changed her target again. You just did better than the others. It doesn't mean that Xiao Bao and I are satisfied. This mission will be carried out by you. There will be 16 people in each group. Bring along 16 people who are better trained to participate. The remaining 3 will be on standby and be ready to be replaced at any time. Wang Wan paused for a moment to let everyone understand. Then, she said, the airport in Beijing will provide you with logistical support. Takeoff and landing will not cause you any trouble. I won't encourage you. I don't want to talk about how difficult the mission is, and I don't want to talk about how honorable you are. My request is simple. Fly over, drop the airdrop accurately, and fly back. As for the distance, bad weather, and low visibility, that is your problem. You are the pilots. I don't care about the process. I only want the results. If it was easy, why would I need you? Pilots carry out such missions. The meaning of your existence is this moment. Now, there is no road on the ground that can be passed at the required time. What should we do? Go up and fly over from the sky. Thus, this time, we will call it Long Sky Pass. Get on the plane and set off. Yes. The 16 pilots and the 16 pilots who followed to learn how to adapt shouted and ran to their planes. The people who came to watch the show and the publicity staff were confused. All of them felt a surge of emotion and were very puzzled. Just now, Cuckoo clearly said that she did not encourage them. Moreover, she was indifferent to the life and death of the pilots. She said that the mission was not difficult and that it was not honorable when they did it. Then why did it sound so prideful? It was as if being a pilot was something to be proud of. Especially that operation code, Long Sky Pass, was so domineering. How was it, pass? It was clearly to force their way through. It echoed Xiao Bei and the others' code name, Countercurrent. Listening to it, one would feel that they were full of energy. Li Longji and the other officials were very satisfied with Wang Wan's pledge. Not mentioning how dangerous it was, just saying that they had to complete the mission was a form of trust. Trust in the pilots was even better. The transport planes that had been resupplied took off in 2 waves. 7 of Shuiyan's family were mobilized. They tied 2-foot-long strips of colored cloth to their feet. At the end of the strips of cloth were red lights powered by batteries. When they entered the snowy region, the pilots had to rely on the colors of Shuiyan's family and the strips of cloth and lights to determine the altitude and direction. The people on the ground looked at the sky and did not look away even when the planes became small black dots. They were waiting for all the people who flew to come back. The publicity staff began to think about how to write a script. They had to do their best to publicize this matter and let the people of Great Tang know what kind of strength their country had. Let's go. We still have to nurse Mingming when we get home. Wang Wan breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Feeding the child was the most important thing. Shuiyan said that the snow will be lighter when we fly over. This is good news. Zhang Xiaobao followed. Let's go back. Everyone, go back to your own departments. Don't be lazy. Li Longji waved his hand at the people and strolled back. Everyone, it's been hard on you. Let's go to Savant's restaurant tonight. Zhang Zhong found a bicycle somewhere and rode it away. Wang Ku rubbed his stomach. You didn't eat lunch, right? What time is it? If you eat again, can you still eat at night if you're full? It's so confusing. I'm old. It doesn't matter if I eat more or less. When I go back, I'll just eat some snacks and drink a pot of tea. It's good for my health. Yuan Xianyao was obviously planning to eat a lot tonight and find an excuse to stay healthy. Yuanrong, we're eating and drinking well in the capital. I wonder how the people in the snowy regions are doing. If we can find a kind of food that can be grown in the snow, then. I'm still nurturing the seedlings. I can't delay. Everyone, I'll make a move first. See you at Savant's restaurant tonight. Without waiting for Yuanrong to finish speaking, Jiangxin cupped his fists and strode away, disappearing in front of everyone. Yuanrong was right. There were really people suffering in the snow. It wasn't because of their food, but because of their mentality. Hehe River had a long history. It was a village, but it was of a higher level than a village. It also shouldered the heavy responsibility of defending against foreign enemies and transmitting information. It was built next to the ferry, and the population had always been small. No one was willing to live here. In the past, there were only military households and not civilian households, and many of the military households had fled. With the birth of the imperial court's welfare benefits, Hehe River had a population of less than 60 households and less than 300 people. The reason for this situation was simple. Some people lived in the mountains and hunted for a living. They only opened up a few acres of land and could harvest some food, but not much. The soil was not good. There were also people who lived on boats, ate in the river, and used in the river. In the winter, they brought the boats ashore and cut ice to get water. Only when they needed to trade would they come to the pass and barter with the merchants who came over. Usually, they didn't register because they were afraid of paying rent and tribute, as well as working. When the imperial court's welfare policies caught up, they came over to register because there were subsidies. For example, the simplest salt was rationed according to the number of people's hair. Remote areas were free of charge. There were also daily medicines. There were no medical centers in the area, so they could only send the medicines over. Since medical treatment was free, there was no such thing as reselling. Finally, when there was a disaster, people who didn't live in Hehe River usually felt danger when they suddenly saw the weather change. They immediately remembered that they were from Hehe River, so the imperial court's disaster relief would definitely be managed according to a fixed location. The previously inaccurate data finally confirmed the number of people. There was probably no one on the mountain or by the river. If it wasn't accurate, it would mean that there were people who died and didn't report it. There were also newborns who were young and didn't register in time. They took a boat and went downstream. At this moment, Hehe Village, or rather Hehe River Jean, had just finished counting the number of people. There were 42 people under the age of 15. To be precise, they were under the age of 6. There was no one between the ages of 6 and 15. There were 15 people over the age of 60. The remaining 201 people made a total of 258 people. This is the most in the past few years, right? Huangfu Yechi, the Guanjin of He River Jin, said to the person beside him after counting the number of people. The person beside him was Guan Jincheng. Like him, he had a compound surname. However, he wasn't Huangfu, but Xiaho. His name was Yi. Both of them were 9th rank officials. One was a 9th rank official, while the other was a 9th rank official. One was 37 years old, while the other was 34 years old. Both of them had families and children. They didn't lack elderly people either, but they didn't live in Hehe River. The two of them had been here for 4 years. They would go back after 2 more years. No one was willing to stay in a poor place. Xiaho Yi nodded. That's a lot. The snow came so quickly. We have to thank Xiao Bei. Yes. Otherwise, even if they knew the weather was bad, it would be too late. They knew that Xiao Bei and the others would pass by a few days ago, so they ran over to welcome them. If someone didn't want to welcome them and didn't come over, they would probably freeze to death. In this remote place, 1 or 2 families can't survive this snow. Huangfu Yechi was filled with emotions. The people of He River Jin deliberately brought their families to meet Xiao Bei and the others despite the hardships. They brought a lot of game and frozen freshwater fish to express their gratitude to Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and the imperial court. Yes, those who aren't close to Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, and the imperial court will eventually suffer retribution. Who can save them? Who knows where they are? It's just that there are too many children here, so it's too noisy. Xiaho Yi was even more pious when faced with such a situation. He believed that this was fate. They clearly knew that Xiao Bei and the others were coming, but they still didn't come to He River Jin to wait respectfully. The snow was merciless. Who could help? Huangfu Yechi took out a water bag and drank 2 mouthfuls. He praised, "Good wine. It's strong enough. It's a pity that there aren't any side dishes. I have some change." Xiahou Yi snatched the water bag and took out 2 handfuls of broad beans with fine salt. He let Huangfu Yechi put them in his pocket. Huangfu Yechi looked over in surprise. Xiahou Yi drank a mouthful of wine and explained, "A child gave it to me. He said that it was too hard to chew, so I gave him a piece of jerky." "You can chew it with jerky?" Huangfu Yechi asked. Xiahou Yi smiled. "Who knows? It's still a lie. They're young, so they like to eat meat. Those over 6 years old have all been sent to other places to go to school. There are even younger ones sent out. They cry. They can't bear to part with them, but they have no choice. It's He River Jin's fault for not having a school. I don't know when Xiao Bei and the others will send people over. It should be soon. It snowed yesterday. I bet that the protection team will come in 3 days at most, no matter how difficult the road is. It's a merit for us to take care of the 258 people." Huangfu Yechi's expression was relaxed. The people in He River Jin weren't worried either. With the resources in He River, it wouldn't be a problem to hold on for more than 10 days. Before that, the protection team would definitely come and deliver more things or lead everyone to leave. The firewood was burning, and the pot on the rack kept steaming. The food inside never stopped cooking. Whoever was hungry would scoop it out to eat. Everyone had packed their luggage. Huangfu Yechi and Xiahou Yi had said that the wind at He River was strong, and the snow was flying everywhere. It had to be cleaned up, and it was difficult to guard. When the protection team arrived, there was a high possibility that they would lead everyone to leave. Since that was the case, they should prepare first. They shouldn't wait for them to come and pack up, which would be a waste of time. The snow was still falling. The sky seemed brighter at noon, but after noon, it gradually became gloomy again. Some people rested by the fire, and some people were not sleepy. They sat there and continued to wait. Their eyes were not empty, and they were not anxious. Instead, they were peaceful and expectant. They didn't believe that Xiao Bei and the others would give up on them. It was just like the conversation between a father and his daughter when he was baking a scallion pancake for his child. "Little darling, the pancake will be cooked soon. Eat it with the soup. Don't always run around. Eat more and have more strength. When the protection team comes, you can follow them. It's the vigorous protection team. Will Xiao Bei come back?" Little darling sniffled and waited for the pancake to be baked. She corrected her father's way of addressing her and asked with uncertainty. "Yes, it's the Zhuang sapling protection team. Little darling knows so much. Little Bei is making toys for little darling in a safe place. He won't come. Little darling will see when she goes over." The father knew that the rescue team could not include 9 children. Oh. Little darling was a little regretful, but she immediately became happy again. Xiao Bei must have a lot of toys. "Daddy, I heard from Big Mother that little darling has an uncle who also walked out in the snow when it was snowing. He froze to death. Why didn't he wait for Xiao Bei?" A flash of sadness appeared in the father's eyes, but he was not sad. Perhaps it had been too long. He only said to his daughter, "My brother is 8 years older than me. 23 years ago, he was as old as your second brother, 19 years old. At that time, there was no Xiao Bei and no vigorous protection team. There was no hope if he couldn't wait. I can wait, can't I? Daddy, is hope the side of disappointment?" "Yes, little darling is so obedient. I don't want to be disappointed." "Then you have to protect Xiao Bei and the protection team first. It's the vigorous protection team. I know that I'll die if I'm disappointed. I don't want to die. I'll protect Xiao Bei." Why aren't they coming? Little darling, who did not completely understand what it meant to protect Xiaobei, had a determined look in her eyes. Then, she became anxious. She was afraid of death. As if to fulfill her wish, a group of bright colors appeared on the ice and snow in front of the ferry as soon as she finished speaking. They were approaching very quickly. They're coming, they're coming. Look, that's skis. Their clothes are so pretty. They're so colorful. Where are Xiaobei and the rest? They've arrived in one day. Get up, get up. We'll leave immediately. Let them rest and drink some soup. As the protection team arrived, various voices appeared in the crowd. When they got closer, the crowd realized that the protection team had tired expressions on their faces. Their bodies were also covered in snow. All of them gathered at the shore and waited. There were more than 100 people in the protection team. When the leaders saw that the people they were supposed to receive had already packed their things, he shouted happily, "Come, come with us. Leave now. Bring whatever you can bring. Leave the rest. If you don't leave now, the road will be blocked again." Huangfu Yeqi and Xiahou Yi looked at each other and quickly called out. They did not care about putting out the fire or the pot. They led the people, children, and the young and strong people to support the old people and spread out. They followed the protection team, who turned around and walked to the other side of the river. All of them paid attention to their feet. After an hour, the people finally knew why the protection team asked them to evacuate directly. In front of them was a valley between two mountains. Those who were familiar with the local situation knew that it was about 2 miles long. What they saw now was the wind blowing the snow down from above. The highest pile of snow in the valley was as high as 2 people's height. There was a road in the middle that had been cleared. Moreover, there were large piles of snow falling from time to time. Some members of the protection team waved their snow shovels and rushed in with something over their heads. They disappeared directly. Behind them, there were people who rushed in. At the same time, they tried their best to push the snow to the side and step down. Occasionally, a pile of snow would suddenly spread to the sides, revealing the heads of the people who had rushed in before. Then, there would be people who helped to lower and compress it. They were cutting a road in the snow. "When we pass, don't make a sound. Leave the children to us." The leader of the protection team gave the order and passed it down. The people became nervous and nodded one after another. The children went first. Each child was carried by a member of the protection team. There was also a backup at the side. Oxygen masks connected to oxygen tanks were ready. 20 minutes passed. There was only one time when it was more dangerous. A large pile of snow fell from above. A member of the protection team and a person who was buried together went back and forth using an oxygen mask. They were dug out after a few minutes. As for the cold, how could they care about it? After passing through the most difficult valley, the road ahead was easy to walk. The snowmobiles were still parked outside and were not used. Huangfu Yeqi let out a long breath and looked back. He still had a lingering fear. The 2 miles of the valley was covered in snow. It was really a separation between life and death. He did not know how long the protection team had dug. After walking for more than 10 miles in the snow, everyone felt relieved. There were more than 100 members of the protection team waiting in front. They took the children and sped up. Every 10 miles they advanced, there would definitely be a wave of reinforcements, which made them feel very relaxed. After 5 times, the people of Hehe River met up with the main group. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some were crying for Xiaobei everywhere. After receiving these people, Xiaobei and the others were finally not worried anymore. The rest was to wait. There was no need to worry about supplies. The snow could not keep falling. Besides planes, there were also groups of eagles or a sleigh team sent from Feng province. Chapter 8. The private room on the third floor of Between the Clouds and the Water was very spacious. There were 3 large tables and plenty of space. Fang Yushan sat at a table close to the window. From the floor-to-ceiling glass, he could clearly see the houses in the distance, the snow on the houses, and the gray sky. If he wasn't the provincial governor of Yin province, Fang Yushan would be very willing to warm up the wine and chat with a few friends in such an environment. But obviously, he didn't dare to do so. Even thinking about it made him afraid. He came to the banquet because he was worried that something had happened to the rich merchants in Yin province. To be precise, something had happened to the merchants in Rulin County. As the administrative center of the province, Rulin County was both the county office and the office of the provincial office. It was considered the political and economic center of Yin province, and a place where merchants liked to gather. The county magistrate of Rulin County didn't come because his position wasn't high enough. He was very sad. He belonged to the legendary category of people who didn't do good in their previous lives. There was a saying, evil in the previous life, evil in this life, evil in the past, evil in the past, evil in the present, evil in the past, 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 evil in the provincial capital. For example, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were once city officials in the provincial capital. Originally, they should have been the most powerful in the city, but the provincial and provincial governments also had offices there. As the highest official in Yin province, Fang Yushan had a good life. Seeing the stern faces of the merchants today, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. He thought, is there nothing to sell? While Fang Yushan was thinking, the dishes were served. There was a plate of tofu, a plate of cold pork rind, a big pot of cabbage, stewed pork belly with vermicelli, a plate of pig intestines, a plate of bean sprouts mixed with tofu, a plate of stir-fried tenderloin with mushrooms, a plate of steamed pork knuckle, and a pile of bones with meat. Even if there were 8 dishes, there was no abalone, shark fin, sea cucumber, bear paw, venison, and so on. Fang Yushan let out a long breath. He was really afraid that if the merchants ordered those dishes, he would immediately get up and leave. Otherwise, if a provincial governor went to Between the Clouds and the Water to eat that during a disaster, he would be tired of living. Even so, Fang Yushan was very careful when he looked at the waiter. He kept saying, "There's too much, I can't finish it. Provincial governor, you don't have to be so courteous with us. Today's dishes and wine will not be paid for by the province. In a while, there will be pork trotter's soup. 8 dishes and 1 soup. It's not much. Look, there are 12 people at the table. We can all finish it." A person sitting next to Fang Yushan said enthusiastically. Fang Yushan recognized him. He was the president of the Silver State Chamber of Commerce, Mitsang Man. It was a name that could express happiness. Other than him, there were also 2 vice presidents, Qi Miao and Du Yao, as well as a group of directors. All of them were outstanding talents in various industries in the Yin province. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Yin province's commodities were under their control. Fang Yushan glanced at the snow that was still falling outside the window and swept her gaze over the steaming hot dishes on the table. She said, "I don't think wine is necessary, right?" "Of course, Lord Fang. No matter what, you have to drink with us today. It's a very important matter." Mitsang Man continued to persuade with a smile. The waiter brought in a container to warm the wine. The strong aroma of the white wine assailed the nostrils. Frequent drinkers could tell that this wine was at least 50% alcohol by just smelling it. Qi Miao immediately received the waiter and poured the wine into the 3 cup in front of Fang Yushan. He stopped when it was full and poured it for someone else. "Lord Fang, we are very grateful that you have honored us with your presence today. Come. With such a snowy scene, let's toast." Mitsang Man picked up his wine and stood up to toast Fang Yushan. Without waiting for him to speak, he raised his head and downed the entire cup. He slowly exhaled and praised, "Good wine." The others followed suit. Seeing this, Fang Yushan could only pick up the wine cup and lightly sip it. About a qian worth of wine entered his mouth. He lightly smacked his lips twice and savored the aftertaste. He nodded and admitted that it was good wine. Mitsang Man hurriedly filled up the wine cup for the provincial governor and recommended the dishes. "Lord, please eat. I like to eat the big bones between the clouds and the water the most. It's better than the meat. I didn't know why before, but after thinking about it, maybe it's because of the hard work of the meat." As he spoke, he picked up a big bone and took a few bites, rubbing off the oil in his mouth. The others also picked up a bone and ate it, not paying attention to the other dishes. Fang Yushan wondered if the bones were really delicious. He stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a rib that looked easy to remove. He tore it with his teeth and put it into his mouth. After chewing slightly, his brows furrowed. Bones between the clouds and the water? If the bones between the clouds and the water were cooked to this taste, then it wouldn't be called between the clouds and the water. Other than salt, there seems to be nothing else, and it's not cooked yet. Look at the white foam on the bones, it probably hasn't even been heated once. Fang Yushan was very surprised. He didn't believe that the dishes between the clouds and the water would taste like this. With doubts, Fang Yushan picked up other dishes. After that, he was satisfied. The other 7 dishes tasted good, as expected of between the clouds and the water, a well-known signature dish. Fang Yushan put down his chopsticks and picked up the wine cup. He looked at Mitsang Man. Mitsang Man was gritting his teeth, looking pained. When he saw the provincial governor looking over, he showed an embarrassed look. He grabbed the wine cup with his oily hand and said, "Lord, drink." Fang Yushan drank another mouthful and began to look around. Everyone seemed to be in pain and asked, "Not good?" "Lord, it's stuffed. I said before that cooking a big pot is different from cooking a small pot, but they didn't believe me. Sure enough, after cooking for a while, it's still not cooked." Vice President Biyao complained. "Cook again." Mitsang Man scratched his teeth with his hand and blurted out 2 words. Fang Yushan was at a loss. He picked up the toothpick box on the table and pushed it over, asking, "You put in the salt too early, right?" "Yes." Mitsang Man clapped his hands and said, "It's true. It said that you should put in the salt after cooking the bones. Moreover, the bones should be cracked open as much as possible so that the meat will rot faster. Lord, you're amazing. I salute you." Fang Yushan picked up the wine cup and drank again. He wanted to see what this group of people wanted from him. Mitsang Man breathed out a mouthful of wine and smiled at Fang Yushan. "Lord, I won't hide it from you. I invited you here today because I have something to discuss with you." "Well said, well said." Fang Yushan smiled in response. "Lord, I'm sure you know that it's snowing heavily in Yin province. The flat areas are almost waist deep and the thicker areas are as tall as a person. We had a meeting last night and decided to discuss with you whether or not we don't need to open Changping warehouse in Yin province." Mitsang Man filled Fang Yushan's cup with wine as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the cup and toasted again. Fang Yushan was stunned. Then, his face filled with anger and his eyes widened. But after a while, he put on a smile. It wasn't a cold smile, but a very relaxed one. He leaned back on the chair and raised the cup to his mouth. He raised his head and drank it all. He closed his eyes and savored the aftertaste. After a while, Fang Yushan opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Good wine, let's all drink." "Drink, drink." Everyone obeyed. "Boss me, President me." Fang Yushan spoke to Mitsang Man politely. "And all the presidents and directors, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but you've gone too far. It's snowing heavily in Yin province. If you don't let the government open the warehouse, I won't say whether the troops stationed in Yin province can raid your houses. I'll just say that even if you arrange for manpower in the army, how much money do you think you can make? How long can you block the news when you're making a fortune? Then, where will you run with the money? How long will it take for Xiao Bei and the others to find out? How long will it take to catch up with you? Eat. Fang Yushan stopped talking and began to pick up the food. This time, it was the merchant's turn to be stunned. They looked at each other and smiled. Vice President Qi Miao raised the cup. Lord, I toast you. You're a good official. Fang Yushan didn't move. Qi Miao drank the wine and refilled the cup. He held it in his hand again. Lord, Xiaobei's protection team is in Yin province. If they know that there are merchants in Rulin County who have made a fortune, they'll send a vanguard team over in 3 days at most. It's only about 260 kilometers from where they said they were stationed to Rulin County. Although the snow has sealed off the road, they will definitely arrive within 3 days. If they had sent the small group of elites to protect them, before this time tomorrow, our heads will definitely fall to the ground. Xiaobei and the others, who have the intention to kill, will not let us live for more than 24 hours. We have never doubted that they have the ability to do so. After he finished speaking, he finished the wine. Oh. Afraid? Fang Yushan asked with a smile. He still didn't drink. Afraid? If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Qi Miao was still pouring wine and holding it. Lord, you misunderstood. It's our fault that we didn't explain clearly. Yes, it's our fault. Meat Sung Man followed. The others echoed. Qi Miao continued, Darren should know that there is only grain in Chongping warehouse in Yin province, unlike in the capital. There is meat, oil, cloth, and other miscellaneous things that have been frozen for a long time. Therefore, there is not much use for you to open Chongping warehouse. As for us, although we're cheap merchants, we know that we have to do our best at crucial times. Everyone knows that the heavens are heartless. As for us in the Chamber of Commerce, we've never counted on the heavens. What does the heavens have to do with us? It's said that there's a way to go against the heavens. Therefore, we've decided to try. Lord, you know that every time there's a disaster, the people in the affected areas suffer. Our Chamber of Commerce thinks, why? Because the heavens are angry? Bah! So what if the heavens are angry? The people in Kagwan County were still taken away by Xiaobei. I don't know what's going on over there, but I believe that they'll be fine. Xiaobei will settle them down. Normally, our Chamber of Commerce is very idle. Now that we have something to do, we'll go against the heavens. Thus, we came to discuss with you. We won't open Chongping warehouse, but we'll take care of the remaining 3 counties in Yin province. You should be able to see that most of the dishes on the table are pork. Director Ding Yi is the largest supplier of pigs in the province. Apart from Kagwan County, he has breeding bases in the other 3 counties. He's already sent a telegram for the other 2 counties to cooperate with the slaughter of pigs. Starting tomorrow morning, pork bone soup will be provided for free. At the same time, the price of each cut of pork will be reduced by 1 copper coin. Ding Yi stood up and cupped his fists at Fang Yushan. Qi Miao continued, my family sells vegetable oil. Starting tomorrow, soybean oil will be reduced by 1 copper coin. Vice President Du's family sells grain. Every bushel of rice will be reduced by 2 copper coins. A bag of 10 caddies of flour will be reduced by 3 copper coins. The President's family sells fine cotton and ready-made clothes. Starting tomorrow morning, cotton cloth will be reduced by 2 copper coins. Ready-made clothes will be given a 50% discount. As for the other industries managed by the directors, apart from luxury goods, starting tomorrow, the prices of Yin province's 3 counties will be reduced. At the same time, starting tomorrow, until the roads are reopened, there will be free steamed buns, porridge, soup, pancakes, and other breakfasts every morning. There will be free bone soup at noon. Every night, the villagers can participate in barbecue parties and watch programs. Of course, during the day, they have to work to repair the damaged houses in the 3 counties as soon as possible and clear the snow. We'll have to trouble Milord to arrange everything. The people from the Chamber of Commerce just want to let the heavens see a festive Yin province, let them see the cheerful faces of the children, and let them see how warm the hearts of people are in the cold snow. Milord, please. Qi Miao drank another cup of wine and praised, "It's delicious." At this time, Fang Yushan's face was full of shock. As he listened to Qi Miao, his eyes swept across the faces of the merchants. When Qi Miao finished drinking, he hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands to the people around him. He picked up the small wine pot and didn't pour it into the wine cup. He said to the crowd, "Everyone, you are all good people. This official was wrong. This official is deeply ashamed. I respect all of you. You are all loyal soldiers of the Yin province, the backbone of the great Tang. Cheers." The wine pot in front of him was 4 taels. He drank a little just now, so there was still more than 3 taels left. He drank all of it in one breath. It was much more satisfying than the small wine cup of 3 taels. Cheers. Everyone raised their cups at the same time. "Milord, eat the vegetables and suppress the wine," Mitsang hurriedly urged. Fang Yushan threw down his chopsticks and grabbed a pig bone. He bit into it and began to tear it off. He nodded as he ate, vaguely saying that it was delicious. In fact, the bone was not fully cooked because there was only a little salt. There was even foam on it, but Fang Yushan thought that this was the most delicious thing. He believed that from tomorrow onwards, all the people of Yin province would praise this bone. He never thought that today would be like this. He didn't even dare to think about it. He only thought that because of the heavy snow, he needed to open the Chongping warehouse to release grain to suppress the sudden surge in grain prices. As long as there was food, the people would be able to persevere. He considered that if the prices of various goods were too high, he would ask the people of the Chamber of Commerce, "Do you want to provoke Xiaobao? Do you plan to go bankrupt after making a profit?" He thought that this could scare the people of the Chamber of Commerce and keep the prices of Yin province within a certain range. It would be fine after the roads were cleared. A large amount of relief materials would flood in and the prices would not go up anymore. But from now on, Fang Yushan felt that he didn't need to think about scaring anyone with Xiaobao anymore. He just needed to go back to the yamen and start to mobilize the people to work together. Then, he would cooperate with the people of the Chamber of Commerce to mobilize various materials. After that, he would write a letter of commendation and send it to the imperial court. He just needed to tell the truth. This was the merchant of Yin province. This was the merchant of Yin province during the snow disaster. The people of Yin province would definitely be shocked tomorrow. They would never think that during the snow disaster, not only did the prices of Yin province not go up, but they also went down. There was free food in the morning, at noon, and at night, as well as entertainment. Under the pressure of the heavens, the adults would not despair, the elderly were still kind, and the children were still so happy. No, they shouldn't think like that. It should be that the adults had more hope for the future, the elderly were more kind, and the children were happier. But the meat on the bones did not rot. Fang Yushan, who had stuffed his mouth to his teeth, used his hand to scratch a few times and said to the people around him, "You have to continue cooking. It's best to add some coriander and chopped green onions on top of the soup." "You're right, sir. We will also prepare pepper and ginger. If you need it, add it yourself to dispel the cold," Mitsang Man added. Fang Yushan nodded satisfactorily, "Very good, very thoughtful. When I go back, I will write a memorial and submit it to the imperial court. We have to send the news first so that the imperial court does not need to worry and can better allocate the materials. Tell me your names later." "Thank you, sir." Mitsang Man smiled, "We think so too. We hope that the imperial court will praise us in the newspapers." Yes, yes. Fang Yushan was certain. Thus, the host and guests enjoyed themselves and finished all the dishes on the table. Everyone went downstairs and went back to arrange things. The protection team, who were still camping by the Yellow River, was busy. They needed to circle the airdrop location. It was a very large area and there was also an obvious thick line made by piling up tree branches. Someone was there to clear the falling snow from time to time to give the people in the sky a different visual difference from other places. Once the line was crossed, the airdrop could be dropped. There was no need to be accurate within a few dozen meters. The people of Hehejian soon got along well with the people of Kagwan County. The adults found things to do when they were not tired. The children went to rest after bathing. Even Nan Nan, who had always wanted to play with Xiao Bei, did not have the energy. She lay on the mattress, curled herself into a ball and fell asleep very quickly. "I'm sleeping too. Wake me up when the plane arrives." Xiao Bei, who had been worried and busy the whole morning, could not take it anymore. He took off his coat, wore a sweater, and got into bed. He covered his head and went to sleep. Everyone sleep, everyone sleep. Xiao Yuan was not in the mood to wait. He estimated that the plane would only arrive after a while. He learned from Xiao Bei and slept with his clothes on. Xiao Yuan and the rest did not force themselves to stay awake. One by one, they went to find a place to rest. The people of the seedling protection team were still doing things according to their usual training. Some of them were completely relaxed, some of them were taking a nap, some of them were doing light work, and some of them were busy. With such adjustments, they could maintain a portion of them at their peak condition at any time and throw themselves into an emergency situation. It was the most common level 3 combat readiness. The current heavy snow was not worth the seedling protection team being in a state of level 1 combat readiness. Therefore, they were very relaxed. The open and hidden sentries changed every hour. The kitchen provided food 24 hours a day. It was all too common for the seedling protection team to repair the tents and clear the snow. However, in the eyes of the people of Kagwan County and Hehejian, the seedling protection team was now in a very tense state. The people of the seedling protection team were busy all the time. The hidden sentries hid themselves under the snow, the open sentries stood motionless, and the mobile sentries made squeaking sounds as they moved through the snow. There were also medical personnel checking the bodies of the people like themselves. Some people brought the children to class. The chefs who cooked would come every once in a while to ask if they were hungry and what they wanted to eat. There were also people doing fire prevention, moisture prevention, and collapse prevention checks. It was really too busy. It would tire them out. Some people could not stand it anymore. They thought that the seedling protection team was working so hard for them. Therefore, they found Sun Mao and discussed with him whether they should arrange more work for them so that the seedling protection team would not tire themselves out. Sun Mao really went to find someone to talk to. In the end, when he came back, he was full of smiles. He waved at more than 10 people who were the most worried and led them out. The 15 people who followed Sun Mao were puzzled. They came to the outside of a tent with Sun Mao and watched as Sun Mao gently lifted the curtain of the tent and gestured for them to take a look. One by one, they gathered there like thieves. There were a total of 10 beds in the tent. Each bed had a person sleeping in a different position. There were guns at the head of the bed, and there were also folded and taken off clothes. Through the gap, there was no smell of sweat or mud, nor was there any smell of feet. Instead, there was a faint floral fragrance. It gave people the feeling that the tent was clean and tidy. The seedling protection team members slept comfortably and peacefully. After the 15 people had taken a look, Sun Mao led them through the tents one by one. These were all the people who were resting. After walking through dozens of tents, Sun Mao stopped and said to the people who followed him, "See? There are still many people sleeping. Follow me and take a look." Sun Mao went through a few more rows of tents and lifted the curtain for them to take a look. The people inside were also sleeping, but they did not take off their clothes. Furthermore, they were holding guns. As if sensing that someone was looking in, the people facing the curtain opened their eyes and looked over. They smiled and narrowed their eyes again. After looking through more than a dozen tents, Sun Mao said, "They're not busy. Follow me." The 15 people continued to follow him. This time, they could already hear voices outside the tent. Some people were singing softly, some were telling jokes, and some were reciting something under their breaths. Just as Sun Mao was about to open a gap, the person inside spoke. I'm going to take a walk outside and see if there's anything. When I come back, take out the chess pieces if you want to play. When the voice came, the curtain was lifted from the inside. A person holding a notebook and a pen walked out. When he saw Sun Mao and the others, he was stunned at first. Then he said, County Magistrate's son, are you here to play chess? No, I'm just looking. I'm curious, Sun Mao quickly replied. Look around, look around. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask. Everyone has nothing to do. Remember not to bring open flames into the tents. Some of them have firearms and oil. If we're not careful, we'll all be in the sky. After saying this, the person walked away. The 15 people following Sun Mao fell silent. After a while, Huangfu Yexian, the Guanjin of Hehajin, muttered to Xiahou Yi, who was beside him, so they didn't take it seriously. I thought that they would be very nervous and tired in such heavy snow. Who would have thought that I was wrong? Isn't that so? If it wasn't for the fact that it's still snowing, and that we've walked so far, I would have thought that we were on a, what was it again? Oh, a vacation. It looks like a vacation. But look at the intensity of their patrolling. It's even more intense than the other regular local troops we've seen before. What a contrast. Xiahou Yi frowned and said in puzzlement. Sun Mao, who was beside him, interjected, what else could it be? They're strong. The low-intensity arrangement of the protection team is the high-intensity arrangement of the other local troops. Someone once told me that the people of the protection team are very efficient. The individual quality of the soldiers is strong, and the teamwork is good. Everyone in the team knows how to plan. They don't just listen to the orders of the higher-ups. Each of them knows the overall goal of the team, followed by the battalion goal, and then the team goal. They will adjust when they do their own things to cooperate with the work of others. For example, when there are 10 people in a team, and 2 people suddenly leave, the other 8 people will adjust on their own and share the work of the 2 people who left. When they will return to their original positions. They don't have to wait for the leader to find out about the situation and think of a way to arrange the order. In other words, each of them knows the strategic intention and the tactical arrangement. They can assist other people at any time. They can also become the command center in an instant. If there's an emergency and the overall formation is disrupted, they will immediately form a new formation. Huangfu Yexiu finished the sentence in surprise. Doesn't that mean that each of them has the commanding ability of a battalion commander and above? Xiahou Yi was also surprised. Shouldn't they? Sun Mao asked with a smile. He continued, how dare they join the protection team if they don't have some ability? Someone told me that they are not just pure combatants. They can form the framework of a country. We all know that the protection team is the most powerful team in the Tang Empire. It's just that we haven't understood it in detail before. The people don't have the idea of knowing everything about the protection team. They only need to know that they are omnipotent, right? Xiahou Yi nodded. Yes, now that you mention it, I really feel that way. After thinking about it carefully, I realized that the protection team is actually the most familiar and the most mysterious team. Familiar because we know that the protection team is the most solid support. Mysterious because we don't know how they operate internally. Thinking about it, I feel that it's very interesting. Don't you guys wonder? Why is that so? As soon as he said that, everyone fell into deep thought. It was really like what he said. The protection team seemed to be around everyone. When children played war games, there would always be people who would rush to play the role of the protection team. However, no child had specifically thought about understanding the specific division of labor of the protection team. Every child had their own understanding of the protection team. However, no one had specifically asked about how the protection team was like. The internal operation and coordination method of the protection team was actually selectively forgotten by everyone just like that. It was unbelievable. What went wrong? When everyone was thinking about it, some people suddenly felt cold all over, as if their thoughts were being controlled by someone to make them forget some things. No, that's not right. A voice suddenly sounded behind everyone. Everyone was startled and could not help but turn around to look. Suilong was here. He could not sleep. Coincidentally, there were a few questions that he did not know how to answer. He planned to come over and learn from the person who came up with the strategy in the protection team, so he strolled over here. The person who could come up with strategies in the protection team was not bad at all. Sun Mao heaved a sigh of relief and introduced, "He's Suilong. His grandfather has a very high position in Jixin Courtyard. He told me a lot of things before. He's a few years older than Xiaobei and the rest. He follows Xiaobei and the rest, accompanying them to play and learning at the same time." Oh. Everyone expressed that they understood. Suilong was not in a hurry to find someone to ask questions. Instead, he said to everyone, "Your perspective is wrong. The protection team has never been mysterious. It's just that many people are not willing to waste time to understand it. In everyone's eyes, the protection team is not a combat team. It's a sublimated stability and happiness. It's an umbrella in the rain and snow, a shade under the scorching sun. Wherever the protection team appears, everyone can sleep in peace, eat in peace, and not be afraid of anything. Think about it carefully. What is this? This is home, and this is parents. It can be said that most people are familiar with their own father or mother. However, how many people specifically conduct a rational analysis of their parents' psychology and behavior? Many children imitate their parents when they play house, but who can completely reflect their parents' actions and psychology? Everyone, think about it carefully. Do you really understand your parents? Anyway, I can't. Every time I want to make a record, fill in the form of my father's or mother's behavior, and then apply behavioral psychology, I feel very awkward. It makes me feel unfamiliar with my parents. I feel disgusted and resist it from the bottom of my heart. It's the same for the protection team. It's not that everyone can't understand, but they're not willing to. Subconsciously, they make us refuse to analyze and dissect the details of the protection team. We're more willing to think that the protection team is the closest to us. It's the strongest. It's my support and my shelter. Others can't scold the protection team, and others can't belittle the protection team. Otherwise, it's insulting me, just like who scolds my parents. Understand? It's a very simple principle. You guys continue with your work. I'm going to ask a few questions. Suilong analyzed, waved at Sun Mao and the rest, and went into the tent. Sun Mao and the rest looked at each other. He's indeed knowledgeable. Huangfu Yeshio sighed. He's right. After thinking about it, it's really like that. Haha. Xiahou Yi no longer felt afraid. So the protection team has always been in this position in my heart? Sun Mao rubbed his hands. The rest nodded. It seemed that it was really simple. When facing the protection team, they already treated themselves as children. However, this was not shameful. The protection team was very good as a parent and had never disappointed them. It was just like how they did not feel the slightest bit of fear even though the snow was still falling. Do you still want to continue watching? Sun Mao asked. Everyone thought about it and shook their heads. There was nothing to watch. It was fine as long as they knew that the protection team was not tired. Why don't we go to the kitchen and take a look? What are we eating tonight? Xiahou Yi suggested. Sun Mao agreed. That works too. It'll be good if we can have braised pork ribs. The last time we had braised pork ribs was a month ago. How can what you eat be the same as what the protection team eats? Huangfu Yeshio teased. A person from Kagwang County laughed and said, "It's the same. The Zhang family and Wang family sent people to our county to help us get rich. There's a chef among them. What do you think? Why don't I have one?" Huangfu Yeshio asked enviously. Because you didn't send a telegram, another person from Kagwang County replied with a smile. Huangfu Yeshio looked at Sun Mao and asked, "They'll come if we send a telegram?" Of course. How can parents not care when their children are saved? At that time, I sent a telegram at the end of the first year. They came at the beginning of the second year. It looked like they were going to have a good life. However, a heavy snow came and all the livestock and poultry were brought here. We'll just give them to the protection team. When we come back, we'll be familiar with them. It's simple. Sun Mao seemed to be comforting himself, but also seemed to be saying it for the people from Kagwang County to hear. The people from Kagwang County felt that it was a pity. However, when they thought about how they were alive and already knew how to raise livestock, it was fine to spend a little more effort. Everyone went around in circles as they talked. They were almost confused. After asking a few people on guard duty, they finally found a place to cook. There were more than 20 big stoves. There were a few fires that were not extinguished. There were pots on them. Some were boiling water, while others were boiling soup. At the side, there were a few people dissecting freshly slaughtered pigs. A few cooks sat at the table under the shed and ate. It looked like there was wine too. Sun Mao and the others arrived. Before they could say anything, a cook at the table stood up and greeted them warmly. "County Magistrate's son, you're here? I was just about to send someone to look for you. Come over here and sign the contract." As he spoke, the cook pulled Sun Mao to the table. A stack of papers was placed on the table. Sun Mao did not look at them. He asked in confusion, "What contract?" "A sales contract." Kagwang County brought a lot of live poultry and livestock. "We'll buy them. There are two parts. One is the adult livestock and poultry. We'll pay directly. The other part is the cubs. I don't think they can be brought back alive. We'll kill them too. When the snow stops, we'll give you more cubs. You can continue to raise them. Just treat it as selling a batch of poultry and livestock." As the cook spoke, he passed a pen to Sun Mao for him to sign. There was also ink for his fingerprint or the county magistrate's seal. Sun Mao tried to hide. "No, no, no. I'm not selling. I'm giving it to the protection team. How can I take this money? How are you trying to trap me?" The other people from Kagwang County nodded vigorously in support of the county magistrate. Huangfu Yetsue and Xiahou Yi also felt that they should not take money. They ate and stayed in the other party's tent. Furthermore, the other party was the one who saved them. How could they accept money? They would be criticized behind their backs. "What?" The cook glared at Sun Mao. "It's not us who bought it. According to the imperial court's policy, the losses of the people in the affected areas are borne by the imperial court. After the disaster, the people there can continue to develop. Compared to the compensation paid by the Tang Empire, the people who can continue to develop steadily will create more wealth. It's not pity, it's to better maintain the speed of economic growth." Another cook chimed in. "Your Kagwang County suffered a disaster. If there was no rescue, people would have died. Now, it's the livestock and poultry that were lost. If we compensate you with money, you can buy daily necessities and compensate your cubs and poultry seedlings. You won't have idle labor to waste. Our protection team is eating for free because this portion of livestock and poultry is calculated according to the loss, and not according to the loss. It's our own account." Huangfu Yetsue seemed to understand. He asked, "Are you saying that the protection team is falsifying the accounts to cheat the imperial court? How is it false? It's really impossible to bring the livestock and poultry out alive. Even if the snow stops, the roads are difficult to get through. When the people of Kagwang County go back, they have to rebuild their houses. How can they take care of them? Therefore, losses are inevitable. It's just that we eat them, not throw them into the snow to freeze. For example, if we didn't bring the livestock and poultry out and left them in the county, wouldn't they all freeze to death now? We should compensate them, right?" When we go back, won't the people in the county take out the frozen ones to eat? The cook explained. Huangfu Yetsue felt that it made sense. He replied, now that you mention it, it seems to be true. That's right. We even took advantage of them. Otherwise, the Kagwang County would eat the food themselves. Then, they would get a subsidy. The cook explained further. Is it the same? Xiahou Yi felt that something was wrong. Sun Mao also felt the same. After thinking for a while, he said, didn't we eat at your place too? And you even treat us. County Magistrate Sun, you haven't changed your mind. Seeing a doctor has always been free, right? The cook asked. Sun Mao nodded. The cook continued, look, seeing a doctor is the policy of the Tang Empire. It's not that we have to pay extra. Next is the food. Normally, when we pass by Kagwang County, you take out the food for us to eat. Then, we will leave something for you. Usually, the value of the food is higher than what you give us. This is the normal behavior of the seedling protection team, right? That's true. The people of the Tang Empire all know that when you pass by, the people treat you to food and you leave something behind. Everyone will treat it as a gathering and then take advantage of you. But, the livestock are not given to you by us. It's the country's subsidy. Now, you are giving it to us for free. Sun Mao emphasized. How is it for free? If the livestock are not brought out, they will freeze to death. Then, you can eat them when you go back. What we are eating now is what you should eat. Aren't the frozen livestock given to us by you? Will the imperial court accept your frozen livestock? The cook argued back and forth. Sun Mao frowned. But if the imperial court doesn't accept the frozen livestock, they will definitely give us a discount and then deduct it from the subsidy. That's because we eat meat to improve our standard of living. The imperial court was like this in the past. But your livestock were eaten by us. You didn't eat it yourself. Of course, the imperial court will subsidize you. The cook said. Huangfu Yechi added, doesn't that mean that the seedling protection team is taking advantage of you? The imperial court fully subsidizes, but you ate the food. Kagwang County didn't lose anything. What about you? Didn't we also provide food to the people of Kagwang County? It's the same as before. How are we taking advantage of you? The cook explained. No, there's something wrong here. I keep feeling that something is missing. Let me think, what's missing? Huangfu Yechi was in pain. He pulled at his hair and thought hard. At this time, Su Ilong wandered over. She was hungry and wanted to bake a pastry with chili sauce. Coincidentally, she wandered into this kitchen and didn't go to other kitchens. It was a coincidence. He also happened to hear what Huangfu Yechi and the cook were talking about. He smiled and helped. Don't count. The seedling protection team actually ate the imperial court's food. It's not a big deal because the seedling protection team paid for it. Many officials know that the imperial court won't give a single cent to the Zhang family and Wang family, no matter how much money Zhang family and Wang family paid. They make their own official robes, give their own salaries, and supplement their own benefits. They can even make their own official seals. That's why Xiaobei's clothes are always overdone. Of course, the prefectural soldiers are even more overdone. It's just that no one cares. Then my Kagwang County can't take money. Sun Mao couldn't accept it. The cook said, are you stupid? This money isn't from my family, it's from the imperial court. Although the imperial court doesn't give my family money, a part of my family's money belongs to the imperial court. To be precise, it's 2 parts. One part is provided by Xiaobei and the rest for the Tang Dynasty's children, in exchange for tax benefits. The other part is provided by my family for the other citizens, in exchange for the rights to manage the tourist sites given by the imperial court. My family won't use this money. It's for you. If you don't take it from us, we'll hand it over to the imperial court and the imperial court will give it to you. What's the point? Is there? Huangfu Yechi, Xiahou Yi, and Sun Mao asked Su Ilong together. Su Ilong proved, yes, but Zhang family and Wang family always suffer losses when they exchange with the imperial court. They always take out a portion of their money to subsidize the citizens. In the past, it was in the name of the imperial court, but now it doesn't matter. Aya, don't think about this. Just use it. Cultivate well and speed up the county's economic development. Let every family live a good life. With more money, more taxes will be paid. Brother Xiao Bao and sister Cuckoo don't care about that bit of money. There are other people who donate. They take care of it and don't give the imperial court any income. All right. Sun Mao was very touched. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo really lost a lot. They also got it. Not everyone can make every family in the Tang Dynasty set up a longevity tablet. No one dares to think so, Su Ilong said enviously. Of course, of course. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can't be lost, Sun Mao said. Sign. The chef pushed the contract over. It was the imperial court's disaster subsidy. It's too expensive, it's too expensive. Sun Mao objected once he saw it. It's not expensive. There's also the cost of building houses and roads. It's a premium. We won't give you any other subsidies, the chef explained. Sun Mao said, oh, and picked up the pen to sign. He took out an official seal from his chest and stamped it. He took a stack of notes. When he returned, he would distribute them from family to family. He didn't dare to keep any for himself. Su Ilong got a flatbread. She spread chili sauce on it and roasted it on the fire. Chapter 9. 16 planes came, dropped some fuel, turned around, and flew away. The next trip would be easier than this one. The pilot had already memorized the general route. As long as it didn't snow too heavily, even without the guidance of Shui Yun's family, the planes could easily find the location. After all, there were so many tents and people wearing brightly colored clothes. At night, there was no moon and no stars. When the east was slightly bright and the fine snow was still dancing, the guardians of Rulin County opened the door and told the children not to go out. Naturally, there was no need to go to school. No one thought that school would still be open on a snowy day. The adults put money in their arms, grabbed rice bags, flour bags, or baskets on their arms, and worriedly walked out of the door. They didn't care about sweeping the snow that was more than their calves, and they didn't care about the snow that was pressing down on the roof beams. The people came out worriedly and hurried to the grain store, the butcher shop, and the vegetable oil shop. Walking in the snow, they saw traces of other people's footsteps. They became more and more anxious, afraid that they wouldn't be able to catch up. Sun Laowu lived near the east gate of the county. Although it was called the gate, it was actually only a doorway. The door had long been lost, and the function of the gate was almost lost. If it wasn't so difficult to tear down the wall, it might have been dug up and left there as a hindrance. Sun Laowu had 2 children at home. His parents didn't live together, and he was with his younger brother. He said that he would bring them back after the new year. He also had a wife who worked as hard as the men, but she fell ill because of the snow. He thought that the school wouldn't be open, so he left the 2 children to take care of his mother. He had to buy noodles and go home to make shredded meat noodles for his wife. He remembered that some time ago, he heard that the doctor said that one shouldn't eat eggs when feverish. It was best to eat noodles, which was easy to digest. There was soup and shredded meat, so the nutrition could keep up. After drinking half a bowl of soup, one would sweat and help to expel the heat. Sun Laowu had a deep impression of this, but the last bit of noodles at home had been eaten yesterday. The wind blew with the snow, and he couldn't go out at night. It wasn't clear in the morning, but at least the wind and snow had subsided. He had to buy noodles and go to the clinic to get medicine. He wasn't worried about the medicine. The great Tang had free medical care. When one went to a place and said that one was sick, there would be a doctor who would give them medicine. When one returned home, they would take the medicine according to the doctor's instructions. If one was seriously ill, they could even invite the doctor to their home or find someone nearby to break down the door and carry their wife back. What he was worried about was the price of rice and flour in the county town. The heavy snow had caused the disaster. Whenever there was a disaster, the price would increase by several times. The more severe the disaster, the longer the time, the more the price of things would increase. There had never been a difference. If I hadn't sold that old horse last month, I might have been able to exchange it for more food. What a pity, what a pity. Sun Laowu waded through the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. As he walked forward, he saw more and more footprints. His chest was so stuffy that he couldn't breathe. At home, there was a horse that had been discarded from the army. It had been 3 years. Normally, it was used for farming and plowing in dry fields. When it was discarded, the horse was already old. After 3 years of hard work, it seemed that its body could not hold on any longer. When he said that he would wait for the horse to die and bury it, he really couldn't bear to part with the money. When he said that he would kill it for meat, he couldn't bear to use the knife. He had no choice but to sell it last month. If he didn't sell it, when the weather turned cold, he wouldn't be able to afford to raise it. Who would be willing to use good materials to raise a horse that wouldn't be able to work next year? If he sold it for meat, he would get 500 copper coins. Now that he thought about it, it was a loss. If he had kept it until now, even if he had to sacrifice some of the materials, he would be able to get at least 1,200 copper coins. Sun Laowu rubbed his nose that was red from the cold and then used his hand to wipe off the snow that had melted into water on his face. He then rubbed it against the inside of his collar to prevent it from being blown by the wind. Even so, when the wind swept the snow on his face, he still felt a burning pain. It was as if a small knife was slicing his face. But Sun Laowu couldn't care less. He used all his strength to push himself forward. He could feel that his sweat had soaked his shoes. He didn't dare to stop. If he stopped, his feet would be frostbitten. Moreover, he still had to line up at the shop that sold noodles. He still remembered that 10 years ago, during the flood at the beginning of spring, the price of the rice in the grain shop changed every day. Later on, the price changed every day. The first time he bought a caddy of rice, it was 3 copper coins. The next time he bought it, it was 4 copper coins. It was unreasonable. There were people waiting to buy it. If he dared to make trouble, there would be people guarding the door with sticks ready to beat him. This time, it was snowing heavily. Even if the line in front of the grain shop was not full, there would still be a tail. If he was late, he might be able to get a higher price. After huffing and puffing for half an hour, he turned a corner and looked up. Sure enough, there were many people lining up. Looking at them, they knew that the price would increase, but they didn't know how much it would increase today. God, please don't increase the price of the Du family shop too much. Thinking about this, Sun Laowu took a deep breath and coughed twice. He nervously walked over. When he saw the expression of the people in the line, he was puzzled. The people in the line who wanted to buy rice did not have anxious expressions on their faces. It was as if they were celebrating a festival and were chatting in the snow. Taking a closer look, he recognized the 2 people at the back. He hurriedly walked over and asked the 2 people who were happily chatting, "Uncle Chi, Donkey Dan, what's the price?" The Uncle Chi he was talking about did not have the surname Chi. It was just that every day, he would carry a chessboard and look for people to play chess with. He had many children and lived a rich life. As for Donkey Dan, he was younger than him by half a year. He had called him Donkey Dan since he was young. He had forgotten his full name. After all, everyone was used to calling him Donkey Dan. "Oh, it's Laowu. Is everything okay at home? Did your 2 naughty buns go to school?" Uncle Chi smiled and greeted Sun Laowu when he saw him. "My wife is sick. The two good-for-nothings are guarding the house. It's snowing and the school is not open. Sun Laowu replied. Before he could ask again, Donkey Dan opened his mouth. Fifth brother, who said that the school is not open? This morning, my family was passing by the school. When I went to take a look, I saw that many children had gone to sweep the snow in the courtyard. The cook who teaches biology at the school had made a big pot of chili soup for the children to eat after they finished their chores. When I went home, I chased my two wastrels out and went to school too. It's open. Then in a while, I will go home to take care of my wife. Let Lao Da and Lao Er go too. If they stay at home, they will get sick. I say, how much is the shop selling today? Sun Laowu finished talking about the children's school and asked about the price. At this time, the Du family's shop shouted, "Don't buy too much. I don't know all of you, go home and get your household registration. Buy according to the population. Half a bushel of rice per mouth, 13 copper coins per bushel. 1 bag of noodles per mouth, 21 copper coins per bushel. If you buy too much, you will buy after you eat." Old Ho's third son scrammed to the side. What do you want? Hearing the shout, Sun Laowu was stunned. He raised his hand and touched his forehead. His forehead was cold. He then placed his hand on his neck. His hand was cold. He muttered, "Am I sick?" Fifth brother, where are you feeling unwell? Donkey Dan asked with concern. He thought that if his fifth brother was sick, there would be a sick person at home. His life would be difficult. My ears? Why do I hear 13 copper coins per bushel of rice? I bought it 2 days ago. It was 15 copper coins. Also, when I asked, it was 24 copper coins per bushel. Sun Laowu was puzzled. Sigh. I was wondering what was going on. I didn't hear you wrong. It's gone down. Isn't this a snow disaster? All the merchants in the province are plotting something against the heavens. You came out too late. Just now, people from other places were talking about how, in the entire Rulin County, apart from luxury goods, all other goods have been reduced in price. Rice is 2 copper coins per bushel. No matter what kind of rice it is, flour is 3 copper coins per bushel. No matter what kind of flour it is, oil is 1 copper coin per bushel. That's nothing. Cotton cloth is 2 copper coins per bushel, and ready-made clothes are half the price. Donkey Dan beamed with joy as he spoke to Sun Laowu. The more he spoke, the happier he became. He even pointed a finger at the sky. Sun Laowu blinked and raised his hand to touch Donkey Dan's forehead. His hand was slapped away by the other party. Fifth brother, I'm not sick. Don't touch my head. Beside him, Uncle Chi chuckled and said to Sun Laowu, this old man heard from others that when you buy meat, they charge you 1 copper coin per bushel. A bushel the width of 2 fingers is half the length of a piece of meat. Don't expect meat as thick as a pinky finger to be reduced by 1 copper coin per bushel. Also, Aya, you can't make it. You have a wife to take care of at home. Go home and get a jar and a bowl of bone broth. Tell the person who scoops the broth that there's a patient at home and can bring you some minced meat. There's also free buns, porridge, soup, and biscuits. You can't eat them. If you want to eat, you have to work. There's bone broth at noon, and you have to work as well. At night, there's a barbecue party, and you have to take care of people. You can't eat them. You're so sick that you can't eat them. As he spoke to Uncle Chi, he shook his head regretfully. However, this caused Sun Laowu to be stunned once again. He turned in a circle and looked around. It was Rulin County. He pinched his legs, but it didn't hurt. He pinched his face, but it still didn't hurt. He was cold and numb. Sun Laowu rubbed his neck. This is strange. What are they trying to do? They can make money, but they don't want it. They just have to lower the price and sell it at the original price. We've already received their kindness, but they just have to lower the price. It's strange. Sun Laowu really couldn't understand. Other merchants would wait until there was a disaster to raise the price and sell for more money. Even if they were secretly cursed at for being black-hearted, they would still get the money. Why did the people from the Chamber of Commerce in the prefecture insist on lowering the price? Could it be that they were sick? In front of the three was a man dressed like a scholar. He also had a small bag of flour in his hand. After listening to the conversation of the three for a while, he turned his head and smiled contentedly. Don't you understand? They're just bored and want to find some other entertainment in the market. How can I not hear what it is? Speak properly. Why are you pretending to be a scholar? Look at you, you're mixing words like literary and literary. Chi Bo's eyes widened. In any case, he had studied for 2 years. The thing he couldn't stand the most was to hear people say such things in front of him. If he had the ability, he would write a memorial and send it to the palace. Oh, I know, Chi Bo. It's like this. Those merchants usually don't have any pressure when it comes to business. Isn't this close to the river? It's convenient to transport things, and the overall price of things is taken care of. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't let the prices of things be too messy. Now that it's snowing, they can't find anything else to do. They're going against the heavens. Who doesn't know that the prices of things in a disaster area will increase? They insist on lowering the prices. Isn't this going against the heavens? They say that when there's a disaster, the lives of the common people will not be good. They take out free food and have us help each other do the work. They repair the houses, clear the snow, and eat barbecue at night. It's lively and lively. They don't want to live in a desolate environment. There's another thing. I found out. They want to be in the newspapers. While it's snowing, they want to do good deeds. They want the capital's newspapers to write about them. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo see it, they'll be satisfied. When the emperor sees it, won't he be happy as well? Being praised by either the emperor or Xiao Bao and Cuckoo is worth it. More importantly, they don't dare to raise the prices. They have Chongpingsang in the prefecture. Once the prices change, Chongpingsang will open. Chongpingsang is full. It's not like in the past, when there was a warehouse open. When it was opened, it was either missing more than half of the food or it was completely rotten. There was even sand mixed in. Now, who would dare to touch Chongpingsang? 100 heads wouldn't be enough to chop off. Once Chongpingsang is open, would they dare to spend a lot of money to buy it all out? Xiao Bei's team is less than 300 miles away. Once they know, they'll turn around and enter the city to start killing people. As for the charges, such as hoarding, inflating prices, and so on, there's no need. Do Xiao Bei and the others need to be charged for killing people? Do they? Sun Laowu, do you think so? Sun Laowu shook his head. No, there's no need. If they want to kill, then kill. At this time, many people nearby were listening and nodding their heads. Indeed, if Xiao Bei and the others acted together, they would immediately become the Tang Empire's patrol officers. They could kill corrupt officials and bully kings. Anyone who was caught by them would be punished with 5 ranks. That's right. They're afraid of Xiao Bei and the others. Since that's the case, why don't we curry favor with them? We know that they're benevolent and righteous. The people in the capital also know that they're good businessmen. If they lose money, they'll feel better. The cultured person concluded. Another person suddenly said, if that's the case, we don't have to be grateful to them. Bah! Do you believe that if they hear this, the prices of everything will increase tomorrow? Who cares what they think? It's true that you've benefited. Touch your chest and see if you still have a conscience. If you're not grateful, then you deserve to starve or freeze to death. Uncle Chi spat a mouthful of phlegm on the shoes of the other person. After he finished speaking, the phlegm froze and some snow frothed on the shoes. The person who was scolded moved his feet in the shoes to get rid of the frozen phlegm. Seeing that there was still a mark on the shoes, he said with a bitter face, I believe. I was wrong. These are new shoes. I've only worn them twice. After he finished speaking, he squatted down and rubbed a handful of snow, wetting that area. After that, he froze again, and no trace of phlegm could be seen. Let's go forward. There's no one in front. When we get home, we still have to make shredded pork noodles for our wives. Oh, right, I'll get some bone soup. Sun Laowu urged. The crowd moved forward again, and there were only 6 people left in front of him. When it was his turn, he gave the same 10 bag of noodles to the waiter. After paying the bill, he carried the bag of noodles and walked home excitedly. For a moment, he felt that the wind was not so cold, and the snow was not so cold. The snow on the roof and on the tree branches reflected the whole world in a silvery white, and he felt that it was bright and clear. It wasn't only one county in the entire state that was like this. 2 other counties were doing the same. The people in these 3 counties felt that the weather had changed. Those who didn't have extra food at home were no longer anxious. The rush to buy food that was supposed to happen after the disaster didn't happen at all. The commoners lived their lives as usual, or even better than usual. During the day, they would eat free food and then be organized to work. At night, they would gather together and set up a stage. They would watch the performances of people who knew some music and dance, as well as crosstalk and storytelling. At the same time, they would eat free roasted meat. It was clearly a disaster, but their lives were better. The people in the trading company breathed a sigh of relief. They were also afraid that the villagers would line up every day to buy cheap goods. If they continued to buy like that, the warehouse would be empty in a few days. Now, they were buying when they needed it. They could easily wait for the goods to come from elsewhere. They understood that when the snow disaster passed and everything returned to normal, the same goods at the same price would be bought by the villagers. Even if they had to walk 2 more steps, they would still buy from them. On the contrary, the merchants in the state took advantage of the situation to raise their prices. Later on, when they were unlucky, not only did they not sell the goods they raised, but they were also sent a telegram by the provincial governor, Fang Zhishan, to the capital. He didn't deliberately complain. He only said that some merchants were selling goods at a low price to calm the disaster and to reassure the people. There were also some merchants who wanted to raise their prices, but no one bought them. He only said a few merchants. He believed that the emperor and the capital wouldn't care. The Tang Bank would send people to investigate. This involved the stability and credibility of the state. In addition, between the clouds and the water was also in the state. They would also submit detailed information. The merchants who raised their prices wouldn't be punished, but it would be difficult for them to get a loan from the bank in the future. Not only would they need to use collateral, but the collateral would also be further valued. The loan amount would also be limited, and the interest would increase accordingly. They couldn't even question them. The bank would tell them that their credit rating had been lowered. They knew why. If they didn't want to get a loan from the bank, they would have to go to the loan sharks. At the same time, their lives in the state wouldn't be good. The merchants would boycott them. The people wouldn't buy from them at the same price. If they didn't lower their prices, they wouldn't be able to sell their goods. If they lowered their prices, the merchants would also lower their prices. Even if they lost money, the merchants could easily get low interest or even interest-free loans from the bank. What would they use to support themselves? Even if they left the state and went to other places to do business, they would have to register with the local government. The local government would ask the Tang Bank about their credit limit. When the time came, they would have to extend the examination time. The tax officials would check the account books every few days. They couldn't reason with them. They didn't need to say anything else. They just had to mention that they raised their prices because of the snow disaster. At this time, morality and credibility were very important. Even at the time of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, merchants without credit couldn't survive. As long as there was a credit crisis, whether it was buying or selling goods in the future, they would be affected. When buying goods, they would have to pay in full first. When selling goods, they would have to wait for the goods to arrive first. After the inspection, they would have to find a bank for a loan. The bank would repeatedly check their application. For the same house, if someone else lent you 10 million yuan, you would get 7 million yuan. Someone else would get 30% of the profit, you would get 50% of the profit. The incident in the state of Yin caused a sensation. The news was published in newspapers everywhere. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan personally praised them. They praised their actions, but told them to act according to their abilities. They said that they were trustworthy merchants with a conscience and thought for the country and the people. With this evaluation, they made a profit. Countless people were envious. They were even looking forward to their own places being affected. When the time came, they could learn how to do it. If it really didn't work, they could open branches in areas that were prone to disasters. Xiaobei and the others also received the news that the telegram was working. They didn't know why it didn't work before, but they could only attribute it to the weather. The snow has lessened. After a while, the road will be clear. We can continue to move forward. My potatoes, if we go any later, they will sprout. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the contents of the telegram about Rulin County. She wasn't thinking about the situation there, but about the potatoes. She wanted to see how the potatoes looked like when they were harvested. There would be many people with picks and rakes digging in the ground. After digging once, they would feel the soil with their hands. They would still be able to find the potatoes. They would need to do it a few times before they could roughly dig out the potatoes, but there would definitely be some that they missed. Big potatoes could be used to make many things. The best were small potatoes. They couldn't be fried, and they couldn't be left to sprout. They could only be boiled with salt. After they were boiled, there would be a layer of salt frost on the outside, and they would be peeled and eaten as snacks. If they were late, the people there would dig out the potatoes. They couldn't wait for her to go over to watch, even if the emperor went over. Otherwise, they would sprout directly in the ground. Xiaobei was looking forward to being able to move faster, but Xiao Yuan dampened his enthusiasm. I think it will take at least a month. How can the road be cleared after the snow stops? Have you forgotten what the county records? After a heavy snowfall, some places can't contact the outside world for 9 months. The snow we encountered isn't light either. Unless the sun shines hard, look at the sky. The day is gray, and there are no stars at night. Let's wait. Xiao Yuan, don't you think you should be looking forward to it with me? And not thinking of the worst. Xiaobei stared at Xiao Yuan with his eyes wide open. If I always agree with you, you will easily take the wrong path. I'm doing this for your own good. Of course, I also wish to leave as soon as possible. It's best if my brother and sister send someone to take over our work. Xiao Yuan felt goosebumps all over from being stared at, so he finally compromised. Xiao Yuan, you are the best. Xiaobei said. Xiao Yuan chuckled. Thank you. I think so too. That's why I'll give you all the snacks from the airdrop next time. You carry them and even say that I'm taking the wrong path. You are dragging me down. Did I take the wrong path? I can't walk anymore. Humph. Xiaobei glared at Xiao Yuan, turned around, and entered the tent. He looked at the map to see which path he could take when advancing. Xiao Yuan sat alone outside and looked at the snow-covered river. He muttered to himself, we should build a plane that can fly farther. When it's heavy, it can fly straight to the destination. Traveling on land is just too time-consuming. Perhaps they will leave behind a moo of potatoes for Xiaobei to play with? I think I should send a telegram to get them to leave it behind. Even half a moo is fine. Potatoes and meat are best eaten when stewed together. There was another morning court session in the capital. Li Longji was sitting at the front, listening to the Minister of Revenue, Wang Bei, talk about the expenditure of the imperial treasury. Ever since deflation occurred, the banks had lowered their reserve funds and interest rates. The national treasury had also spent a lot of money. They had repaired roads, plazas, canals, sea dikes, etc. Didn't Li Longji renovate the palace? He had also renovated the various yamen. They had spent a lot of money, and the prices had finally started to rise. Now, Wang Bei needed to tell everyone where the money was spent and how it was spent. After that, there would be an audit of the accounts. Although the expenditure had been reviewed, there were fluctuations in the prices of goods. Cutting corners was impossible. There would be people watching. The main problem was that the prices of goods in the supply areas were different, resulting in the local authorities making false reports, and false reports. Yes, it looked very interesting. These three situations could lead to greed. Furthermore, the contractors and suppliers did not suffer any losses. The government's accounts did not seem to have any problems at first glance. This was requested by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wang Bei originally thought that there was nothing for him to do, but he asked him to report the general situation. The others were also puzzled. They felt that they had learned enough economics and could easily understand that deflation and inflation were wrong. The problem was, why did they still need to audit the accounts after they had been reviewed? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally also participated in the morning court session. They wore casual clothes. When they went out in the morning, Zhang Zhong specially came to take a look at his son and daughter-in-law. He warned the two of them not to wear official robes. It was very scary. If the two of them wore official robes and rode horses all the way to the palace, wouldn't the people in the capital be scared to death if they saw them? They thought that something big had happened, forcing Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to wear official robes. Therefore, the two of them wore casual clothes. When the people saw them, they waved their hands and greeted them. They were not afraid. The officials who were qualified to attend the court session were also at ease. They mainly saw that the two of them looked awkward in official robes. They did not know why. Perhaps it was because the two of them clearly did not have high positions, but they had too much power. The estimated construction period is to end in April next year. The Yellow River near Luoyang is directly facing the north bank. An iron cable suspension bridge is to be built. The application is for 6,000 strings of coins, and the actual amount is 3,100 strings of coins. For Luoyang officials are to be investigated. Oh, this is not under my control. This is to be allocated. It is estimated that the construction will be completed in February next year. Work will need to be rushed in winter. Oh, this is also not under my control. The Hunan province's Yuzhou port is to be strengthened. The submission of the report request is 45,210 strings of coins and 122 coins. I scolded them. They don't even know how to cheat. They actually gave such specific figures. Are they gods? Can they calculate? The actual amount allocated is 33,500 strings of coins. The Hunan province's Day Lake area requests to increase aquaculture projects. The initial investment is estimated to be 50,000 strings of coins. This is a fake estimate that did not include a few coins, but I directly rejected it. This year, the aquaculture merchants or individuals around Day Lake paid 30,000 strings of coins in tax. At the same time, the net cage industry in Yunzhou paid 16,440 strings of coins in tax. The people around them raised them themselves, and they formed an industrial chain. Is there a need for the local government to take the initiative to raise them? They really take me for a fool. The officials of the Ministry of Personnel should investigate and see how many local officials eat fish, prawns, and crabs without spending money. Luzhou's Chao Lake requests the court to allocate funds to build a large number of viewing platforms at the entrance of Chao Lake to attract more tourists to spend money. They asked me to give them 3,000 strings of coins, saying that it will solve all the problems and provide more than 15,000 jobs. I have already sent people from the Ministry of Revenue to investigate. Because 3,000 strings of coins is not enough, they should be looking for merchants to invest. They use the land to calculate the money. I have to send people to look at the place and then collect taxes. They want to cheat me of 3,000 strings of coins? Dream on. Jiangnan's East Road. Wang Bei said one by one. Everyone listened as if they were listening to a joke. At the same time, they felt sad for the local government. They used all kinds of methods to try to cheat the court to allocate funds, but in the end, they were all targeted by Wang Bei. For example, the Day Lake government. How could they have thought that the Minister of Revenue would judge the form of the industry based on the local tax situation? Also, Chow Lake, can't you say more? Why do they have to ask for 3,000 strings of coins? Don't the officials there learn accounting? The ratio of output to investment is obviously wrong. How can 15,000 jobs be settled with 3 million coins? 200 coins for a job. Then how much is the monthly wage of these 15,000 people? The local officials are gods. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.